Okay, hey everybody. Hey, I'm opening up a room here because we just got done listening to Scholar Fiction's engagement with this gentleman named Josh. What was the last name? Brister. Um, wow, it was like 2 hours, and I got to tell you, I really don't think I gained any knowledge whatsoever out of the entire 2 hours engagement. I didn't learn anything. I didn't really understand Josh's position at all on anything. Skylar was making very pertinent observations, and they were all just being deflected by Josh, basically saying, well, you know what? Who are you to question God? Is what it came down to be. And I thought that was kind of odd. One of the things I noticed was basically when Josh and the doctor had been asking, hey, welcome here, Scudder.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I was just going to give a quick recap of what I was thinking about that engagement, because I got to tell you, I didn't get anything out of it. And nothing personal to you. It wasn't anything you did wrong. You were trying your damnedest. And all I got from Josh was, in a nutshell, basically, this is the best possible world for everything. God treats sin the way he does because God did it that way. Therefore, by de facto, by fiat, it must be the perfect world. It must be God's best plan because he deemed it to be the best plan. And I don't think that's a really good argument.
It's a terrible argument. Like, what drove me crazy is I was super excited because in the beginning I was like, oh man, this guy sounds like he studied quite a bit. Like, he seemed pretty rational. He's like, oh, I believe in evolution. And he wasn't a young earth creationist. And I'm like, okay, this might actually go well. And he's, listing off these credentials. I think he said he was like a history teacher or something like that. But good God, he couldn't answer basic questions. Like, it's like he would just be like, I don't know about that. I don't know if the Garden of Eden was like this. I don't know where original sin comes from. I don't know this, X, Y, Z. And I'm like, at what point, what am I having a conversation with you about? What are you debating?
I thought he would be on top of those answers. Like, oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, even if they're just beliefs, even if it's just saying it dogmatically, I wouldn't have had a problem with that.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't even do that. He's like, oh, well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe the Garden of Eden exists. Maybe Adam existed. Oh, my God, really?
And then he was complaining about me doing those arguments. What was the argument type that he was arguing? He was complaining about me using, where we can't necessarily know what the situation was. But then he would go around and do the same exact thing. I didn't get it. It was so much. And like, then something that's kind of like my little pet peeve when I debate Christians, you might have seen it kind of come out a little bit in this video, was when people try to argue beliefs that they don't necessarily believe in. Where they're like, well, some Christians do this. I'm like, I don't give a shit what these Christians believe. If they're in my room and we're having a discussion, I'll give a shit what they believe. But until then, argue what you believe. And I'm going to tell you the truth. I think what the real situation is, man, is I think he just didn't want to tell me some of those beliefs because I think he recognized the holes that are there, and it would have made him look bad.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask him about intelligent design. I wanted to get a kind of a picture where his mindset was, and never got around to asking. Now, he has asked me to start Hangouts. He has asked me to be a part of Hangouts. May I even invite him to this one? I don't know.
That's fine. Yeah.
And I told him that, when next time I have one, but I didn't know much about him, and I wanted to know, okay, I know he's not a young earth creationist, but where does he fall on the line of batshit crazy, right? And I'm sorry, intelligent design, I think it's pretty up there. I mean, I understand the reasoning why people want to, but anybody who has really good common sense skills could determine that intelligent design isn't where it's supposed to be yet. It may get there. Don't get me wrong. I am all for people pursuing that line of avenue. I really am. But I just don't. At this time, it's no different than just simple conjecture.
Steve, don't go start using that common sense phrase right now.
Well, he's using it incorrect. He's using it viscerally, right? He's basically using common sense as an argument. He's basically saying, well, my argument for this is because common sense, it makes sense. Well, that's and I'm not using it as argument. I'm just saying that.
No, I know. It's
completely different. Yeah, he doesn't seem to understand the difference there. He seemed like a nice guy.
No, he was nice, and that's why I kind of ended it where it was ending there. I didn't want to, because I was literally to the point where I was going to blow up, and I was getting frustrated, and I was like, don't be a dick. Let's just end the conversation, just in case in the future we want to talk again. I don't know if we will, because I don't see it being productive, at least on these kind of topics. When he initially charged me with using word games when we were talking about morality, I'm like, dude, you're not really making an argument here. Like I hate it when people just say, well, it's wrong. Like, well, what do you mean by wrong? Well, I don't want to argue my Christian. He literally at that point was, I don't want to argue for my Christian worldview at this point. Well, then what are we talking about? What kind of objective morality are you using? Are you using the kind of objective morality an atheist would argue. I don't. We can't have language. You can't ask me if something's wrong, and then what you mean by wrong and what I mean by wrong are different things, because that's what confuses the argument, and that's where you're actually using word games, right? Because he's trying to lock me into the object, like, oh, you believe in object. It's like the Matt Slick argument, like, oh, if objective morals exist, God exists. That doesn't. I don't think that.
Well, I don't know how you jump. Okay, first of all, you guys didn't really define your terms very well, and there was a problem. He was using a lot of terms weirdly, but I don't know how he jumped from, okay, we have a existential world, we have a world that exists. Okay, we get that. We all assume the world exists. Therefore, he says there's objective morality. How does he make that conclusion out of that? Yeah. Did he even have a framework of an argument to get from A to B on that one?
Well, and that's where I was like, we're not having an argument whether the world is objective, like an objective reality. We're talking about morality. We're talking about a specific thing within this. And I don't get it. And I guess he was trying to use this weird loosely thing where, like, you believe reality exists subjectively. Why don't you believe morals exist subjectively?
I don't see a correlation.
There isn't a correlation. And that's why it was really confusing to me what was going on. And then the constant just appealing to, like, all this, like, these authorities. I don't even know if that's correct, what he was arguing about some of Paul's scriptures, the earliest being 65 AD. I don't know off the top of my head. From what I understand, what did you say?
I wouldn't know. I have no idea.
From what I understand, when I was studying it many years ago, I believe that, like, most non-Christian or theologians, non-Christian kind of scholars would put around 75 AD, 80 AD for Mark, which I believe is the oldest one in the New Testament. And then the Christian scholars that I've heard have tried to argue 65 years. But I didn't hear that argued from Paul. Like, I heard that was from Mark, was like 65 years. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but that's why I was starting to kind of look at it online.
I would have to look at chronology. Yeah. I really don't remember.
And like I said, and bringing that kind of stuff up where you're just like, and it drives me crazy when people are like, read this book. You know how many people have told me to read that God is a Moral Monster book? And I'm just like, well, you read the book, right? Yeah. Well, why don't you explain it? Like, if it's so good, tell me a little bit about it.
People say, well, you haven't read Darwin's Black Box, or you haven't read any of Michael Behe's or a couple other things. I'm like, well, first of all, I don't read a lot of non-scientific literature to begin with. And especially not going to read people that I just don't think are really correct, right? I mean, I would rather really like Susskind than I would, Behe or Dembski or any of those guys. So I'm do the same way. I'm like, look, I don't have to read their book to get the excerpts and to get to kind of know what they're kind of going with, what their arguments are. But you know what? Tell me what they're thinking. Tell me what their argument is. I'll listen to it. But my basic thing is, if I want to argue against Dembski or Meyer, then they can come in and we can argue, right? Well, it wouldn't be me. It'd be other people that are much better at it. But I don't like arguing de facto. It's like when people come in and they start parroting Tompkins' work. Like, I don't know if you watched the Hangout yesterday where we had Paul come in. This guy Paul is a creationist.
Oh, I watched a little bit of it. Yeah.
And his entire rebuttal was basically quoting Dr. Jeffrey Tompkins, which we already knew. We're like, look, we've all read his paper. We can quote it verbatim almost anymore, right? Or his blog. I wouldn't say his paper, but I'm like, dude, just reading that off is not a refutation. We want to know why he is correct, or you think he's correct. Mm-hmm. Right? And if people are just going to cite Tompkins, we might as well have Tompkins in here, right? But he's not in here. So, fuck. I hate that because appeal to authority is used way too much in this community.
Oh, so much.
Way too much.
And I didn't want to necessarily call him on that fallacy right away, but like the other thing, what was the most telling moment is when he wouldn't go over scripture. That was the most telling moment in the conversation. He's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Do you think he's not familiar with it enough?
I absolutely. I think most Christians barely read the Old Testament.
What's funny is I have a Bible here. I mean, people don't seem to grasp that. I do look through it every so often. But it's a big book, right? I mean, there's a lot of information in the Bible.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And I don't think any single Christian in our community really knows it that well.
Most of them don't.
They know bits and pieces, but I don't think they really have a deep understanding as they think they do. I think the atheists, Floyd has probably a deeper understanding than most people I know.
Oh, by far.
So
and what's funny is if you just read a couple key, to me, like there's just a couple key chapters you can read that really kind of, in my opinion, kind of sum up all the problems, right? And of course, that's Genesis, that's Exodus, that's Leviticus, and then I would jump over to Well, that's really, I think if you go with those three books are enough to where you could pretty much discredit.
So the first three books of Moses, what they call the Pentateuch is the first four.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the Pentateuch or something. There's the first five, and then Revelations is interesting. I don't think it has to do with later times, though. I don't think it actually is Revelations. Like, what's going to happen in later days? I think it was talking about Rome and the Catholic Church. But excuse me. But I'm not that much into understanding biblical stuff. But I don't think he did either. I didn't see anything coming from Josh besides throwing out some words every now and then and throwing out names like Kant and Hume. It's like, you know what? Whenever I hear people throw out those names, unless you're somebody like Hypatia or Floyd or Ozzy, right? I don't really want to hear the names Kant or Hume or any of those guys, right? Kierkegaard. I know who they are. I kind of read a little bit about them, but they make it sound like they're speaking on their behalf. Well, yes, I've read Kant, and if Kant was here, you'd be saying, well, so the fuck what? He's not here.
It's like articulate what they said. Like all you need to do is articulate what they said.
Yeah, without throwing out the name, right? I mean, if I want to talk about categorical imperatives and explain to people, okay, well, you can have a moral things without having religious nature. You can have just do unto others as others do unto you because it's beneficial, or human nature is such that I don't want to be hurt, therefore I'm not going to hurt anybody else. Now there's some flaws with that, but at least he was trying to get some naturalistic explanations for these religious type things, right? But I don't have to mention Kant to do that. I can just take the categorical imperatives. But they love to throw out these name drops. I hate it. It drives me nuts.
What I don't understand, and the thing about it is, if I haven't read those particular people, it means nothing to me in a conversation. Like there's no context to that. Like if it was at least like C.S. Lewis, I understand a little bit more. Like I know a lot of C.S. Lewis. I actually
I love Lewis. I love the Screw Tape Letters.
Oh, it's so good. Mere Christianity is really good. Yeah, I mean it's good. Like I would say, if I as someone who was a former Christian, I think those are the most compelling arguments for Christianity that I've read. Right, and I think it's because it brings it down to the very personal level. It's understandable. He's beautiful with words. He's very poetic in and how he speaks or in how he writes. But this is what blows my mind, right? Is like if you don't understand Genesis, this is where everything is summed up. The whole problem, why we have sin. And if you don't even understand if you're just indeterminate about what this chapter means, your whole basis of sin and why Jesus Christ needs to be here doesn't exist. It's just like I don't even know where you would get it. Like Jesus doesn't say you need. I don't recall him ever saying I'm dying for your sins, or like you need to worship me in order to save you from your sins. I might be incorrect on that. Do you guys remember Jesus in the New Testament ever saying anything?
No, he asked them to come follow him.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he knew that his atonement would be for the sins of mankind. He knew that, but I don't think he went around saying, hey, by the way, I'm going to atone for you and take on the world's sins because that's my purpose. Therefore, worship me. I don't think he ever went around saying that I can recall.
Yeah, and this free will argument is the other thing I usually try to pick apart a little better, because it's like everyone has a different idea of what free will is, right? Like it could be making choices, but then they want to add all this extra stuff into it and all include it in free will. Because in my opinion, the only thing free will, from my perspective of Christian, meant was just your ability to accept and love God. That's it.
Well, there's moral aspects in free will. Yeah, but when I hear libertarian free will, and again, I hear all these different people say all these different things about these types of things: compatibilist, non-compatibilist, incompatibilism. Now, when I hear libertarian free will, I literally hear a mankind being able to have free agency and free choice, regardless of anything external to him. Okay, regardless of any kind of external forces or whatever, and that cannot be. We live in a deterministic world to some extent. Okay, that's a given. Physics has determined, without a doubt, we have determinism in our world. Okay, so I don't see how libertarian free will could be related to how we understand the universe to be. Maybe at one time they didn't understand it, but we kind of basically have a little bit better understanding now. But the problem is I don't accept compatibilism either, because that just seems like it's very similar to hard determinism, but then it throws in all these moral type things, and I'm like, okay, I don't get that either. So I don't know where I stand on the moral landscape. I really don't. excuse me, on the free will landscape.
Yeah.
None of the things make that much sense to me. So, but I never heard of anybody really being a libertarian free will person as far as Darwin's. I think he's the only person I think espouses that I'm aware of.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm not as familiar with what libertarian free will means. And that's why I didn't want to push it too much without kind of knowing, like doing the research on it.
It's antiquated, in my opinion. That Doctor, how many people would you say are really people that conform to libertarian free will?
Quite a few, actually.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It's just that the free will debate kind of got exhausted in Nadia's room, but the overwhelming majority of theists that we talked to were believed in libertarian free will.
I thought they were more compatibilist.
The Calvinists tend to take a more compatibilist view. Some of them. The other ones just say, nope, you're screwed and everything's determined by God.
Well, the 5-point tulip hyper Calvinists, they're going to be 100% deterministic, correct? And even what they call a double predeterminism.
I don't know, because Darwin's deity used to describe himself as a hyper Calvinist, and he was like advocating for like the return of Levitican law and everything. But
holy shit, that guy.
Yeah, and yeah, he was saying that he accepts libertarian free will.
Time out, Steve.
Oh, wow,
sorry, but
did he really? I don't
Steve,
recall that.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Pseudo, my friend.
The problem with deity though is he would actually be predetermined to go walk the dog in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was predetermined by God.
Yeah.
So, Doctor, what is it you said to me that I thought was brilliant? You said that Darwin's deity, in a way, you think has God as his autocorrect.
Basically, the way that he described God revealing to him that his beliefs have certainty was God was basically actively correcting and showing him moment by moment which belief was true and which one wasn't. He was just directly beaming the knowledge into his head, and God was basically functioning as his autocorrect mechanism.
Yeah, I call that buttfuck crazy. That's just batshit to me.
Does anybody see the funny irony in all of this, that autocorrect is sometimes referred to as auto cucumber?
Yeah, autocorrect sucks, right?
And that if God is speaking to deity as autocorrect to correct the beliefs and show them which ones are right and which ones are wrong, that is going to get fucked up real fast.
Yeah, you could also argue that that God being a perfected being would get the autocorrect correct. You know, Josh wants to come. Yeah, Josh, come on in. I'll invite you. I got some questions to ask you as well, if you don't mind. Yeah, well, like I said, at this point, Darwin is so down on the rung of sanity. People that actually listen to him. He hangs out with EMK, and that's about it. Nobody really wants to even engage with him at this point anymore.
Can you please explain why someone's pissing in bottles?
Well,
can you explain that without using any nomenclature language?
Okay, what was really odd to me is that, okay, most gamers have actually had to do that before because you're in a situation where you're a hardcore gamer. I could get that, okay? I've seen people that, or know people that have had to do that. But when you're just talking to somebody like this and you're too fucking lazy to go up and get up to the bathroom when you have to get up anyways to go off camera to pee, you couldn't go 10 more feet? Really?
Oh.
That I couldn't understand. He actually peed like during the hang, like he's talking. He's like, "Hang on, I'm just gonna step off camera." Yeah, I'm over here pissing. It's okay. 1 sec. It's like what? Hey, Josh, I sent you an invite from the internal. You know what? I'm just gonna put the link. I don't care if we get sniped because I gotta restart another one. Fuck you all.
Is that still a thing? People are still doing this.
It is. Yeah, it's mostly a bunch of flat earthers and militant atheists.
It's people who can't win arguments.
That's sad.
Yeah, it is. It's the lower echelon of great debate. By the way, I don't know if you noticed the title of this, Skylar. I thought you might get a kick out of it.
I don't think I did. Skylar expects too much from the great debate. But what is? I can't remember what the.
But we love him anyways.
But we love him anyways.
Because you're always like, yes, I've got somebody in here that I could really have a conversation with. No.
Not
everybody can be Max, right?
I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression. I think Josh was a really nice guy.
Yeah, Josh, you came across as nice. I just thought the conversation was just strange.
And I ended it where it was because I didn't want to. I just didn't want to get. I was getting frustrated, and I didn't want it to ruin a relationship through here. So, anyways, Josh isn't here. Well, I try to be nice, and when I know that I'm getting frustrated, I don't want to say he was getting a little frustrated, but I know I was getting frustrated, and I just didn't want to I don't want to go to that next level to where it just becomes very, very negative. But I think you guys may have questions for him. I'll stay out of that for a minute.
Well, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, Josh, in a nutshell, and like literally like in 10 seconds, what was your general point overall that you're trying to get across, really?
That we have no epistemic grounds for doubting Christianity.
Okay, so you would say that atheism is not a valid theological position?
Not in so much, not in so much as it says that God could have done this better this way, or appeared at a certain time this way. I think when you look at church history, the history of ideals, and the resurrection of Jesus, I think that and the testimony of the Holy Spirit, I think that gives a.
What about evidentialists, though? I mean, you made the claim that we have no epistemological reason not to accept, Christianity. And again, I'm going to play the devil's advocate here because I am an agnostic. But if somebody just says I don't believe in Christianity because I have no reason to believe in Christianity, I haven't seen any evidence to accept it. There's no reason for me to have a doxastic claim that Jesus is Christ unless I had some kind of evidence, physical evidence, some kind of things I can evaluate, some kind of maybe personal revelation. I would accept a subjective claim. Jesus, had spoken to me. The Holy Ghost had witnessed to me. I can understand that as some kind of subjectivity. But if somebody has never had that, right? If somebody has never had any experience like that, then why is it that you claim that epistemically they cannot say that they don't believe in Christianity?
Well, if they say that, then they do have a knowledge of what I mean by Christianity, and if they have been presented with a sufficient case for the historicity of Jesus, and really have tried to sincerely come to God through an open heart and an open mind, then I think that's when. If they don't accept Jesus, they'll be separated from God.
But a lot of atheists are ex-Christians. They've done that. They said, you know what? I prayed. I got down on my knees. I did this for 10, 20 years. I was studying to be a minister. There's a whole gamut of people out there that have been through these types of religious indoctrinations. And at the very end, they're like, you know what? I just don't believe any of this stuff anymore. And you're saying that they don't have a reason to do that, or they can't have knowledge of that? Because the knowledge is that they have had no evidence to support anything other than just not accepting that God exists.
Well, they probably do have a reason for why they're not a Christian, but that's I would say it's a bogus reason. It's a bogus reason if we say if Jesus appeared at all times and places. I tried to illustrate that the best I could. And I want to, before I go talking about this more, I also wanted to pay a compliment to Skylar. Thank you. We were, I think, kind. I think that's how other people should act on here.
Skylar's a good guy.
And I appreciate you too, man. I just thought at the end I was getting a little heated and frustrated, and I thought, let's just end it here. And I think most of the conversation was pretty civil, and I appreciate the dialogue. So no, I do appreciate it.
But we didn't go into the resurrection of Jesus. I was really prepared for that.
Well, I'll be honest, it's not one of my favorite. It's not really one of my favorite topics, to be honest with you. I'm more interested in the philosophy behind Christianity and the functionality of it, why it works, why things are the way they are, more than some of the resurrection stuff. But I mean, we can save it for another time. I'd love to hear it.
I'm still confused what you mean by bogus reasons. If somebody's has their life improved because they're no longer doing the rituals of Christianity, they don't have the burden, they don't have the mindset that is being enforced upon them, and not all Christianity is the same as far as our community. Various different types of Christianity. I'm not trying to overgeneralize. I'm not lumping them all together.
I can see your point definitely. People can go to these, these churches. Some of these churches are and get a bad impression, and That's why I think we need that a Christian should, engage the culture, not in study, not just study the Bible. I'm just saying, well, the Bible's right, but they need to study other subjects and be open-minded. That's why I discuss the biblical view of inspiration, how it's more like an agent. An agent can interpret different contexts, different genres of literature, and it talks about how that for the Bible to be inspired, it has a human element too, as that's different from or opposed to the Quran or some other viewpoints. It's really the emergence of just different philosophies, how Christianity was the epitome that led to civilization, led to science only once, that happened in the West, law, taking out the best of the Roman law and putting a Christian interpretation on things, education, just different ways. I view that Christianity almost, and I know how this is going to sound, but almost is the default position, because everybody is so indebted to it.
That makes very little sense to me, because yes, there has been a lot of achievements, because back in the day, education and religion were intertwined. They were inescapably together, and it wasn't until about maybe 100 years ago they started to extricate each other. We started to get private institutions, and in the last 100 years, our technology and our knowledge, our scientific advancements have been exponential comparison to what it was under the thumb of religious belief system. In fact, that had stymied. One could argue that religion had stymied advancement. It surely did in the Arab nations. Many, many centuries ago, the Arab nations basically stopped being scientific.
Well, Aristotle's the one that stymied it to try to indoctrinate their whole the Quran, the Muslim doctrines in Aristotle. When you had Aristotle introduced to the West, you had the scholastics debating it. So you had a Christian, a Platonic, an Aristotelian. You had all these mixtures, and that's how science emerged uniquely in the West.
But this is 2016, though. I mean, you're going back a long time, right? We don't even
realize that Aristotle had a huge influence on the early education of the Christian nations, right?
Yeah, and we don't even follow Aristotelian logic anymore, right? I mean, yes, he had a huge influence.
But the point is, they disputed it. In Islamic society, they didn't dispute it. They
actually burned people at the stakes for going against some of his teachings.
Yeah, but many places there was a sufficient openness in Christianity to the scholastics would try to contradict Aristotelian teachings.
Well, there's been pros and cons of anything, right? But my point still is the same, is that over the last 100 years, since we're becoming more secularized, and every decade is because more secular. I think anybody could possibly look at the statistics and realize that every generation is becoming more and more secular over time. And we have all, and I'm not saying this is a correlation, it determines causation here. I'm not saying there's a one-to-one correspondence, but I am saying that it is a trend to be seen that as we get more secular, we are able to advance further. Would you agree upon that?
No.
Okay, then
I would not.
Then if we spend more money, if we spend more money in sciences, right, instead of promoting religion, right? You wouldn't say that would help promote a technology?
That's a false economy. The religion, Christianity, is what influenced what made the sciences.
Okay, 200 years ago. Again, 200 years ago, Josh. We're talking about modernity here, right? We have to get in the 21st century. We don't have those limitations anymore. The schools are not held by the universities. The universities are not held by the churches anymore.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Now it's more. Now that it's like since the 19th century. It's really lost. Science has lost a lot of their Christian foundations. There's more of a separation
Yeah, not just Christianity, theology in general, I would say.
Yeah,
I mean, any type of theism.
Well, there's
Sure.
a so-called, okay, but I don't think that means inevitable secularization. That the secularization thesis is wrong. It's dead. There is no. It's just a different way to of how Christianity, of how theology progresses. People are still going to church. They're going to more conservative churches, not to the liberal churches, because more conservative churches demand more.
Actually, recent studies show that church attendance is going down worldwide.
No,
what's happening?
Worldwide, church attendance is down.
You had moderate people, and they've actually become split. What we're seeing is that middle ground is disappearing. So yes, conservative church attendance is up, but overall church attendance is actually down. One of the reasons for that is because you'll have people like Rev News, who absolutely hates the idea of like a structured sort of doctrine, set-minded, dogmatic religion, even though he himself is a young earth creationist. He draws a distinction between Christianity and religion.
Wait, Rev's not a young earther, is he? No, he's not.
He is.
Is he sure?
Yeah. Last time I talked to him, he was.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I actually agree with him on a lot of things. I never really asked him if he was a young earther. I thought that he wasn't. Oh,
it doesn't tend to come up because
I'll have to
talk to you a lot of times.
Oh yeah, I love Rev. Yeah.
Harp on that.
But I think Tyler in the live feed says it the best. Josh, what's happening is, and see if you agree, that the predominant motif now in Christianity is radicalization. And people are getting sick of that. And I think that our microcosm here, our great debate community, you've seen the people out there. You've seen the what we call the clown car posse. You're familiar with them, right, Joshua?
I'm not.
Like G-Man and Antonio and Ronnie. You know these people.
I know G-Man.
Okay. What's happening is people are seeing this and they're going, you know what? If this is what people are now calling Christianity, we really don't want to be a part of that. And people are moving away from that. And there's going to be two things that are going to happen. Either they're going to become a more mainstream, moderate Christian, right? Or they're just going to become agnostic or atheist. Because the average person doesn't want to associate with that kind of insanity and that kind of radical fundamentalism.
That doesn't make secularization more plausible. I remember Peter Berger. He championed secularization in the 70s, the great Peter Berger. 6 years later, he saw people of the civilization, people of the global south being re-energized in China, in Africa, in South America, other parts, being re-energized or energized sometimes for the first time by this competition between Protestants and Catholics, between other religions, how they increase. When there's competition, it's a natural thing for religion to increase, and Christianity is exploding rapidly in the global south. And what you have in America is the nuns. Not that they're turning agnostic, but they're saying there's no particular denomination. That would be like me. I have no particular denomination, but I'm a C.S. Lewis type Christian. The rise of secularization, it's dead.
Well, that's complete nonsense. First of all, we're not even arguing we're not discussing or arguing the virtue of secularism, right? That's not the argument.
Yeah.
The argument is that secularism is increasing for the reasons I stated. That is undeniable. Oh, absolutely, it is.
Well, it's increasing, to be specific, in the most developed areas of the world.
Which predominant major countries. Yeah, I'm going to clarify. Yeah, I'm going to qualify that a little bit more, so there's no ambiguity. In the more predominant major countries, okay, that of course secularism is rising tremendously. Even in Europe, it's tremendously rising, as it was, even a few decades ago. Now we could get into the benefits and the virtues of secularism and secular humanism, but that's not really the issue.
Yeah, it's not. It's what's happening in Europe, like England and other places where monarchs have. There's been such a drawback or a pushback from the monarch. So when you have a freedom of religion, let's say in America, well, you have a large number of people seeking religion. And now the world is now more religious than ever, and that's what a lot of authors, not least Rodney Stark and Peter Berger, sociologists, have said, and there's others also. But yeah.
Well, when you're talking about religion, you're including a lot of other things other than Christianity, right?
Well, yeah, I'm talking a lot of religions are saying the revival.
Wait, did somebody fall asleep? Who's snoring? Pseudo, is that you? Skylar?
It's gotta be Pseudo. My mic's
Pseudo's fell asleep. I'm gonna mute him. Poor Pseudo. Yeah, it's Pseudo. He's actually fallen asleep, poor guy. I don't want him like talking to sleep and give away any secrets or anything. That'd be embarrassing.
Yeah, well, it's just the Christianity and a lot of religions are more progressing with the times, but not towards a secularization motif, but a more sophisticated understanding of religion. That's why the conservative churches in America are exploding with attendance, and the other liberal churches, mainstream churches, are not. Because people
I don't know what you mean by exploding. Everything across the board, especially in America. You had said in the South, I don't know the statistic of the South, but if you take America as a whole, Christianity is on the decline. There's been so many things about that in the news lately, and different articles about how churches have been losing membership left and right. They're down a huge amount.
I don't think you understand this. The articles that they're mentioning, the sources that they give are some assorted surveys. When you do like the general surveys, the world surveys of different countries, and in the U.S., Christianity is far increasing in attendance in the conservative churches, like Baptist churches.
It's increasing in the conservative churches.
Yeah.
Well, we've already agreed upon that. We already said that.
The secularization's not having an effect. It's just people are growing in theological sophistication.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. An increase in a specific conservative branch doesn't translate to an overall net increase. And we're saying there's an overall net decrease across the board, especially in America and around the world.
Yeah. What you do is you mention people putting nuns on their survey. And nuns doesn't mean they're switching to atheism or non-belief.
Well, secularism doesn't mean atheism.
It means that they have no particular religion or Christian denomination.
And I'm not using them synonymously.
Okay. That's what secular means, non-religious.
Right. Secular just means that you have no religious affiliation. Not non-denominational. That's a completely different thing, by the way.
Instead, you mentioned TV reports. On the TV reports, what they're referencing is bad, crappy studies. When you look at the general surveys, which Rodney Stark is documented in The Triumph of Christianity, or Peter Berger, another mainline sociologist, you don't get that. Christianity is exploding all over the world. It's not going down in the U.S., but what is going up in the U.S. is more conservative, and also Mormons, other churches like that, but not left-wing churches. Look, I know we disagree. The Triumph of Christianity by Rodney Stark. He documents it on there.
I don't know what America you're living in. It's like when you look, it's certainly not more Christian. It's certainly not more conservative by any means. I think they're right. Like when you talk about specific brands of Christianity, but it's so much. I'm only 37, and I can look at 15, 20 years ago and see how much more Christian this country was. Like even the Christians now, like the young Christians. I work with a lot of young kids, and a lot of them are in ministries and things like that, all different kind of backgrounds, and they're super liberal when it comes to Christian values and things like that. Like they're totally cool with gays and things like that. And
most teens are when it's pushed by the media all day.
It's not pushed. What are you talking about? Pushed by the media? What do you mean? What are you referencing?
I'm talking about being pushed by the president.
Pushed by rights, equal rights. Is that what you're talking about?
That's why they're more for equality today.
Okay, so wait. Be specific. What are you talking about? Being pushed by the president?
Pushed by the media, the president, the gay rights.
What specifically? Okay. Are you against
let's talk
gays
about that.
having? Yeah. Are you against gays having rights?
No. That wasn't my point. My point is that there's a different sociological perspective as compared to something like, let's say, the 50s.
Back when it was acceptable to beat your wife or rape her.
Now that's a caricature of people. People did not
hang black people from trees.
It's like in people in the 1860s. It's like people in the 1860s most people did not think slavery was good. What happened is most people didn't believe that the federal government should impede on states' rights. Only 3% of people in the South had slaves.
Their state right to own slaves.
Well, and let's not forget the whole segregation thing, which was really what we're talking about in those times. It wasn't slavery in the 1950s. No. But you're talking about. We need to go back because you kind of whitewashed that very quickly when we were talking about the media. Well, I understand that you teach that, but what you're saying the media pushing what? Pushing equality. Is pushing equality a bad thing?
No, that wasn't my point, though.
No, but I'm asking you: is pushing equality a bad thing?
Well, now we're debating again.
Well, I'm just trying to get you to actually answer a question, and you can't just seem to answer the question directly. Pushing equality?
You should have asked in our debate.
You can run from it. That's fine. If you don't want to answer the question, just like you didn't want to go over scripture, that's absolutely fine. That's up to you. But it shows you the weakness of what you're trying to argue. You say things and then you back away from them because I'm actually pointing out the details of what you're saying, right? So when I talk about young Christians being more tolerant of gays and not looking at it as sin anymore is what I'm talking about. And then you're like, well, it's pushed by the media and the president. And I ask you what you're talking about, and then you're like, well, okay, rights. And then I'm like, okay, well, what's your problem with the president and them pushing rights? What does that have? Does them pushing rights affect people being more liberal in their Christian views?
The view today is they think certain behaviors that weren't okay in prior times are okay today. That was my point. You tried to make it where what I personally viewed about these issues, but we were talking a broader issue on the secularization, the so-called secularization going on, which is a lie. That they point to these phony statistics and surveys.
Can I ask you how old you are?
Wait. Let me address. Hang on one second. Do you know that what I've actually cited? I could back up from religious organizations, a ton of religious organizations. So where you're saying that we're getting this from secular sites and misinformation, these are the religious people. They're asking, why are people not coming to our churches? This is from Christian sites that I've read.
Okay. Let me just say.
Do you deny that? Are you saying that these Christians are lying?
No, I'm saying
that these are false statistics. These are Christian statistics.
Let me answer. With all due respect, if we're going to have a discussion, I think they're misinformed. That they don't understand. Just as they're misinformed, hundreds of thousands of Christians aren't being killed each year. Okay, that's a lie. Also, a lot of Christian literature put out by some of these churches and some of their big organizations that they put forth. Well, there's not persecution like people dying.
Well, people do die in places around the world for being Christian.
Yeah, but not 100,000 a year. Okay.
No, I'm not saying it's those higher numbers either. Now,
not because of their Christian faith. That's all I was saying.
What are you citing though that Christianity is on the uprise, especially in America? What are you citing for that?
The general surveys. Hold on, I can't remember the name.
Not a government census.
No, it's the general surveys. What was it called, Josh? General. Let me find it. Okay. Let me find it.
And I wonder how, if we just looked at this one study and how many studies, and I wonder if you actually looked at the criteria of the people doing this study, and how many studies you're actually citing to back up this assertion that you're making.
Peter Berger is one of the best. He's probably one of the best. He was one of the best proponents of the secularization debate. He switched his mind.
Josh, can I give you a little piece of advice?
Yeah.
And I'm saying this as I'm seriously somebody who's been in the Great Debate community and who runs Hangouts. The more name dropping you have, the less potent your arguments. Okay. Well, and I understand the reasoning behind it, but I'm telling you, from a person who listens to a lot of argumentation, I generally go when people start dropping names, when you start talking about Kant or Hume or whoever, I tend to tune out, and I know most listeners do, because either A, they're not really familiar with those people, and if they are, they don't care what those people are saying. They're not in here arguing. They want to hear your arguments, right? They want to hear what you have to say. If they wanted to hear somebody else what they have to say if they're living, we would have that person in here.
Yeah.
So, and I don't even mind if friendly advice. Articulate their argument. I don't mind so much. I got to be able to articulate their actual argument.
Let me say, I do. First of all, I do appreciate that advice. I'm always, I think a person needs to be humble and understand that.
Use it sparingly.
Yeah, I think I probably, should be mindful of people who haven't read those. But I was under the impression that, or sometimes I'm under the impression that atheism or skepticism, is under this really thought out position. And so that's why I like to read. That's what I do. I read and study. And I need to stop that or stop acting like people know what they're talking about.
Well, you're gonna. I mean, you're gonna find. You've been in the community for a while, Joe. You were used to be in Nadia's room, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, some of the players here, and from experience that probably some of the atheists are better knowledge, or have more knowledge, or better equipped to argue from a theistic viewpoint than any of the actual theists. They know the material pretty well. I know a lot of atheists that I mean, wow, they know their shit. Let me tell you.
Yeah, there's very, very smart people, but I guess I need to be more mindful of that. But
I mean,
if you got, I'm trying to also help people and teach people a little.
Like, I literally went to Google and I pulled up National Geographic talking about how religion is declining. I mean, we have Psychological Today. I mean, there's like, at least just from a quick Google search, I can pull up 5 studies. Newsweek. Yeah. I didn't pull up Huffington Post.
Did you see that link I gave?
I think it was too liberal.
Please look at that link I gave. The General Census Survey. I think that it's called the GSC, I believe.
The Oxford one you put it here in the side.
That's one link, and I think it discusses it. It gives the references. If that doesn't show the article, then you can also find it by some other links by the same name. But that's what.
Well, your article is behind a paywall, so.
Oh.
Okay. Then try to find.
I'm looking for one right now of it that's not behind a paywall, but I did find a critique of it from Harvard. Apparently, his methodology wasn't exactly up to snuff.
Yeah, so says another scholar. But I just hope y'all know that.
That's so disingenuous, dude. Like you can, you're like, okay, accept my scholars.
Yeah, that's
Harvard,
kind of
and then you're like,
right?
oh no, that's just this scholar is not correct. Like, do you understand what that's not a convincing argument?
Guys, there are scholars who affirm your side, but there's a hell of a lot of scholars that are now saying that the secularization thesis is a scam, and they give the general something surveys. I forgot what it's called. I'm trying to find it, but there.
Why can I Google it and find 4 sources for me within a minute? Yet you can't go to Google and find any sources within the 5 minutes we've been talking.
Yeah, and I looked at the names. I know these things
exist. Go to Google and find all these sources.
Right.
I know these things existed. I've read some of this stuff.
No, it's not. It's fact. Like, I literally went to Google. I already posted 2 within 30 seconds of doing a Google search. And there's able to post one that backs your argument.
Scotty, you'll find, if you look more even deeper, you'll find actually churches that have actually put out the same information. Why is our church attendance down?
That's what I discussed earlier, and I said to that many churches are putting out this.
Well, that's just an assertion, though. That's what you're basically saying is what, you know what, they're just wrong because they're wrong.
Well, hold on, before you
You need
interrupt.
to demonstrate that they're wrong.
Well, let's see. Before you interrupt, let me finish my point. There's many churches that put up a bogus 100,000 Christians die each year from just being a Christian, which is bogus.
That's a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur. Joshua, that's a non sequitur. How can you?
But don't
we're
believe
asking
just what churches say.
No, but that's still a non sequitur. You're talking about something else. Yes, people do that. Deckel loves to run that thing every so often. Oh yeah, this village burned down and Christians died. We get that.
You just gave an argument though. You just said that even churches use that argument.
Joshua, just because the churches have misinformation in one area doesn't mean it translates to across the board.
No,
right?
but don't you know churches can be gullible too? Don't you understand?
We're not denying that. We're not denying that, but we are giving you specific instances. It's the guy who looked them up of numerous instances that's affirming what I am saying about the decline of theology in America, religious groups and downward trend of organized religious attendance, and you're just saying, well, they could be wrong. The churches can be wrong. We get that, but why are they wrong in this particular instance? Right? You're having a fallacy here. You're having a genetic fallacy that because they've been wrong in the past, or they're wrong over here, they're wrong about this. That's a fallacy of genetics.
Okay, let me see if I could read that genetic fallacy.
I've literally put 5 sources up on the right within the 30 seconds we've been talking.
Do they talk about the General Census Survey? Do they talk about the GSC or the GCF?
Why do they need to mention that specific survey that you're referencing? You can't even bring up through a link for us.
Well, I will.
Why should I have?
What am I looking for?
I've posted resources.
What survey am I looking for?
A lot of these surveys are these schools doing these little surveys or these things like this. They're not the big surveys that Rodney Stark and Peter Berger. Look up the name Peter Berger. Right, you will see he was the champion of the secularization thesis in the 70s. He saw the growing global South, churches expanding, the Christians in China. Now he retracted it. He says, religion is bigger than any time in the world now, today. That's Peter Berger.
The only thing I'm finding, I'm not looking up him, and we said before, evangelical Christianity is growing slightly, okay? But as a whole, everything I'm finding across the board about Christians itself, about the entire group, is diminishing in America. I have not found anything that is saying that other than... I don't care about Bergman. You have to make your case. I'm not going to do your research. Find us what you're talking about.
Is it Ludwig Berger? Peter L. Berger?
I believe so.
Was he born in 1929, Austrian-born American sociologist? Yes. Is he still alive?
I believe so.
And when was this study done? Like what year? If he's born in 1929... It's 2017, dude.
Yeah, that's probably an old study, man. I mean, good God. If he did it when he was 50, it was in the 70s. Right?
I don't know. Paul McHugh still pumps shit out every now and then.
Yeah, 70s,
but you think about what we're talking about is modern day. We're talking about the last 10 years.
In the 70s.
Okay.
That's the 70s.
According to Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia.
Listen, I wasn't giving you a study. The study comes from 2008, and then they did another one. I believe it was in 2000. I think it was 2012, and they showed the percentage of atheists remains the same at about 4.3% in the U.S. And the conservative churches, not just evangelical, but conservative sect movements also, like Mormonism, Jehovah's Witnesses, they're growing. People have a more progressive no, hold on. A sophisticated understanding of what Christianity is, not that they're doing.
Joshua, before everything. Hold on, time out, Steve. Joshua, if you want your church to grow, the easiest way to do that is to have kids.
That's right.
That's true. That's true.
Now your church is growing.
Catholics have a lot. But I mean, if you look at Wikipedia, it shows from 1990 to 2008 a 10% decrease in Christianity across the board. In Canada, it was from 22.5 million to 22.1 million. Matter of fact, every metric on here is in the negative except for a handful, and not one of them is greater than 1%. One of them is 0.9%. No, that's assuming that's agnostic atheist. United
Church. Let me
show
you how that's wrong.
And, I can show you how that's wrong because I live in Canada, and I can tell you right now that if you were to survey the people in Quebec and you ask them what their religious affiliation is and their church attendance,
we're talking about
all those things, you would get 80% are Catholic and they attend church at least once a month. But if you ask them, do you believe in a God? 60% are going to say no, there's no God.
Okay, my turn. Okay. What they put down on a lot of these surveys is, and there's been scholarly articles about this, they put down something called the nuns. They're called the nuns. Now, that doesn't mean that they're switching. It means that they're not putting, they're like a C.S. Lewis Christian, not putting down one denomination, but putting down that they're a globalist, or like a more sophisticated understanding of Christianity. That means that they don't have to go to church to be a Christian.
So you're saying the nuns are actually still Christians?
No, I'm saying if you look up scholarly articles, you will see how these so-called surveys are bogus, okay? Because they're in the literature.
And you know what? If you survey the nuns specifically, it turns out that a lot of them aren't for forcing their religious views down other people's throats.
But that's
that is secularism.
No, that's not secularism.
Yes, it is. When we're talking about secularism, we're talking about just being irreligious with respect to like politics, a government that doesn't favor one religion over another.
Well, I'm
the
sure
individual may have certain religious persuasions, but that is irrelevant to it.
Okay, I'm sure that they would have other political views that they would like held up, like there needs to be some laws against something, and in so much as they do that, their influence of Christianity in formulating or raising the status of women and formulating laws based on justice would influence that.
You know, I just posted an article from Fox News. Fox News is who I listen to, but they are hugely biased when it comes to theism. I think there's a bias there, but I mean, even they admit. Well, you're just making all these assertions that all these people don't understand.
Rodney Stark, sir. Rodney Stark.
You did it again, dude.
You did it again. Yeah, like, don't be doing this name dropping, asking us to do your homework. If you have an article to present, because you're literally just saying, well, you know what? You guys are all wrong. All these other guys are wrong because this guy says so. Well, this guy means nothing to me. I don't know who he is. I'm going by reputable sources, and you have to disprove the reputable sources, and then maybe write to them and say, hey, look, you're wrong because of this, and see what they say. Because we have come up with at least 7, 8, 9, 10 sources so far, one of which is Fox freaking News. Okay,
yeah, that's not the only thing. Is that these are multiple sources converging on the same conclusion, and you have one or two people who disagree with that conclusion.
It's kind of like the churches reporting that somehow 100,000 people are dying in the name of Christ.
Wait, no. Okay, that's the 5th time you mentioned that. That has nothing to do with this topic. I don't. Okay. Are you for real at this point, Josh? I'm not trying to be making.
Well, but you know what the other thing is, too, like if we're talking worldwide population of secularism, all we need to do, because it's basically non-religious belief, right? You can go to countries like China, where we have almost 2 billion people that that basically live secular type belief systems, right? Like those populations are growing. India is another one. Well, I guess you would consider that like a religious thing, but it's not. They don't view Hinduism in the same way that a Christian views Christianity. It's more a ritualistic thing than actually.
But Christianity is exploding in the global south, and I just provided the link where you
can. There are always local areas where it's going to grow. Let me finish. We've already said that. But you're repeating yourself.
I actually provided the link this time where you can read that full article. Hope you keep an open mind.
What is this from? Where is this?
This has to do with Japan.
This
is the Journal of Religion in Japan. Secularization, rest in peace, nonsense. The rush hour away from gods and the decline of religion in contemporary Japan. Why would you cite this article? What does this have to do with anything?
Did the wrong article, sorry. Hold on, let me find it.
I think I posted the article he was referring to in the side chat. It's
Can you post it?
yeah, it's
Can I see it?
Institute of Religion and Public Life, Secularization Falsified by Peter L. Berger, February 2002.
Oh, no. I meant the one by Rodney Stark. But there's countless articles by mainline sociology.
Well, this looks like I haven't read this whole thing, Scott, but this looks like an opinion piece.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the reason I posted it.
So his opinion matters because where is his statistical information that we can actually evaluate here? Everybody's got an opinion.
Well, what's cracking me up is, Josh, you're claiming all these scholars and all this stuff and all these articles, but you can't seem to actually provide one source for any of them.
Okay.
Yet we
hold on.
haven't been claiming all these things. We're able to, like, I think in this sidebar we have like 7 or 8 different sources that agree with our opinion. So even if you were somehow to find some source that agrees with your opinion, it would be that one source versus the 8 to 10 sources we provided from various people with all different beliefs, conservative, liberal, different organizations.
These sources the 8 sources that, I'll go slow, the 8 sources that you provided, do they mention the surveys at the bottom? Because most of these surveys aren't based on the huge ones that Peter Berger or Rodney Stark list, and they deny secularization.
Well,
here's that link.
What surveys are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I have Berger's thing right here. There's no study that he cites there.
Right here. I just provided the link.
All right, let's take a look here.
Okay. I'm sorry I provided the wrong link before.
That's okay.
And I'm reading Berger, and I'm not really seeing his argument here. It's pretty verbose, but saying nothing in a lot of words.
Okay. Well, did you get the Stark one I sent?
I'll look at it now.
I'm pulling it up now too.
Stark.
Can I just say, like, I don't know about like generally everywhere, but here in the UK and definitely some of like the European countries close to us, generally the people who would identify themselves as Catholic are actually going down. Now, there might be other denominations of Christianity that are slightly rising, but I think more people are identifying themselves as secular atheist or agnostic, especially here in the UK and certainly most parts around me. And yeah, I think there is actually a graph from that, which I'm just trying to find now.
There's absolutely. And because of that, that there was a monarchy, and it's a reaction against that. And when you have religious freedom or a heritage of religious freedom, you don't see that in America. About 4.3%, 3.9%, 4.2%, 4.3% remains the same in the general survey taken in 1904 and again taken in 2004, 2008. The same number of percentage of atheists. There's no secularization in America. The exceptional is
that's just absurd.
Well, the statistics.
Are you really saying there's no secularization in America? Really?
Hold on. If I provided the statistics and they say that the same as 1904, that would falsify your claim.
No, not really. It depends because
in here, I still haven't found them in this article.
I'm looking through what you have right now by Stark, and I'm not really seeing what you're seeing so far. Can you kind of direct me on what page number I'm looking at that supports your assertions here? This is a lot of pages, and I'm not really gathering what you're saying.
Okay, I'll do my best. Hold on.
Sorry, but I thought that the last poll that was carried out in America a year ago, I thought 40% of American people considered themselves not Christian and something else. I think it was like, I think the question they asked was, do you believe in a God or something like that? And about 40% of the people said, no, we don't. That's right, isn't it, Steve?
I didn't hear you. What? I'm sorry.
Dash
what?
link.
Yeah,
I'm reading
but
this.
he's discounting all the things we've already put all those up. Like we put all the things that showed by news articles saying that secularism is on the rise. It doesn't matter what you quote to him. He says some kind of bias or something is what I'm getting from him.
Okay.
I see this article's referencing a lot of things from like the 20s and 40s and the 70s and stuff in here.
First of all, Skylar, I followed a lot of your articles. What the basis? It seems mostly to refer to the same survey that I posted in the side chat that you posted yourself. So a lot of it go back to that.
You said to what? The same server?
To the same survey. That
that's what I was telling y'all about. A lot of the media they give these little surveys, not the main ones.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said that it's referred to the same surveys. It could be multiple surveys still. But what he posted referred to the same survey probably because it was released during a certain time and it generated enough clicks. That's all it did.
Okay.
This is a question about the survey. I'd love to know what about the survey doesn't give an accurate analysis.
Yeah, the Pew Research Center.
I didn't say anything on that. I just said that you don't have multiple sources. You have less.
Well, Pew is a pretty good survey center, right? Pew Research Survey Center. This is what they said, that the number of Americans who don't affiliate with a particular religion has grown from 56 million in recent years, making the faith research group researchers called nuns the second largest in total numbers behind evangelicals.
Doesn't mean secularization. It means
I'm not talking about. I don't care about secularization. You keep throwing this word secularization.
Okay.
I have not even.
Well,
I've said that America has secularization. We have a secular society. We are increasing secularization.
No,
and I'm not using the nuns to. Let me finish.
You know what the secularization thesis is? The secularization thesis. Read it on Google.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the nuns are necessarily secular, but the nuns are saying they don't affiliate with a particular group, and by definition, that does fall into secularity, right? You do agree that if you affiliate with that's what secular means, that you're not affiliating with any religious thing, right?
Rodney Stark discusses when.
No, you're not. I don't care about Stark. Answer my question,
okay,
please.
No. Let me tell you why.
I affiliate with nuns. Does that equate to a secular?
It means none as a specific Christian denomination.
No, it does not.
Well, that he goes into detail in his book and I think to a lesser extent in this article that I'm looking at that I posted. I have the quote from Berger. Not merely one quote.
Here, read me this. Researchers have long debated whether people with no religion should be defined as secular, since the category includes those who believe in God and those considered spiritual. But the new Pew study found increasing signs of secularism. Last year, 31% of nuns said they were atheist or agnostic, compared to 25% in 2007. And the percentage of who said religion was important to them dropped. Okay?
Mm-hmm. And I want to point out, reading this article real quick.
Didn't.
I want to read this article real quick because the highest date that going to the references and all the data that it uses for the very article you gave us, the latest year from any of the research is 1997.
That's antiquated.
No, actually,
That's 20 years out of dated information.
Yeah, there's nothing. Go ahead. You can go to the references. You can look at all the references that they use for this data for this paper he used. All the articles. The most of them are from actually the 80s, early 90s. Some are even older, 1982, 1987. I mean, there's a lot of resources here, but none of them. The highest year is 1997.
Yeah, that's 2 decades out of date, man. That's
again the triumph of Christianity, where he discusses this, was 2008. So that is 8 years.
But it sounds like he's relying on already 10-year-old studies.
Yes, exactly. And the article you posted is the very link you gave us, the references, the data that was used for this article, the latest was 1997.
Here, the New York Times, big drop in share of Americans calling themselves Christian. This is the New York Times, for God's sake.
They're fair and balanced. Right.
Oh, my God. This is everything you have is incredulity. We've given you so many different. We've given. Wait, if the New York Times and Fox News and the Christian Monitor all agree on something,
you mentioned churches also. And remember what I said about churches.
You're just making a blind assertion, though.
A lot of places make all these religion. You know how religion is in the world. They say Christians are being killed because of their faith by 100,000 a year.
That's the sixth time you brought up that non sequitur. I mean, it's something that you stunted.
Why don't you consider this, that churches may have wrong information also?
I don't know what's wrong with you, but something is seriously wrong because we just said churches can be wrong. We've all nobody disagrees with that.
So why do you keep quoting?
If you keep on saying that the 1,000 people dying have nothing to do with this, it's a genetic fallacy. And you keep saying, like, oh, look, they were wrong about that, therefore they're wrong about this, right?
That's what a lot of preachers say in their sermons, right?
Alan Cooperman, the director of religious research at the Pew Research Center, said the decline is taking place in every region of the country, including the Bible Belt.
Yeah, that's not
well, again, you're just asserting stuff, but that's not true. That's not true.
I said Peter Berger, Rodney Stark.
What you're talking about surveys that are 20 years out of date.
There was hold on, sir. 1904, how many atheists? 4.3 or 3.9. 2004, how many atheists? 4.3 There's
atheism. Wait. Secularism and atheism are not the same thing.
Yes, that's the key to it.
That's
most
the
people
mistake you're
won't
making.
say that. Yeah, people won't say they're atheists. Like people won't really believe in anything, but they just won't say they're atheists.
Hey, Skylar, are you secular?
When they're seeing nuns on the religion, that doesn't mean that they're leaving Christianity. Maybe some.
Go ahead.
But a great percentage.
I want Skylar to answer this. Doctor, go ahead. I want Skylar to answer this. This is good.
Skylar, are you secular?
I am.
Are you an atheist?
No.
Ba-bum, da-da-da.
Oh, and we can mess things up even more. I'm an atheist, and I attend church. Ta-da!
Yeah, but you're just fucking weird, Docs.
Yeah, I am.
Hold on, guys.
Can we mess things up even more? I'm atheist and I'm spiritual, so.
Jack, you got to throw a monkey wrench in there somehow, right?
Yeah.
I'm atheist and I still go to the temple occasionally.
And I'm agnostic, and I think you're all fucked up. So whatever.
And
no, I only go. Listen, I don't go temple to pray on venerations and stuff like my family do. I go because it's a family get together at the end of the day, and whether it's in a temple, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a community hall, whether it's at a party hall, at the end of the day, I'm going for the social aspect and meeting my family.
A lot of people do that
just to keep up appearances rather than pray with them.
Let me ask you: do you think that's more common than ever, though?
I do.
Omar?
Yeah,
I do.
You know, Grace Davey is a Europe from the UK, a sociologist. Well, she says believing without belonging. You can do a YouTube, and she has a lot of series on that. They still believe in God, believe in Christianity. They just don't belong to a church, and that's what a lot of the surveys in the UK have been showing.
If you don't accept Jesus Christ in your heart, are you a Christian? If you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Savior and accept Him into your heart, does that mean you're not a Christian?
Does this relate to what I'm saying?
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Very much so.
So a Christian would be defined as someone who accepts Jesus Christ in their heart, believes. Yes. Let's not hold on. This is
Catholics don't emphasize born again.
Well,
don't.
Once again, non sequitur. What I'm talking about is I'm asking you. In order to be a Christian, if you're saying they have a God belief, I have a God belief, and I'm secular.
Well, then
that's the whole point.
There's no secularization. There's just a more sophisticated understanding
Josh, you said that 6 times. You're not addressing Skylar's question here.
My views are more sophisticated than your views. That's basically what you're arguing to me then.
Yeah.
That I have more sophisticated views on God than general Christianity does.
So again, Skylar, ask your question again, because I see where you're going with this. So ask your question about Christianity.
Yeah, so in order to be a Christian, you have to, well, I should ask it in the form of a question. In order to be a Christian, do you have to accept Jesus Christ in your heart and accept His atonement for your sins?
Should I I don't think I should be the determinant. If
Oh my
someone
God,
says-
this is a no-brainer to any Christian.
Well,
This is a no-brainer question.
But this
Do
is
you
a
accept
different
that
Christian.
Jesus
How
is
could you
and
wait?
he is
How
the
could you
Lord and
wait?
Savior?
How could you even hesitate, as somebody who claims to be Christian, to even hesitate to answer that? I'm agnostic, and I know that any Christian out there would answer that yes immediately, without hesitation.
You know what some people in conservative Christians how they would answer. But what about a Catholic? They might say you don't have to have
In a
conscious
heartbeat, they would
knowledge.
answer
They would
that, yes.
all answer that yes. Every Catholic I know would say that with a yes, absolutely. Of course,
I'm
they
not-
believe that.
Yeah, and I'm not
I could
asking
literally
whether they're
walk
really
into the other room and grab one
No.
right now and
Yeah,
come
we-
on and
we-
say
we-
yes.
No,
Ask
Well,
Mass, Jay,
okay.
Fiona. They're all
There-
Catholics. They're all
There's
yes.
differences of individual positions, but not in the general Catholic Church. The
I
church.
think you're wrong on that.
decides
Do I need to
that's
go to
what-
Vatican.gov for you?
Yeah, go ahead, because I
I'm
think
a wife
that's a
Catholic.
stipulation of Catholicism. That's one of the core tenets.
Yeah, if you're going to try to argue that one of the core beliefs, it doesn't have to be a core belief to believe in Jesus Christ as your Savior, then you can still be a Christian and not believe in Jesus Christ as your Savior. That's lunacy.
There's contradictions there all over the place. There's a problem there. I mean, that's
somebody-
you know,
and
I
somebody
accept
who's
Jesus as my
really
Savior, but
studied
Jesus
it.
never existed. How does that translate to reality?
Well, then, if this is all absurd, why does Grace Davy, one of the most
Will you
prominent,
stop
You'll
dropping
know.
names?
look her up? If you're
God
so
damn.
confident of your position, why not look her up?
And it's a logical fallacy, dude. You're just appealing to authority.
Yeah,
Is that person a Catholic?
Look it up. I'm not going anymore.
You're not going to do any research. You're not going to
yeah.
give it.
It's like you know what? Here's
like,
a name.
you bring them up.
Here's a name. Here's a name.
And-
Go look him up. This is my refutation of an
We're
argument.
talking about
I thought you were
what
a
Catholics
Catholic.
believe, and you just drop some random
Well,
name of some
Right? Who
random
do you
person,
like this?
and
No,
you don't know
no,
what the
no.
religious affiliation is.
Notice what I said before, that people aren't leaving their Christian faith. They're just leaving the church in England.
But Josh, you
remember
missed what
that I
Scotty
said
was
that?
going
You
to.
remember that I said that?
You missed exactly what I was saying.
You totally missed it.
These people aren't just
Totally
leaving
missed
the church. They're not acknowledging that Jesus Christ is their Savior.
Exactly.
They may just believe in some kind of God type, right? They may just be like a soft
Or
feeling.
spiritual.
Spiritual. I could think there might be a God. I'm not
They
willing to
might
go
have
as far as to call it myself an
They
atheist.
might have a broader view of what Christianity is.
So,
but-
Josh, are you really saying right now that you could be a Christian and not accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior? Is that possible?
No. Who are you to say that they can't have a broader viewpoint?
I'm not asking for a broader viewpoint. I'm asking you, is that a core belief?
Is it a core belief or not? Do you have to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior to be a Christian?
You do.
Okay. Then it's
But they
game over.
interpret that in different ways, okay? They say
How do
you don't
interpret it
have
different
to go.
ways?
They say you don't have to go to the physical church. Do you understand that?
No,
Look at
we-
what you said.
We're not talking about going to the church. We're not
We're
talking
not talking about that
Look
at
it up.
all.
You're so in left
Well,
field
that's
on
what-
this, dude.
That's
Seriously.
where a lot of the nuns come from. They say there's no particular denomination.
No, they
Well,
actually.
some of them do, yes. Some
Well,
of the
they might
people,
be-
as I
okay,
mentioned
They say in the
before,
scholarly
some of the
literature,
people
they
Hang on.
say
I
do
will-
identify as Christians.
Yes, I will
However,
concede that.
there
yes.
is no
Well,
immediate
yeah.
conflict
Small
with
amount.
being secular and being Christian.
Yeah, I
You
will.
can
I will
believe that
concede
the
that.
government needs to be secular and still personally believe
Okay.
that Jesus
Okay.
is your
Yes.
Lord and Savior and that
And
He
I-
atoned for your sins.
And I agree, and I would say that the nuns comprise a lot of different categories. Okay, we get that. And I would say that according to the things, 31% is atheist or agnostic. So that's a third right there that just outright don't accept God. I would probably say another half, a third of that would be people that just don't believe in anything, just they don't care or whatever, and they associate with none. And there might be some people in the nuns that actually believe, right? There could be, but they just don't go to church. That is possible. But as far as the secularization of society in America, we live in a secular society, Josh. America is a secular nation. Without question. We were not founded on Christian principles, contrary to what anything you've ever learned. We were not founded on.
You read the Declaration of Independence?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and it was written by secular.
Well,
not secular.
yeah, and do you see what the what laws were founded on?
Yeah. And you understand Thomas Jefferson was a deist.
They both love the word
Do you-
deist.
Yeah.
Do you understand that they
Do you know what the separation of church and wall state, the actual wall that Jefferson came up with, the separation of church and state, because he was a secularist, because he wanted that, even though he had deistic beliefs, he understood that the society had to be secular.
You're
just not
confusing
supported.
secular with atheist.
No, listen, not supported by the government. That'd be a monarchy, but we have the freedom to choose, freedom of religion. That doesn't mean Christian values can't influence society, and that's indeed what happened in Declaration.
It absolutely
of Independence.
means that. It means you can't
What do you
use
think
the
it actually
Bible as a
means?
It's
biblical
not
club.
government supported. That's all it means. It's not government supported.
Josh, you're saying the opposite of actually what everything actually means. Secular, to be secular means that you don't have the Bible or whatever to use as a model, right? We don't use the biblical thing for anything in our judicial system or
That's not what I'm saying. That's not government mandate.
And that's a traditional thing. That's the only reason why people are swearing the Bible, right? They're not actually swearing to live up to the code of the Bible. It's because of tradition. That's why we do that. But anything else, we
But
completely
there's a
secular.
lot of tradition. We don't just have a blank slate. We
I'm not
look
saying
at
we
a
don't
lot
have
of the
tradition.
traditions.
But
Yeah,
but that
a lot
doesn't
of
mean we govern.
How people came up with the Declaration. You're trying to make it totally separate from the Constitution.
It is totally separate. That's
Okay,
the whole point.
But
So the
tradition
Declaration of
goes-
Independence, which is a non-governing document that doesn't mention Christianity, somehow is religious in nature.
I'm not sure how you're making that leap.
Does it mention God?
God, okay, again, secular
Doesn't
not
preclude the
mean
notion of God.
atheist.
Right. Secular. This is the whole crux of the matter. He thinks that secularism means that you can't have God.
It
And that's
means
not what
agnostic
secular
or
means.
atheist. It doesn't. It means
no, no.
irreligious.
No,
The
no.
government is
The government has exactly.
Yeah,
That's
no
the key.
preference to one religion or one religious denomination over another.
I think you're playing private
Don't say it's playing with
language
words. Don't.
Yes, let's go down the
That was
semantic
Tyler.
games road.
I have to
This
agree
is
with
exactly what it means, Joshua. Joshua, this
Steve,
is exactly what it means.
If I may, I put a wiki link on the side there about the Jedi census phenomenon.
I see it up there. I missed it. Sorry.
Yeah. It kind of shows that just because you have a census and people fill stuff out, every time you fill stuff out, people can change what they filled out, even though you ask them year by year. So your numbers will change.
This is people that say the religion is the Jedi.
Yeah.
That's what I answered on
And
the
in the
recent
case, if
census.
you look at, in the case in the article there, it actually states in New Zealand, the numbers in New Zealand over 5 years dropped.
There was
In other words,
21,000
people got tired of the
Jedi
joke.
in
Yeah.
Canada.
Yeah.
I was
But-
one of them.
And
I'm a
another thing
Jedi
here,
minister.
Josh, have you ever heard of something called a Christian atheist?
Yes.
I haven't.
You got one in the room right
Go
here.
look it up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah. Matter of
see.
fact, you know what's funny? I swear to
Wait,
God.
wait, you
I'm
ask
lying.
me a question. Let me ask one
What's with
question.
this? Antonio Fletcher and a few other people had an absolute conniption fit one time when I had brought up Christian atheist. They said that is an impossibility, and I said, "What do you mean it's a possibility? This is a group that exists." Well, they can exist. I'm like, so your argument is that these people that you say can exist that do exist because they affiliate with Christianity, the tenets, right? But they're atheists, or they're Christian atheists. They're saying there's no such thing, and I'm like, what the hell kind of argument that there's no such thing as these people that claim to be Christian atheists because they follow the teachings of Christ, but from an atheistic standpoint.
Well, we find
Okay,
them to be admirable, but also it's doubly funny because they also don't believe that atheists exist in the first place.
Oh my God,
I wonder-
they're so inconsistent in their reasoning.
Sure.
It's ridiculous. Go ahead,
Let me-
Josh.
Oh, well, I do thank you for telling me about the Christian atheist. They talk about the supreme judge in the Declaration of Independence and how our natural rights are based on
You're still
God.
not getting it. Yeah,
So
we
there's
just explained it.
hold
to you.
on. There's continuation between the Declaration of why it was written and the same founders, the traditions influencing the Constitution. So there's not a total discontinuity, but there's a lot of continuity.
Okay, Steve, can I address that?
Not be my guest.
Okay, Josh, how familiar are you with natural law theory of metaethics?
I'm somewhat familiar.
Okay, and as again we have stated, belief in God is not inconsistent with secularism, correct?
I don't know. Why don't you look it up on the internet? What's it say?
Wow, that
Secularism is
Wow.
a government being irreligious,
Secularism. Maybe that's the issue. Joshua defines
But hold on,
showing
before we-
no
before we
preference
go on,
for
do you
one
know that
religious
that's
view over another,
okay? If you
or the
you're-
lack thereof.
Okay, but Ronnie Stark and other sociologists
Oh
even
my
talked
God.
about. Well, actually, be a little more respectful when I'm talking, sir.
Ronnie's completely. If you bring Ronnie into this argument, there's no way you stand a chance of saying.
He didn't say
Right.
Ronnie.
Yeah, look,
Remotely
Steve's been asking you,
logical.
Joshua, not to name drop, and you just name dropped Ronnie.
Okay.
Yeah,
Come on.
Did he
Okay.
say,
For the
no, did he say Ronnie? I didn't hear him. But I heard him name
Just
drop.
trying
Yeah,
to-
I mean,
just
it's
trying to be
like
respectful.
Ronnie is completely redundant.
Okay.
He-
Okay. Let me just say,
Joshua,
scholars that they talk about what is exactly meant by secularization. If it's going towards losing religion, then there clearly is not secularization due to the global South.
well, hang on. There's two
like
things in the factor there. One is there is a decrease in religion that's separate, and there's an increase in secularity. But I'm not saying that they're one and the same thing.
Yeah, but there is
That's
They're
not the argument.
There
They're not the same thing. But there is they're two different things going on. We
Well,
have an increase
tell
in
you-
secular, and we also have a decrease in religion. But that doesn't mean one is because of the other.
Okay. You can define secularization in two different ways, but there isn't a decrease in religion because the global South and China, okay,
What is
in
the
America
global
is
South?
stabilizing.
Yeah, the South only has an increase in evangelicals. Okay, that's true.
No.
Yes.
Sect movements
I
also.
just read
Sect
the statistics.
I actually
they-
have a
did they
cousin
discuss
missioning
Mormonism?
in China right now.
Did they discuss Mormonism? Because that's not evangelical.
Didn't say it was.
Well, maybe your study is incomplete. What I'm saying
This is a Pew Research Center.
there's other good studies besides Pew.
The Mormons,
But I
as
will
far as
say
I'm
Pew is a
aware,
good
aren't
research.
really missioning in China at the moment. They're mostly focusing on Latin America.
Some scholars have estimated there's 100 million Christians in China.
Yeah, not Mormons though. Like as I
No.
said before, I have a cousin who's right now he's missioning in China,
Yeah, and he did
southern China.
He did surveys in China. Okay. Some scholars say less. Some have even said up to possibly 120. I doubt it's
Okay,
120.
Joshua, and what is the population of China?
1 billion.
How many?
It's almost two.
In
But my
1900,
point is-
in
Surely that's
1900,
Beijing.
in 1900, there was only 1 million Christians, and what scholars said was that they were quote unquote rice Christians, that they were Christians only for cultural reasons. But now today, Christians, people are turning Christian there in academia, in other higher status places of society.
Yeah, and okay, but even still, okay, so it shows that statistical analysis shows from China went from 2% to 4% of Chinese identify as Christian. That's certainly not enough to offset globally. Globally, it's on the decrease.
It's
Or among
10%.
what we would consider to be industrialized and modern societies.
I would say across the
countries
board.
that would like punish people for having too many girls.
We're talking about in some Western Europe and Australia and Canada, not in America.
America's decreasing too.
No,
I don't know how
it
you're
is
saying
not.
otherwise.
People are just
Then you're
switching to the
insane.
conservative
You're
churches.
insane.
Increasing,
People are
with the
switching
exception
to
of Russia, but they're not exactly a gold star standard, are they?
they're switching to conservative churches.
Yeah.
Most of the
Yeah,
nuns
they're
aren't.
actually with
Not.
everything they're going backwards,
Look, you-
including
you-
with
look,
women's rights.
You could call C.S. Lewis a nun on there. You could call me a nun on there.
Sure.
Well, no, I could,
problem
but
with
you. But wait a minute, how could you identify as a nun if you
Because I
identify?
don't go to a
as
specific
Christian?
church. That's what
I-
it's talking about. That's what a lot of people
No, it isn't. It
confusingly
doesn't really
answer.
matter about your attendance.
That's
It's
what
what
a
you're
lot of people
affiliated
Okay,
confusingly
Josh,
answer.
should the government be concerned with like promoting particular religious views over others?
No, they should not.
That's secularism.
Congratulations, you're a secularist.
Yay!
No, I'm not.
That's what secularism means.
That's
all
all
it
it
is.
means.
My view of God is more sophisticated than
Oh,
what
Jesus
your
Christ.
caricature
Joshua,
of what
It doesn't matter
of
what your view of
Christianity
God
is.
is. Secularism
you
deals
are-
with politics and religion and the relationship in between the two.
Yeah, can I just
You
say,
are
Joshua,
you are a secularist, Josh. Congratulations. You're like the rest of us.
I'm
I think you're
English.
trying to convince yourself, sir.
You just said you did. If you agree with what he said, that's what
That's a
secularism means.
caricature. No.
Then you don't know what the word
It's-
secularism
It's
means.
different than like, well, there's a debate among scholars about.
No, there
about what
isn't.
Which
secularism-
are linked in the side
Oh,
chat
hell,
there.
there is. They discussed that.
Joshua,
No, they discuss what could be thought of secular, but secular, not concerned or connected with religious or spiritual matters.
No,
Is that what you want? Is that what you're saying here?
Say again.
Well, one of the definitions is not connected with religious or spiritual matters. That's the definition you're going with.
Actually,
For example, like a
don't-
secular building would be a non-church building. Because,
Yeah,
because that's not because when we're talking about a secularity in society, that really that specifically means that the state, America, cannot condone or endorse or prefer any type of religion over another.
Thank you.
Well,
That's what secularism.
That is
That's
not
all secularism means.
That is not the traditional concept of what secularism says. A lot
Yes,
of
it
Josh, how
is.
many times are
No,
you
no.
going to move the goalposts?
No,
You're
okay,
literally
then why-
moving
why
goalposts
do-
now.
Okay, why do scholars?
Are you thinking of like
Can I finish, for God's sake? Why do scholars debate these two different types of definitions? Even the one I quoted, Rodney Stark, he debates. Some scholars hold this way, and some scholars hold this way.
Well, they're pretty dumb scholars then. Because scholars define right here, secularism is a belief system that rejects religion or the belief that religion should not be part of the affairs of the state or part of public education. Now look at the operator there. Or, okay, so if you wanted to say, is secularism a belief? Listen, let me finish. Okay. Secularism is a belief system that rejects religion. That's I think what you're going to, right? That's what they're probably arguing. That you're thinking secularism.
That's what
okay,
a lot of.
But look at the conjunction here. Or the belief that religion should not be part of the affairs or state a part of a public education.
Okay,
that whole definition includes everything you're saying, okay? But secularism, right, is mainly defined as the belief that religion should not be part of the affairs of the state or part of public education. That's what we're saying has been meaning all along.
Okay,
right?
What you just said, what you just said, the first definition. Now, I don't believe that by government mandate it should be, but I think people can be influenced and influence the government by non-government mandate, by election, and that's why you have more church attendance in the U.S. as compared to the UK, for example, because we have a tradition. They have a tradition of monarchy. We have a tradition of freedom, but not as a radical disassociation.
Do you want a theocracy?
See that what I said, if there's any influence by a person, non-governmental, you define that as a theocracy.
I didn't find anything. I asked you a simple question.
No, I don't want to.
Do you want to do theocracy?
Okay, hold on. What define theocracy?
Well, there's two types. You could pick either one you want. The theocracy that Jesus is the Lord and Savior that come to reign over the earth, or that he appoints a head personage to be the spokesperson for God, and that is a ordained person that has direct communion with God, and that's the head of the government.
Okay. If by saying no to both of those, I still think people can influence through the established laws the affairs of the U.S.
But that's what America was trying to avoid.
No, it was trying to avoid an official policy where it prefers one particular denomination over the other. In fact, there was secularism. A case. There what? No, it's not secularism. It's just different from the monarchy. No, it's not secularism, sir.
Well, this entire thing just boils down essentially to a semantic distinction between us, where you seem to be talking about this sort of like anti-religious attitude, and we're just talking about an irreligious view with respect to politics.
Right. That's how I'm using the word.
I will say this: if it is indeed the case, then we should move on. But y'all have stated your points. I've stated mine. I think there's two different meanings that scholars bounce across each other, in their writings. But that's just me.
All right, let me give 30 seconds to Sokka before he loses his mind here, because I'm sure he has something to add, because I know Sokka. Don't go nuts, man. Don't take forever. I got a low attention span right now.
I'm going to lose my mind. Yeah.
He's going to lose his mind.
No, I understand what Josh is saying. I think that I think though that he is confused here. When we talk about a secular state, it doesn't necessarily mean, and this is the part where I can kind of see where he's coming from. Is a secular state does not mean free from religion, okay, or a government that's completely religion free. A secular state is just a state that is not that doesn't have to follow a certain religion. That there is a religious freedom to be whatever you want within that, and you're still allowed to have your religious motivations act on how you dictate. So if you're a politician and you're a Christian, you can still act as a Christian in politics. There's nothing wrong with that, because that's your religious freedom. But you shouldn't really. But it's also the religious freedom for people not to fall under what you dictate as the religion you want to put out there. So while religion does have some motivations to the motives that certain politicians would have or certain people would have within a secular state, you just can't enforce any laws, or you can't pass legislation based on that. So it's not like secularism is completely religion-free. It's just that we're not imposing the religion on people. And I think that that's kind of like a little nuance that maybe is getting lost here a little.
I'll leave it at that. That sounds good enough for me.
I think that's the main contention of the Constitution as well, is it gives people the freedom of religion while not imposing that religion.
It also gives you the freedom. It also gives them the freedom from religion, though, too.
From religion, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually that's actually a newer thing. The freedom from religion thing is actually kind of a newer thing.
Sure, the courts have actually come up with that.
There's not a radical discontinuity between those, because the founding fathers also shaped the Declaration. So there's not like a radical conjunction or discontinuity from them. They go together.
Hey, Josh, I was gonna ask you, because we never got a chance. What was your views on intelligent design? Because we're gonna skip a little bit.
I'm probably a weak intelligent design advocate.
That's okay. Most of them are.
except for Ronnie.
No, it means you know what I mean by that, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, never mind.
Well, I mean, I could interpret it as basically you probably think that there was a grand designer, but you don't think the intelligent movement as it stands right now is adequately enough to call it a specific branch of science.
Yeah, that's close to what I believe. That's close.
Well, see, the like, for example, Ronnie, he's just the opposite, right? He actually thinks that intelligent design is the only true science. He has taken it as a foregone conclusion that intelligent design advocates the existence of intelligence, and of course, anybody with a rational mind, anybody who has any kind of comprehension on statistical methodology or science would know that that's complete bullshit. It's utter bullshit, and he just doesn't seem to understand that. So I like the fact that you answered the way you did. I don't have as much disrespect for a weak intelligent design person as I do for somebody who advocates that intelligent design is magically science, and that it magically just demonstrates some teleological model that God exists. So I'll accept that answer. I'm not going to criticize you too much for that.
I think I have a different understanding of weak intelligent design. Now I do believe that specified complexity does require an intelligent agent.
That's not weak, because that's where the problems that lies in. That specified sequential information is gibberish. There's no such terminology.
But I don't know if intelligent design is better than just thinking of like theistic evolution, just thinking that the evolutionary process was God's grand design.
Well, neither one of them are scientific theories, though, right? Theistic evolution, I'm fine with it.
I don't think that they are scientific, no.
Skyler, he left and he said goodbye in the live group chat, but he didn't actually let me say goodbye to him. Damn him. Go ahead. Sorry.
But no, I don't think that they're scientific, just as I don't think a lot of stuff is scientific.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, intelligent design is just one of those things that I never can get an intelligent design advocate to actually get the mechanism of intelligent design, of how God translates into what we see observationally, that why we see these patterns must require a deity. I see no correlation between that whatsoever.
Well, must? That's bordering on the line of dogmatism.
Well, they are dogmatic about it. Now I'm not going to deny it could, but there's a big difference between could and must. They're maintaining that it must.
You're discussing certainty, a psychological,
No, I'm not going by Cartesian certainty or anything like that. I'm just using regular colloquial language here. God can exist and could have done it this way. God could have been a designer and made things intelligently. That could have been a possibility. But the advocates for intelligent design in our community don't say that he could. They said that he must have, based upon the evidence as an abductive argument. Yeah, that's where the problem lies, because that's bullshit.
I think all evidence has to be interpreted, and so I disagree with that.
What do you mean by that? That all evidence has to be interpreted?
Well, the evidence could show a certain thing, but could be wrong. It could be pointing in the wrong direction. It doesn't conclusively show that God exists. I don't think you can show with.
Are you just talking about God claims? You're not talking about just a generic blanket statement that all evidence can be interpreted.
Yeah, all evidence has to be interpreted, but it's only plausibility statements, probability.
But then what would compel someone to draw a conclusion in the direction that evidence is going against? I don't get this.
Dogmatism on both sides, for a Christian fundamentalist and the scientism that's so prevalent in our culture in the social sciences.
Sorry, say that again. The scientism.
Yeah, scientism that's prevalent in a lot of the social sciences, not least economics, and not least.
Josh, I can tell you right now that I have only met one person that falls into the category of scientism in my entire life. So where is this bastion of scientists out there that adhere to scientism? Because I only know one that I've ever met.
Well, how about neoclassical economists?
Okay, economics is not a hard science.
No, but you can think that but you can think that it can become predictable. That they try to treat it like a hard science.
This has nothing to do with economics. I'm telling you about scientism involves hard sciences and how the acquisition of knowledge through scientific methodology. Now, the scientism would advocate that that's the only real mechanism by which we can acquire knowledge. And I don't know anybody who follows that besides, like I said, the one person who said they're a scientist. Scientism.
Or then if it's not scientifically predictable in economics, then it's not.
Economics is
wrong.
No. Economics is not a hard science.
No, I'm saying,
and there is predictive modeling, but it's not. We're not talking about the same things here. So who do you know Who do you know in the great? Okay, who do you know in the great debate community that adheres to solid scientism?
Milton Friedman and the neoclassical. Economists are influenced by scientism.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't say they could be. What does that have to do with? What does economics have to do with scientism?
You study economics?
I took macro and microeconomics from A&M University. Yeah,
I teach economics
years ago. Okay, great. That's fine. What does science? First of all, get back to the original question. Can you name me people in the scientific community that adhere to scientism? Who are these people, and what fields that are hard sciences?
So they have to claim that they adhere to scientism?
Well, I would think that people would if they adhere to scientism, they would say so. Are you saying that people are lying?
No. Do you think a dogmatist would say that they're a dogmatist or just following the evidence?
Some people look.
Dogmatic. Certainty is a psychological motif, and it applies to both the hard and soft sciences.
So you're basically have a fallacy to motive. You're basically saying, well, you know what? They don't say they adhere to scientism, but I'm going to ascribe to them that anyways, even though every single scientist I've ever met would be abhorred to say that they adhere to scientism.
Okay, well,
I don't know any scientist in the right mind that would adhere to scientism. That's completely goes against everything the science teaches.
So you have to claim something to be something. I think
I'm curious, Josh. What do you exactly mean by scientism? Because I've encountered a few definitions from a few.
I gave the definition.
Someone that thinks all knowledge, all knowledge is comes through and only by the sciences.
Right.
Okay, I mean,
Are there any is there anyone on this panel who adheres to scientism?
No.
I don't know. I don't know y'all good enough.
But
I think we're all influenced by it sometimes, and I think the intelligent design, when they try to say it's science, well, they're trying to smuggle in a scientism to prove their theology.
Well, no, but that's not what scientism is. Oh, well, okay, sorry. Let me back up. This is that the way that you're kind of defining scientism is this idea that people can abuse or misuse what they would call like the scientific method in areas where science might not apply. And you brought up the example of economics, which is a valid challenge to people that do view scientism in that way. That you can you can reduce everything down to the scientific method, even on cases of things within the social sciences. That's how you define scientism earlier, which is fine. I will agree with you in that sense of the use of the word scientism, that it's a fallacious practice that we shouldn't encourage people to do that. But then you're switching up to people that rely on science too much when it comes to the natural sciences or the things that we actually can test with the scientific method. That's not scientism in the same sense. So you do have
science. That's a science.
Yeah, that's science.
Well, to interpret. No.
But no, scientism is the misapplication of the scientific method in fields where science does not necessarily apply. And you brought up the example of economics.
That's an extension. That's not the only definition. That's an extension.
Which was great. That was a fine. That was a great example to challenge the misapplication of the scientific method. But then you're going and you're saying this like, well, because of this, applications of science within the actual fields of science is therefore we put too much of an emphasis on that. Well, that's not scientism in even the same sense that you were using the word.
Yeah, okay, I can see the relevancy there too now, but I don't. Again, Joshua, you realize that scientists across the board would be pretty shitty scientists if they only adhere to science, right? There's other means by acquiring information and knowledge.
I think all things being equal, we should look for a naturalistic option. That's why
that's why they hire. Here's a methodology.
Can I just?
That's why I said it. That's why let me finish. That's why I said it my first. I don't know if ID is true or if God just maybe through the evolutionary process. But neither way would I call that science. I think science is a process.
But evolution isn't evolution isn't science.
It's a process, but to say that it's the beginning of the universe is due to natural causes or supernatural causes, that's philosophy. And both of us use philosophy and science.
Well, that's why I'm against scientism. Scientism doesn't incorporate philosophy like that.
Well, just be mindful when you say that the beginning of the universe couldn't have a personal agent as the cause.
I don't know anybody who really says that. A few.
There's been people.
I say that, but
there's been people in the philosophy of science that have said that.
It's rare. It's a more hard position to maintain. I'm not going to say that it's not not out there, but I mean generally most people I know
it's out there, and it's
a very hard position to maintain, though. It's a very, very difficult position to maintain.
It is. It's an incredibly tentative and provisional position that people hold.
But my question again is: do you think evolutionary science is science, Joshua?
I would say
yes, but it also has philosophy.
How?
If you look into the social aspect of it, but I mean from the biological sense, no.
It's speculative. It's not.
No, it's not.
How could it be speculative when it's
evolution is true? What did you say?
Evolutionary theory.
Yeah, I believe evolutionary theory is true.
Okay.
But could a personal agent have ordained it? I mean, it has to do with philosophy also.
I don't know about a personal agent putting it into motion, but
that's my position.
Evolution on the whole has been observed. You know that, yeah. We've obviously a lot of it happens over too great time for one person's lifespan, but people have done experiments that have gone on for 3 or 4 generations. With
and that's not direct observation. That's interpreting. That's interpreting and trusting your memory data and your. That's it has a lot to do with philosophy.
If you have scientific data from a predecessor who's written
that's philosophy. That's trusting your data.
Hang on. Who has written down with some degree of certainty and scientific empiricism, and all the tests that these are the tests we've done. We've noticed that this much change has occurred over this time, but our record ends here to be continued by somebody else's work. And then the next scientist comes along and continues that work. I would not call that fake under any circumstances.
I'm not.
Or doctored or anything.
Well, I think, again, we have to always interpret the science.
I don't know what you mean by that. Evidence is not really interpreted like that. I mean,
everything is interpreted.
Well, no, it's not, because there's brute facts that don't need interpretation. They're self-evident by definition.
It's not just that. It's just that
Give me
I guess pardon me?
No, I wasn't talking to you.
No, I think that what Steve's saying is the way that science is interpreted is that science it's a methodology. It's a collection of things that we observe, and using that methodology, what we do is we take a collection of facts or things that we do observe, and we build models around those things, and then we view those models as
based on what? Based on common sense, right?
No. We build models
based on how we think the world works. If we didn't have any common sense, Josh, we wouldn't form models.
Hold on. That's a non sequitur. You're going into something that's irrelevant right now. Okay? What I'm saying is that we have observable facts. We have things that any single person can go out and they can measure the data, and they could, they can come to the same conclusion on what that data is. That 2 + 2 is 4. That's just an objective fact. And then what we do
think
is
4 exists out in the world.
Okay, if you're going to go like,
we always have to.
I'm using that as an example, because if you really want to get into like language theory here, and what I mean by 2, what I mean by addition, and what I mean by
lamp
equals,
is lamp, chair
whatever.
is chair. What is lamp?
Cares, Josh? You're derailing at this point in time.
Exactly.
Okay, that's because it's completely irrelevant to the topic. So what we're saying is that we have this collection of things that we can observe, and from that, what we observe, we build models that work based on the observations that we have. There's really no
interpret those observations first before you make the models.
But then they're constantly being challenged.
Yes, they can be challenged, right. But you have to use your common sense also.
Common sense is irrelevant. You could have a computer program to do this as well. Okay.
You misallocate resources.
No, you could program a computer to observe the same data as well, or constantly try to to work to do this stuff. So it don't need common sense. The point is that the scientific method builds models.
You're an instrumentalist now.
All right. Okay. You really need to listen more, because
I'm sorry.
You're not. I'm throwing this down, and you're just not picking this up. I don't even think you're playing the same game right now. Okay, What I'm saying is that the scientific method is just a collection of observes a collection of facts, and then using that methodology, we build a model that explains those facts. And then once we have an explanation, we challenge those explanations, we challenge the theories, and we try to prove them wrong. And if we can't prove them wrong, we hold those models as successful models that are the best possible explanations for whatever. Now, there's no real interpretation into this other than that this explains things. That's it. And the good thing about science is that it constantly changes. As new information comes available, theories and these ideas will change to accommodate any new information that comes in there. All scientific models that we build are all provisional on the expectation that we might get more evidence, or we might disprove them.
Yeah, that's totally inadequate.
For what?
It doesn't answer the big questions about reality. It only answers the instrumental things that you're trying to work out. And if you keep doing that without looking at reality, like in economics, you're going to misallocate.
I understand that, Josh. But we're talking about science deals a lot with methodological naturalism. It's not answering it's not answering questions about reality as much as it's answering questions about that which we observe in the natural world. That's what we're building it on.
Explaining observations and naturalistic mechanisms. Joshua.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you disagree with that? Well, do you disagree with that? That science adheres to methodological naturalism?
Because you have to interpret it. Methodological naturalism is saying that we should prefer a naturalistic explanation, right?
No.
That is a common misunderstanding.
Okay.
It's the only methodology that we have. We don't have a form of methodological. No, we don't have a methodology for
we
methodological.
have common sense, right?
No, but that's not a methodology.
That's crazy.
You can't get to methodological.
Just because it's not testable.
You can't
not
get to
testable. It's not falsifiable. It's not mechanismable.
Yeah, it's irrational at that point in time. We don't have a system. We don't have a system to test methodological.
Of the external world
we don't have a system to test methodological supernatural. So when we talk about science, we're talking about things within the natural realm. That's it.
Yeah, and you're talking about
You're dealing with things that hit your experience. You're trusting your sense experience to thinking that it's reliable.
Why do you keep on bringing? Okay, see, now you're just going into now you're just trying to go down the road of epistemic certainty. We're just like, you have to interpret. Yes, you are. But the moment that you try to bring into question my ability to use my senses, then you are going down.
I don't.
Hang on, Joshua. We have a question. I want this question answered too. Can you give us
but hold on. We can't trust it, but just because something's not scientific in your model doesn't mean it's nonsense. Like your testability and scientific predictions of the model.
How do we test the supernatural?
It doesn't deal with philosophical questions about reality.
How do we test the supernatural claims? What methodology do we use to test any kind of supernatural causation?
Why is testability? How do you test your testability claim?
No. Science tests things. You agree science tests things.
So is it really science if it just deals with testability?
Again, I don't know how you in the world you keep jumping from one to another. I asked you a very specific question. Does science test things? A simple yes or no question.
Yes, but it doesn't mean something.
Wait, if science can test things, okay, and we can test our observations to find a naturalistic causation.
To make models, you have to use common sense, not science.
Who cares? It's irrelevant.
Yeah, then you're going to fuck up the world.
No.
You're going to misallocate resources.
There are models out there that don't use common sense. Wait, hang on. Have you ever done something called Wait. Have you ever done linear
testability on?
That's true. You've done economics. Have you done linear regressions where you have a bunch of random points all over the place and you put it into a specific formula with the linear equation? And then it's like summation of the average. It's a weird complex formula for doing a linear regression. And you get a line. And you know what? There's no way half the time you go, oh, that line looks common sense of where it fits into that data plots. Okay?
Well,
if you had common sense, you wouldn't need the mathematics.
Here's the other thing, Steve. Josh, 1 second. Josh, 1 second. Josh, 1 second. Okay, buddy? Here's the other thing that he's doing. Okay? And we brought this up at the beginning when he had a critique of scientism. And we agreed that there are certain things that you can't really add a methodological naturalistic viewpoint for to maybe come to grab knowledge from things that it's not applicable. So yeah, I can see his objection to trying to use scientific method on things like economics. That's a valid criticism. And we said that earlier, and he's trying to go back to this now, and we're trying to give him the proper application of how the scientific method does work, and he's going back to saying, well, that means you're a scientist. You fall into the category of scientism because you want to use this for economics. Well, no, we've been moving away from that part of the conversation, but we're showing how the scientific method, while it might not work with things like economics, it works for what it was intended for, and that was as a form of methodological naturalism for testing things in the natural world, in the fields of science. It does work for that. And that's not scientism to say that it works for that.
I totally agree with you, and I don't know how he's advocating common sense as a valid approach, methodological approach. Oh, you know what? Let's just have common sense and see what you think. I mean, I keep bringing it up every time, but I'm going to bring it up with Joshua now again. I'm not going to get into it very technical, but I mean, Josh, you're familiar with the Monty Hall problem. A lot of people have common sense with that and go, oh, look, it's 50-50. Okay, it doesn't matter if you pick it or not. We know that it's not. We know mathematically that it's always better to change doors. You get a third out of it, so it changes from 1/3 to 2/3. It's not really common sense per se, because people thought about that forever when it came about. In fact, Mary, what was the name?
And the other thing too is that there have been many things that we have discovered using methodological naturalism and using science that has been completely counterinductive.
Many things.
There's a whole world. If we just simply,
generally,
well, who cares? Not generally is beside the point. Who gives a fuck if it's not generally? The point is that we recognize things that go against our common sense, things that are counterinductive.
Okay, but see, that's what you just said. We have to recognize sometimes, right? But most of the time, we recognize our common sense. So
no.
Mathematics.
No, you're misunderstanding. You're putting way too much emphasis on trying to think that this is people's personal opinions on these things. Here's the thing: is that there are certain things out there, certain scientific theories that have come out. The things like the theory of relativity, that when they first came out, were rejected by the scientific community because it did go against common sense. It went against what people thought. Okay,
but over time,
absolutely. But over time, it was accepted. And you know what happened? People said, "Fuck common sense. We're going to go with where the data takes us."
Exactly.
So there was a way to separate this common sense.
Can I give an example?
I just gave a perfectly good.
That was a good example.
That was brilliant.
Well, hold on. That the beginning of the universe is not against common sense. It's against it's a paradigm shift. What's against the generally accepted common sense of the 1940s was the downfall of logical positivism. It just hasn't seeped its way out of all of our scientific discourse yet.
Well, I think you're wrong on that. I don't know too many logical positives either. But as far as like the origin of the universe, yes, there are philosophical indications, philosophical things that we need to deal with, obviously. But the science could actually address it too, and you're just negating the fact that science has come with viable models of how the universe got here, and it's actually what happened before the universe got here. And then you get into M-brain theory, and you get into reverse entropy universes. There are models out there. We have addressed it scientifically, but regardless of even if we can't explain.
If the evidence points to the beginning of the universe, are you afraid?
What?
Why are you so neglecting to accept something like the beginning of the universe?
I don't think he was.
I don't know how you got that out of anything I just said.
Because you kept reading off these other theories that don't have as far as good as evidence as the standard Big Bang model.
No,
they're independent of the Big Bang model. They're two different things.
Josh, they had nothing to do with that. I mean, I'm not sure if you just have a script that you're trying to go off of here, but those things right there are completely independent of
Big Bang cosmology.
No,
Big Bang cosmology is just
reported. The inflationary.
I would like to ask Josh a question.
Yeah, I don't think
Josh.
Sorry, go on.
Do you wear the same color socks? Like all your socks are the same color?
No.
You should try that. It would simplify your life. It would be one less choice and one less thing for you to worry about right now.
What is the rude thing the rude point you're trying to make?
I think he's saying you overthink things.
You're overthinking. Go get a hobby.
But that's why I'm a Christian. I think about these things.
That's the non sequitur.
Before I do the rest.
Sorry.
I don't.
Are you presuppositionist at all, Joshua?
No, I'm not, sir. Before I went to the restroom, there was one thing we were talking about economics, Do you know what the law of diminishing marginal return is?
Well, I know what the law of diminishing returns is. More people you hire, it's cost effective less because you're paying their wages to get less results because you only have so much job to go around.
Okay.
So you have an optimal situation of you have an optimal situation for the highest profit margin for the amount of product you produced compared to how much product you're selling, or if in a restaurant type thing, your wait staff compared to how much food product. All these things are figured in for optimization, but that's dude. I took this stuff 25 years ago, so I don't remember much from.
Let me try to express what I'm. Let me try to.
Was I that far off? Was I that far off?
Yes,
Josh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let me try to express.
I'm way off.
Let's say if I'm starving, I'm in the desert starving, and there's 10 candy bars. Now the first one's going to have more utility, right?
That's exactly what I just explained.
Then not very good. Second one, then the third one maybe, and about the sixth or seventh, I'm going to be.
For each additional person you hire over the optimal amount, you live it. Result, we return from your labor cost as compared to your amount of work being done. It's the same principle. That's what the law of diminishing returns is.
But be that as it may, by the seventh, the seventh candy bar.
I don't know how you can say I was wrong, but whatever.
Okay, I won't say you're wrong then. Maybe I misunderstood. By the seventh candy bar, you're not going to want that. Okay, but some people will. Okay, some people will. Some people maybe they can take in more sugar, maybe they want it. Instead of a scientific view, Carl Menger thought of the subjective theory.
No, I don't know how you
science can't predict that. Okay.
I agree. This is why.
No, that's not. I don't agree. That's not the law of diminishing returns.
No,
one has nothing to do with the diminishing returns.
Steve, this is what we're talking about. What he's trying to do here again. What he's trying to do here again is he's trying to go back to show how the scientific method fails with economics. And it's
let him go back real quick.
Already established that it's like, okay, yes, that's.
Let me finish. Go ahead.
It's just.
I know. Let him finish.
This is ridiculous. Who is this
let
guy?
him finish.
This guy's a joke.
Go ahead, Josh, for finish, because you just said I was wrong, and then you parroted exactly the same thing, and then I think you're wrong on that because diminishing returns have to do with the effectiveness.
It won't predict what a particular person will do. Now, at most, it can be an art. Okay, that's why I think science is useful. It's a method, but you need something more when you're dealing with agents or something that implies agents.
Nobody's disagreeing with you. Nobody hears scientism.
No, something that even implies theology, like the beginning of the universe.
No, that's cosmogony. That's not theology.
Cosmogony. About the beginning of the universe. You need something
else. Cosmogony doesn't necessarily imply a creator.
Besides methodological naturalism, theology would be a discipline to consider. Okay,
no,
so the predictability model.
Well, there's agreement on that, but it's
it has no explanatory power. You can't build models and you can't test it.
That's the biggest problem with it.
It's actually the exact opposite of science. It's pretty much useless.
It's the god of the gaps. It's basically saying we have no. Wait, Josh. It's basically saying
scientific explanations for everything.
Do you know what a god of the gaps argument is, Josh?
Will be non-scientific.
Josh, do you know what a god of the gaps argument is?
Yes.
Okay, that's what you're throwing theology in there as a god of the gaps argument. Okay, you are by definition.
I'm not saying it's a scientific argument. I'm saying we have to give other things beyond science.
You don't have to. You can, but you don't have to. You certainly don't have to in science. Science does not have to entertain theology. There's no reason to. No, it's not.
Scientism.
No, that is not what scientism freaking means, Josh. So you don't get these words. I don't know how else to explain it to you how bad you're screwing up these definitions.
You won't consider a non-scientific explanation when it deals with natural phenomena.
That's methodological naturalism. Okay, but that's not scientism.
What about the beginning of the universe?
Joshua, scientism is not the same.
Answer. What about the beginning of the universe?
Does not require. Yeah, one second. The beginning of the universe does not require a supernatural causation. Period. It does not. We can actually show mathematically
using let the evidence show that.
With the evidence, have you read the paper? Have you read the
Your
paper?
understanding of the
Have you
evidence
read
is
the
just
paper? Have you
repeatability,
read the paper?
testability.
Have you read the paper about the existence of the universe coming into being by quantum fluctuation expansion?
Yeah, I know all about those theories.
Okay, then that is not theory. That's hypothesis. They have actually demonstrated mathematically that it would be scientifically possible. It does not require a theological causation. And even if they didn't have something like that, if this was
you have to consider all your
Joshua,
options.
no, you do not. That's bullshit.
No.
That's like
well, here's
wait.
Here's the problem.
Wait.
Well,
Let me finish. Stop.
I know, but Steve, I could address this point real quick.
I will. I swear, I will let you. I will let you. But you know what, Joshua?
You know what?
Why not? Wait. Why don't we
Hold
say?
on.
Why don't we say leprechauns created the universe?
Exactly.
Because there's no theological context to which to.
Yeah. See, by definition, this is special pleading because what Josh has done here now, he wants to say that we can use a theological methodology and
only this is
but only
that's not what I said. I'm sorry. What I meant is a commonsensical.
No, it's not common sense. It's not. This isn't common sense. There's nothing commonsensical about saying that.
About the beginning of the universe doesn't have theological motivate or
no.
It does implications.
Hold on. Let me tell you why. This
you're not even going to consider it.
Okay. Well, why should
some of the greatest scientists have?
You know what? But see, the problem is, Josh, okay, and I want you to listen really carefully, is that what you've done is you've opened up to an infinite amount of possibilities that are all equally worthless. I don't have to take in consideration the Christian God created the universe, no more than I have to take into consideration hold on, Josh, quiet. Okay, I don't have to take that into consideration any more than I have to take into consideration that leprechauns created the universe, or that we exist in the dream of a transcendent pink elephant, or that mystical.
That one might be true.
Mystical universe creating fairies farted the universe out. There is an infinite amount of possibilities of things that are absolutely possible. By theological possibility, you are basically saying that I'm going to take religion and I'm going to use that as the explanatory power.
No, that's not what I'm using. I'm using common sense. Using open the possibility.
Logical possibility means fuck all. Everything that I told you was logically possible. In of the fact that it didn't carry in itself something that was logically contradictory. It's logically possible just means that it's you can't negate the same thing within the same sentence.
You're saying that. You're saying that it's not even a live possibility.
God created the universe and God did not create the universe at the same time. That's a contradiction. That's logically impossible. But it's logically possible to say just about anything created the universe. It's logically possible and logically coherent to say that I farted the universe into existence.
So let Joshua tell us about the methodologies he's talking about.
He doesn't have a methodology. His methodology is common sense. But basically what it says is that Josh is saying is I feel that this is common sense worthy, or that this is something that is possible, and therefore it should be viewed as a serious challenge to the
Do you know?
I agree with you, Saka. But Myth, you were hang on. Josh, let Myth ask this question first because I want to add. I want to real quickly.
I haven't made a point.
You're going to be able to talk for as long as you want after this. I promise. But Josh, do you understand that it is logically possible for leprechauns to have created the universe, and that is logically possible? You agree, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Myth, ask your question, and then Josh can say his piece.
Well, yeah, I would like to let Joshua say what his methodology is, but also he said that whatever his methodology is.
So, hold on, another attack on me?
I'm asking a question. I'm not attacking.
Well, there's so many I have to remember.
Okay. One, what is your methodology? And two, you said it was most useful in opposition to science when you're dealing with agents.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did. You said science is good.
Sir, I'm just telling you, I did not say that.
You did say that actually
2 minutes ago, you said science is very useful, but in certain circumstances, such as when you're dealing with agency, you have to use methodologies other than science. You did say that.
Oh, I thought you said I said science was opposed to science.
What? No. You said science is useful and it has its place. You didn't say that part. But
hey, nobody tell me this was a drinking night because I think Josh is getting drunk.
Yeah, seriously. But you said there are certain situations, such as when you're dealing with agency, where your methodologies would be more valuable than science, or would add to science at least. So my question is, one, what methodology are you talking about? And two, if you consider the agency scenario like a trial, okay? When we have a trial, not a scientific experiment, but a trial, we're dealing with people, we're dealing with agencies. Are we missing out on something by using methodological naturalism in a trial situation? Basically, should the judge actually consider maybe the devil did make him do it in a trial setting?
Well, to answer those questions, if the judge goes to methodological naturalism, he's only going to choose a natural cause for something that is due to an agent. Like if the agent stole something and there's no evidence, well, of course someone's stolen. It just didn't pop out of existence out of nothing like magic.
Well, who says that it did?
Possibly you would say that if you hold to scientism.
No.
Wait. Let me finish. Let me finish.
These things that are completely wrong.
You have to let me finish. You have to let me finish.
Address that. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for not interrupting me 3 times just now. I think the methodology would be, it would be 18th century common sense realism by Thomas Reid and by G.E. Moore. If you've read any of his papers, G.E. Moore. You look generally for a naturalistic explanation, but if there are no naturalistic alternatives on the horizon, then, and there is an agent possibility, then you don't say, well, the cookies just popped out of existence, from nothing when there's a small kid around. You use common sense. Now, if you don't use common sense when you're building your models will be based on useful fictions, based on how good it is at predicting things. But of course, you can't predict the results of an agent. Okay, you can only say generally what they'll do. So in economics, when you apply scientism, what you're doing in the natural sciences, then you're going to have Keynesian economics, and you're going to have the government keep putting in the money.
Oh my goodness!
And say, yes, we're going to ignore everything you just said because you just went back to exactly what we told you 1,000 times. You keep on going back to this economics and scientism. We're done with that discussion because I don't know why you keep going back to that. So let me address what you said earlier. I cannot believe you're still going back to that. You have OCD or something, man. Something's not right with you.
I don't care what the hell you said. I'm
made a comment
because it illustrates
a very bad example.
Okay, well, let me
Sock. Let me finish this because none of us here are scientism. Like I said, I don't know anybody who even hears the scientism. It's a ridiculous
use your
position.
Models first.
Okay,
you say make a model first.
But who in the scientific? You had made a mention that people in the scientific community think the universe came out of nothing, right?
They won't say that. But you know
say that. So that's an argument. Okay, wait. They won't say that. So now you're going into their brains and you're saying what they actually think.
Okay.
Do you know anybody? Do you know of anybody? Do you know of any scientist who advocates that the universe? Do you know of any scientist? Do you know of any scientist that is out there that has actually stated the universe is created ex nihilo?
The answer, Paul Davies.
Paul Davies doesn't. No, I read Paul Davies. Paul Davies doesn't suggest that.
Let me read his quote.
Hold on, Josh. Maybe you can do this. Tell us where scientism fails in an application to chemistry.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good question.
Because it fucking doesn't.
But what happens when you're dealing with agents?
Here. How about this?
Like a trial.
Tell me where scientism fails. When you're using it within biology.
You shouldn't just
hold on, Joshua. You gave a great example how scientism fails with economics. Now give me one for biology.
Do you think it's possible that that God designed or started evolution?
It's entirely possible.
Okay, well then it doesn't just rest on science. The scientist who says God couldn't have done it or played a little minimal impact starting it, then that's scientism.
But why should we believe that?
That is not Scientism. Oh my
see-
God, you still can't even understand what the word means.
Yeah, I mean that's not
Scientism
scientism.
means that scientism is the acquisition of knowledge through scientific sources alone, and the misapplication among science to apply that kind of scientific inquiry to non-related science fields. Okay.
That wouldn't be a misapplication to say life evolved naturalistically.
Oh, did,
I mean, non-life evolved to
I
life.
mean, can we observe life observing
No, no,
naturalistically?
we
Hold
know
on,
evolution
Josh.
is true.
Yeah, so
Hey,
we
biogenesis is a hypothesis. It's a scientific hypothesis. That's nothing to do with scientism. Nothing to do with
Yeah,
scientism.
but we don't know if that happened naturalistically or by an agent.
Or a
We don't know.
combination of the both.
Yeah,
Or
you
combination
have no
of-
idea.
it doesn't matter.
That's
Yeah,
the dilemma we have.
That's beside the point. You know
What?
what? You know what it tells us. You know what
Whatever
it,
view you
Josh,
hold,
hold on,
you're either
Josh,
a dogmatist or a
Josh,
scientism.
Hold on, Josh. You know what it tells us? It tells us that that things change over time. Okay, that's what it tells us. And now here's a good example. Okay, is let's say we're taking a look at chemistry, and we're looking at bonds. In chemistry there. Now we know how certain elements bond. Okay, we can test this. We can test this, repeatedly. And what we can conclude from that is that certain things will bond certain ways, certain reactions will happen when you mix certain things together. It doesn't tell us that on a microscopic, quantum level, that tiny little quantum fairies are pushing atoms around and mixing things together. It doesn't tell us that, but it doesn't say that they're not doing this either. All we're doing is what we can observe with, and that's what we're testing with this shit here.
Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fine because that's all we need. We don't need any more of an explanation than that, unless somebody wants to propose something. So at this point in time,
then they need a mechanism.
So at this point in time now, let's say that you want to come out there and you want to say, hey guys, why have we ruled out the quantum fairy theory yet? And at this point in time, you can just say, well, why should I believe that?
Can I say something
because
to the quantum fairy?
Dealing something, the fact that it's logically possible is at the point. There's a lot of things like the realm of the logically possible. Like I said, is infinite.
Okay. I think I understand your point. Let me just say about historically, since mankind's been alive, they've always sought, or for a large majority of that, a lot of people, sophisticated people, have seen the beginning of the universe implying God. So I don't think it's just an ad hoc viewpoint that we should consider it when it comes to certain things like the beginning of the universe that has theistic implications.
Well, actually, I'm going to challenge you first on that one. First off, is that no. First off, you're wrong. That this is not something that's been implied for a long time. The idea of the universe coming into existence out of absolute nothing or being created away from no pre-existing material is something that is relatively unique and relatively modern in this grand scheme of things.
How modern?
Within the last 2,000 years, with Christianity, with to a certain extent, maybe a little bit of Judaism before that.
Let me grant your point. But my point still stands.
Okay, but for what we know from religions that existed longer than that or before that, is the idea of a creator entity that blinked everything to existence wasn't really one of those things. Here's an interesting one. I mean, for example. The idea that God is outside of time, that's a good example there. Is that was something that was never really brought up. Nobody ever thought that God was timeless in the sense that he existed outside of time. It was only when people realized that time and space are kind of connected. You can't have one without the other. Time is a product of our universe, and we realized that this means that you can't deal with a temporal God anymore. And at this point in time, well, the moment that we started.
That's modern.
That's
no,
relatively
it's not modern.
No, it is modern because
Minkowski. That's the Minkowski space. That's only
even within the Bible, the idea of God is infinite, was there, but it was never atemporal.
Well, hold on. There are different passages that seem to imply either way, that God is completely outside time.
There's certain passages that have to be interpreted a certain way once we've realized that time is a product of our universe.
No. There are different understandings of God. You're trying to say that there was one view of God in the Old Testament. No, I'm saying that there were different theological positions.
No,
it seems like you, a skeptic, would accept my position.
There is no position that before we realized that time is a product of our universe, that they thought that God existed outside of time.
Sure, there were.
There was none. There is none.
Well, okay.
None.
Well, I'm sorry. I think you're wrong on that.
I know you're wrong.
Hey, Josh,
I agree with Joshua on that.
Joshua, what other settings? What other question other than?
Okay, hold on. Let me get back to Socks.
Okay.
But I've been here a long time. Socks. Even if the majority of your points were true and true beyond doubt, it would still show that there have been thoughtful people that when they look at the beginning of the universe, not least from Islamic theology about the infinite regression of an infinite past, that have said that the beginning of the universe implies theism or has theistic implications. So I don't think it's on the par with leprechauns. I think a thoughtful person could come to that conclusion.
Well, I mean, to this point in time, all you've said is that you dealt within the realm of logical possibility. That's it. You've said that we shouldn't rule this out because it's logically possible, but you haven't really put forward any type of real reason why this is something that should be accepted. Like I said, we have the infinite amount of possibilities for things that are logically possible. Why do you give more credence to God, in more specifically your particular brand of God, than, like I said, farting unicorns or whatever?
Don't use appeal to popularity, because that's just silly.
Well, I take up the totality of the evidence, not just scientific evidence, but historical evidence and other types. That's why theism is much better in explaining these different phenomena, like the beginning of the universe.
How does it explain it?
How so?
Okay. About the resurrection of Jesus. No. Let's say God created the universe. How did he do it?
No, well, let's go to the other things that theism explains. Or that Christian theism.
No. Theism can explain everything. Theism is the catch-all, right? Or even Christianity, catch-all.
You're doing a caricature now.
If let's assume Christianity is true, let's assume God exists. What does that do for us by saying that God created the universe? What does that explain? It explains, okay, God created it, but how did he do it? We want to know the science of how he did it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not claiming it's a scientific explanation.
That it's a non-explanation. It doesn't do us anything. It doesn't do us any good to know that God created everything. It doesn't do anything.
I'm claiming it's a philosophical, and it's far more comprehensive than a science. Instead of looking at Popper and the verificationist, why don't you look more at Kuhn, that science is a realm of discovery?
Well, Steve,
or both.
The only empirical way you can even test that this particular God even created would be the empirical evidence of the incarnation. That's the only way. Otherwise, it's nothing but a faith issue.
I will for arguendo's sake, God did it all. What does that do for us? How does that advance our science?
No. But there's a difference between saying God did it and that's the whole reason why the incarnation is important, because now you have a tangible physical individual that says, I'm the one who did it.
But it's a non-explanation. That's what I don't think you guys are understanding.
It's a non-explanation as to the mechanism.
One other thing.
Right, exactly. I know what I like the way General stated that. Is a non-explanation in regards to the mechanism. Right? It's an explanation. God did it.
One second, Josh. So, General, by the way, hey, I don't think I've ever taught you, man. It's great to talk to you.
Sorry, my voice is really short.
No problem. It's just want to say, Yeah, it's awesome seeing you, man. But I mean, I just want to challenge you on the one thing that you put in the sidebar there, where, I mean, I put the critique out there saying that the concept of God being outside of time or external of time is a relatively modern thing that's come along with the advances that we have in science. When we understand that time is kind of tied in with the whole, universe and space and everything else there. And you put up a quote there from Hebrews. By faith we understand that time was created by the word of God, so that what is seen was made from things that are invisible.
Also, yeah, read the next one I put as well.
He saved us and called us with a holy calling, not according to our own accomplishments, but according to his own purpose and the grace that was given to us in the Messiah Jesus before time began. Now, I haven't looked at the 2 Timothy one yet, but I do the Hebrews 1:3.
Yeah, sure.
And I looked up this one that you put up there, and you can see that the word that they've used here was in Greek here. What is this? Aenos or Aenos, whatever. I'm not Greek. Whatever.
Aeon.
Yeah. So a lot of the times that you see this, it refers to the world, and then at other times it refers to forever. Not necessarily. And other times it refers to the ages. Now, within the context of this one and all the concordances that I've read on this one, is they always use it to refer to the world. And it makes sense within the context of it. By faith, we understand that the world was created by the word of God, so that what is seen was made from things that are invisible. I can understand that in the context of it being, part of the world. And I mean, I'm just going with what the concordance says.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, and this is what I'm talking about. What you said, because we have the multiple uses for the Greek word in this. So yeah, you can take it and you can say that time was created by God at this point in time. But I think that I think that this is a stretch. I really think that it's grasping the straws. I don't think it's conclusive on anything to show that this word had multiple uses in Greek, when I can see that the context here,
it's not
the world.
It's not the range of meanings. It's actually to do with how the word was used in the Greek culture at that time. So the word aeon was connected to a Greek god called Aeon, because he was the god of time. Mm-hmm. And you see this in when Paul writes to the Ephesians, he's always speaking of the aeons, saying that Jesus is the one who actually supersedes them. And now I believe Paul wrote Hebrews, and what he's saying there is that it's an umbrella term wrapped up in this physical, because the Greeks had they didn't have the concept of time being a physical property of the universe, like now we know. So he wraps it up in saying, this thing, this illusion of time that you perceive, that you've now connected it to this God, this Aeon God. And guess what? God is the one who's actually brought this into being. And so you can actually translate that as ultimately time.
Right, and you could also take a look at Aenos in the other context that I've used in Hebrews and the chapter 1 there, where it says that in these days he has spoken to us by the Son, whom he appointed heir of all things, and through whom also he made the universe.
Exactly. Yeah.
Josh has got to get going here. So,
yeah.
Okay,
anyway,
I'm gonna leave the hangout open. I'm gonna watch Hell's Kitchen. But Mithras had one last question for you, Josh, and he still wants to know, how do you use common sense methodologically in the place of science? In lieu of science, how do you use common sense as a methodological approach?
You explain it by comprehensiveness and first principles, like analogy. For example, language. We couldn't know anything about anything unless we used the principle of analogy. We also use first principles like non-being can't produce being.
Wait, why is it?
Let me finish, for God's sake. We use philosophical principles and common sense notions that aren't themselves empirically testable. That's why I was trying to show in economics how this scientism can really produce bad effects for America.
Yeah, I know, but
Well,
the problem was you were going off the script there. And remember early on when we
I
said,
wasn't. You never heard that argument.
And
I have actually, and this is why
In
early
economics, I'm the one that came up with it.
And
This
you're
is-
throwing
this
these
is
things
why-
out there, but how do
Yeah.
you know you can't get being from non-being? What methodological approach did you take to determine that being cannot come from non-being? What show us your actual methodological data, understanding of the data that you looked at and said, okay, because of that come from non-being. That's a theological approach, sure, but why do we have to accept that? Under what mandate do we have to accept that as being real? We've never tested nothing. We don't even know if nothing can exist. How do we know what the criteria for nothing are? How do we know? I said the criteria, but how do we know what the properties are? How do we don't know anything about nothing. We've never even seen it to be possible.
Yeah,
I don't think it actually is possible, but if it is, what is nothing, and how do you know that something can't come from that?
Except for lamb shit, Steve.
Well, if you believe that something can come from nothing,
I didn't say that.
you're
I'm asking you.
anti-science.
No.
Yeah,
It's not. First of all, it's not anti-science. I'm asking you to defend your claim about nothingness. How that something, basically, principle of being comes or being that came from non-being. How do you know that's true?
Because I can't test it.
Then you're making an assumption.
So how do you know testability is a good criteria for truth?
To test it because that's how we acquire knowledge. We test things. That's part of the scientific method. Is testing.
But how would we know that?
Have you tested nothing? Has anybody tested nothing?
How would we know testability is a good way to get knowledge if we didn't have a criteria,
because it works.
or if we didn't have knowledge first?
Because it works, and scientific knowledge is built up precept by precept. We learn something by acquisition of knowledge. We make a hypothesis. We test that hypothesis. We do experiments.
Common sense notions, right? About the world. That's how
common
science.
Common sense is not a methodological.
That's how science progresses.
No,
That's
it's
how
not.
science.
No, it's not.
Because we've already given examples like
common sense.
Yeah, we've already given examples where
Can I give you the economics example?
Hold on. We've given you examples where things that were counterintuitive to common sense.
Intuitive.
Counterintuitive.
But generally, they are commonsensical, right?
No, they're not. For example, Josh, we just talked about this the other day.
Do you think everything is counterintuitive?
Josh, the fact that something, the fact that we can point to an example, the fact that we can point to one or two examples of things that were accepted, even if they were counterintuitive, shows that common sense is not something that is required for this methodology.
Like Joshua,
it's not generally,
one of my favorite
it's not generally required.
My favorite counterintuitives is what happens if you have an excessive amount of methyl alcohol. Okay,
let me ask you.
Wait. Let me finish. What's the best?
If you go out in the street, will you get run over if there's cars coming?
What is the best? What the best course of action if you OD and you have a lot of methyl alcohol in your system is to give you more alcohol, ethyl alcohol. Okay. Contrary to what you may think, it's a different type of alcohol, but it actually will go to the binding sites and remove the methyl alcohol, so it doesn't poison you, okay? So no way that somebody would have said, you know what, this guy is dying of methyl alcohol, wood alcohol, let's give him a couple shots of whiskey as the cure or the remedy. Nobody with common sense would think that, because it's not common sense. You have to know a little about chemistry to understand why that works. That's because science told us that, not common sense.
We generally trust our common sense notions of the reality of the external world, the reality that we talk to agents, the reality that things can kill us and that we're not immortal and that science is a progression. If we did not have that, if we didn't take these common sense notions of memory, trusting our memory experience, trusting our sense perceptions, science would never have came about, and it would not come about today.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to do is common sense is a useful tool. Don't get me wrong, but scientific methodology is not based upon or predicated upon common sense. It's just not. Okay, it's a much better, more refined method of acquiring knowledge.
But it's not the most comprehensive when it comes to all types of knowledge.
But we're not saying that. That's scientism to say that it is.
Yeah, that's scientism, and nobody here is advocating for that.
You've strawman things so much.
what we've been talking about is that
So you did on the beginning of the universe. You said that we should go with the methodological naturalist.
Yes.
And I said
That's the same as scientism for the 15th time, Joshua. Do you have?
I'm saying the beginning of the universe has theological connotations
It
that we
doesn't
should take
have to.
seriously.
Why?
No, it doesn't have to.
Why? Why?
It doesn't have to, but you look, because non-being can't create being,
That's an
right?
assumption you've made, but you've never demonstrated that. And I don't think
Do
about
you believe in
assumption.
magic? Do you
No,
really
that-
believe
that
in
is-
magic?
That you do, but
No,
that's
I don't.
Yes,
I
you
believe
do.
a personal agent can
No, you
create
believe-
out of
you
nothing.
believe-
Not
you
that
believe
nothing
magic.
can come from nothing. You believe in magic.
Okay, how is that distinguished from magic? Like, if somebody brings something into existence out of nothing via an incantation or through a force of will.
Because
how
you're
is that
Dr.
not
Strange.
magic?
If God,
Well,
hold on, if God is all
I don't like
powerful,
that term. I don't like that hyperbole
hold on.
language.
You don't even believe in the magician or the hat or the rabbit. You just believe it all pops into
Oh,
existence.
yay,
No.
yay, we have
No.
the William Lane Craig quote now.
No, what are you doing? This thing is that atheists believe that nothing, did nothing, and all of a sudden everything popped.
Which
from
I don't know. I don't know anybody believes that either. So
You're not even
yeah.
open to seeing a theological.
Well, there's no reason to believe in
Explanation.
it.
Joshua,
There's no reason to accept the theological explanation.
Joshua, do you realize it's a strong?
What if
Wait,
there's
Joshua, do you know that you're?
the Big Bang?
Joshua,
The Big Bang does. You're
Yes,
saying
you-
Paul Davies even says that the Big Bang implies the creation of the universe. There's other physicists.
Yes,
that
but
have
there's different
said
types of
things.
creation. You studied Aristotelian. There's 4 different types of causation. Okay.
Yeah. And
Yes,
I'm talking about efficient causation. Efficient causation.
No,
What is needed to produce the fucking effect, sir?
Efficient doesn't mean agent.
Yeah,
Exactly. Efficient does not require agency.
And those
Okay?
old categories of
And
causation.
Davis hasn't written in ages. But
you're
The beginning of
also-
the universe
you're
didn't
also-
happen
you're
by
also
material
using-
cause.
Of course, there's
It
probably
happened- it
material
needed
causation.
It needed
you're
an
also-
ancient cause.
Yeah, hold on a second. You're also using like a 2,000-year-old theory on causation. Okay, can you name all the 4 different types of cause within that?
Again,
Material,
science.
efficient,
Science.
Can you name,
Science
can you name-
again arises from. Hold on, don't try to do that.
But
Science.
I'm
Science
telling
goes from a long period of discovery and adding on to our other types of knowledge. There's see what you're trying to do is you're trying to
You're not
make
answering my
prior philosophical assumptions that we can't.
No, we're
seek
not.
a theological.
Holy shit. You want to talk about you want to talk about philosophical assumptions? You're trying to sneak your entire metaphysical view in here and like pretend like no, I'm not doing that at all.
But you're doing that in
I
other
actually have a
other
question
fields
about
of
that.
study. You're in economics, for example, where
Who gives
agents.
a fuck about economics?
Well, then why do you say that about being made theology?
Yeah,
Hold
I
on,
don't.
why
I don't
can't
want
I
to
use
go
the
back to
personal
economics.
agent?
It's really
Why can't I use?
strange.
Why a priori? Why can't
Okay,
theists
can I
use
ask
a
Joshua
personal
a question?
agent?
Can I ask
I'm
Joshua
just
a
saying.
question?
But I'm just saying that the universe doesn't require an efficient cause being an agent, and it certainly doesn't require any efficient cause when it comes to that.
Now,
You can
what-
have material cause, right?
What
material cause
reason is there for efficient cause of the universe? Well, a universe can't come from nothing and
Why
by nothing.
not? Why not?
No,
That is an assumption.
all matter and time came about at the beginning of the universe.
Okay, Josh, can I ask you to distinguish 2 things for me?
I don't
Can
believe
you
that it did,
distinguish
but
for
you
me
can't say for a fact that it
nothing
did.
being acted on and no action taking place? What's the meaningful distinction between those 2?
I don't know. You're trying to.
Exactly.
get
There
the
isn't
eight
any
stopper.
apparent meaningful distinction between something acting on
so you
nothing
believe absolutely nothing
and something
existed,
coming
and
into
then the
existence
universe
and something coming into existence via
you're-
nothing.
Josh, you just straw man again.
Yeah, you're doing the fallacy.
have to-
You're doing the fallacy of reification here by even trying to talk about nothing
No,
as if it's something.
it's taking
No, you did.
infinity seriously.
Because you're using
It's
nothing as a
taking
you're
infinity
using
seriously.
okay. Here's the other thing, Josh. Is what was the material cause for the universe?
Quantum fluctuations.
I don't think there was. There might not have been a material cause.
Okay, then why does it need an efficient cause?
Because there would not be a universe unless there was some kind of cause.
Can you give me an example of anything else? Any other efficient cause that did not start out, that does not also rely on a material cause?
What about me choosing to raise my hand? Is that purely a material cause, or now
Yeah,
you are
it might be.
Are you a determinist now?
It might be. Who knows?
It might be. See, you can't say that. You can't make an identity.
You can't say it either. You're using.
So
you're
it's
using.
Possible. So why do you
because now what you're trying to do is you're trying to sneak in your philosophy of mind. You know,
you're trying to a priori rule out.
No, I'm not doing that. Listen, we're talking about you want to talk about the causes. You want to talk about material cause and efficient cause and all this other stuff. Every single thing that we know to have a cause has material and efficient cause. Okay, we've seen that. Within our observable universe, everything is a material and efficient cause. And I asked this, we can point to the material cause for you raising your hand. We can point to the firing of electrons in your brain. We can talk about the moving of your muscles. There's a lot of material things that are part of the.
When the universe came into existence, the universe would have to be in a timeless state of existence. Only a temporal effect can arise out of that, right? So there must have been.
Not sure what you mean by that. No, but
the universe is temporal. It's not eternal.
Well, you know what's funny, guys? Why are we even discussing this? Nobody. Again, I'm tired of these straw man arguments. Nobody's advocating that the universe came out of nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nobody's ever advocated that around here. Nobody's been in my room ever advocating that. So why is that even an argument right now? I'm tired of these straw man bullshit things, Josh. From people coming in here and going to the room and saying, "Well, you know what? Let me tell you. No, wait. It's like let me tell you what you guys believe instead of listening to what we are telling you."
And the other thing,
it's a little frustrating. It's a little dishonest, man. You're arguing straw man arguments.
And you want to start talking about things like
you sort of
want to bring in these ideas of cause and effect in there, and you want to start talking about how everything requires an efficient cause, completely forgetting or omitting the fact that everything else also needs a material cause as well. And you just and your reaction to this was,
but do you think it's necessary that we that?
Yeah, I do think it's.
That's a scientific statement. Now, me having
no.
Hold on. Let me explain.
I think no. See, now you're strawmanning me again. Now you're
always been doing it.
Well, can I explain? Me raising my arm. It's coincident that I need the physiology to raise my arm, but I will it with libertarian free will. Now, the beginning of the universe, all matter and space. All matter and space came into existence.
Yeah.
The only way that a timeless state of affairs.
You're just making assumptions right now. You see, now you're just you're sneaking in your metaphysics here.
The only way that a temporal state of affairs can arise from a state of timelessness, which our universe would have been without the existence of space and time, would be if a personal agent wills it into existence.
No, that's not true at all. That is completely based off of your already predetermined your metaphysical views that you already have.
You already have scientism, and you're a.
No, I don't have scientism.
We just discussed economics.
Enough.
Yeah, why are we? Because
I'm done.
You can't predict an agent what an agent is going to do.
I'm done. Guys, I'm done. We're done. We're going to end this because Joshua, all he wants to do is completely strawman everybody and keep on telling people what they believe. He's talking about scientism, which nobody adheres to. He's talking about universe coming from nothing, with nothing nobody adheres to. I do not like these strawman types of arguments. They don't get anywhere because all Josh is doing is tilting windmills and doing Don Quixote right now. So we have enough. So Joshua, no, this is what you've done. Anybody who reviews this video, you've not addressed anything but your own preconditioned explanations and asserted them as brute fact without any confirmation or understanding or reasoning whatsoever. You've addressed arguments that nobody actually posited. There's nobody in here that follows scientism. Do you understand that? So why are you arguing against scientism?
I don't know anything. Methodological naturalism.
That's not scientism.
Methodological naturalism is not scientism.
Yeah, Sokka, enough. Let me finish. Joshua, listen to me very carefully because I'm finishing this hangout, okay? And I'm explaining to you for the very last time, and I want you to understand this very well. Scientism is not the same as methodological naturalism. Do you grasp that? Yes or no? Do you grasp that?
Yes.
Scientism. Okay, then why are you relating the two?
Because under no circumstances will you think that there could be a theological explanation for the beginning of the
Oh my
universe.
God! I have never fucking said that. Matter of fact, half the people in here, besides the doctor, have all said it's possible.
I
Doctor
even
was
said
the
it's
only
possible
one
in the
that-
past.
Yeah, but,
Everyone
right.
in here
In
has
the
said
same
it.
you said that it wasn't, but everybody else has agreed. We've all said it's possible. It's a logical possibility, Joshua. Again, you are a straw man expert. You are arguing things that nobody's positing. Nobody's sat here and said it can't be God.
Is it possible that intelligent design God could have?
Yes.
Okay.
It's very unlikely, but it could be possible.
So
Yeah,
it
it's
may not.
logically possible, but not
My-
very probable.
My position isn't science, but yours requires philosophy as well.
We all like
It's not
philosophy.
purely
We're not
science.
denying philosophy. Again, Joshua, we're not fucking following scientism. I don't know why this is so difficult for you to understand. I've never had anybody so dense in here, or at least been a long time, that we've had explained a simple word to you like 12 times already. Scientism is not the same as methodological naturalism. Scientism does not mean you just follow science. Excuse me, science is you just follow science for the acquisition of knowledge. So we follow philosophy and a lot of other things too. Okay, we
Do
acquire
you follow
knowledge.
common sense?
Yes, I even said common sense is a useful tool. I said that not more than 5-6 minutes ago. But it's very basal, basal tool, and it's very unreliable. Common sense is very unreliable.
Yeah, so
it's very reliable, but it's sometimes unreliable.
Yeah, we agree with that, Josh. We agree with that. That's fine. But here's the thing. Like when we talk about like methodological naturalism or science or whatever to give us talk about origins of the universe is like Steve said. I don't know, maybe some weird quantum foam, quantum fluctuation, energy bubble shit, whatever. Universe just popped into existence. Who fucking knows? That
was really funny.
Yeah,
Energy bubble shit, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, quantum physics stuff. I'm a fucking
Keep
sailor.
it simple, Sokka.
This is what I do.
The highfalutin language there. You know, you scientist people like using big words. Go ahead.
But the thing is that that's going to give us an explanation to, you know, how the universe formed. That could be a possible explanation of how the universe formed.
Yes.
There is nothing that says that this wasn't done by the will of God. It's entirely possible that this is the method. This is the method that God decided to will the universe into place. So the question of using the scientific method versus using theology, they're not at odds unless you want to put them at odds. We're only dealing with the natural realm here, and we're dealing with how this stuff formed. That's it. Okay.
Do you think science and religion are really not incompatible?
Yeah,
they're not incompatible. Why would they be incompatible?
Why would they be incompatible?
Maybe
some types of religion. Younger creationism is incompatible.
Maybe science though isn't the end-all explanations. Maybe when it comes to
nobody's claiming it is.
Okay, so you would say maybe a common sense personal agent cause of the universe might be.
No, I don't think it's common sense to put an agent there.
It's not common sense at all.
I think it's anti-common sense. I don't see it.
Hold on. Things can't come from nothing.
Why not? Why not?
Oh my God! You keep on saying that, but you've not demonstrated why that's true.
Listen, here's the thing. Do you know what the principle? The principle
when we see magic show, we automatically think.
Josh,
you would hear the principle.
Hold on a second. Principle of sufficient reason. Do you know what the principle of sufficient reason is?
Yes.
Okay.
You adhere to
it. You need. Here's the thing. When you make a comment that about how things can't come from nothing, you are positing the principle of sufficient reason. Okay. You need to make an argument for that. And I can tell you right now that there is not. It is not logically impossible for something to come from nothing.
And I don't follow. I don't think I don't have to follow the principle of sufficient reason. I don't think it has to be. Okay, I guess if we want to make arguments for it, I'm fine with that. But to say that you have to accept that, right? I don't. I don't think you have to accept that. I really don't.
I mean, the universe can exist as a brute fact too.
Yeah.
But let me just say about this.
Right, exactly. And that's why I mentioned it before. If you have brute fact, you don't need a reason, right? You don't need an explanation.
Let me just say
that things have to be things have to have an explanation. No, a brute fact by definition, doesn't have an explanation, right? So you don't have to follow the principle of sufficient reason.
Okay, about the principle of sufficient reason, those who do follow it, not to multiply causes beyond necessity. So it would be more plausible to say that the universe only has one cause than multiple causes. a personal agent would solve that.
I would disagree. I would say that if you have one cause, you have a material cause and maybe even essential, but that essential doesn't have to be an agent.
Okay, so we have to keep you. I believe we have to use science, our best science, but we have to use philosophy and common sense, all of them as tools.
I'm not sure why you keep on sticking common sense in here.
When
Like,
we
I don't know why
there's
there's
no common sense required. I mean, are you
don't.
Are you thinking?
You don't believe? Do you ever use common sense when you walk down the street?
Are you referring to intuitions?
Yeah, that has a lot to do with it.
Well, they're slightly different.
Significantly.
Yeah. Common sense would be, hey, you know what? I'm smart enough to know. Well, okay, this may be out there, but I'm smart enough to know to take take an umbrella and walk in the rain. Common sense would be open it to use it to walk in the rain. I mean, common sense is something you just general knowledge, right? It's mundane. I mean, I'm smart. I know I should take an umbrella because it's raining, blah blah blah. But if I don't use it, I'm pretty foolish, right? That's not. I have no common sense.
If you see all the naturalistic explanations of the origin of the universe fail, wouldn't it be common sense to seek a
common sense
explanation?
No, it's the opposite.
That's like we're getting into God of the gaps here. Like that's like definitionally God of the gaps.
It's not a scientific explanation. It's
Josh,
more of a philosophical.
No, but Josh, common sense to me implies you don't use illogical fallacies as an explanation. And if you're going to posit a deity,
snap, son, boom.
Exactly. If you're going to mic drop, bitch. If you're going to posit that God has done everything as an explanation because you have no better explanation, you are committing a fallacy, and that is contrary to what common sense.
That's actually kind of funny. It's like, all naturalistic explanations failed, therefore God. Common sense, mic drop. Yeah, right.
Hey, Mithridates, that one's for you, baby.
That's fucking hilarious.
If there is a live theistic option available, and you look at the evidence with an open heart and an open mind and don't have a priori.
What evidence? What evidence?
Hold on, Josh. Does common sense apply beyond the scope of reality that we directly experience?
How about that many people have predicted the origin of the universe when mainstream science thought the universe was eternal? It was only until, this last century that the evidence started suggesting a temporal beginning of the universe. So it's kind of almost like a prediction.
Relevancy?
So?
It's almost like a theological prediction by the Bible.
Temporal beginning would be also relativistic?
So they got...
So did theists a long time ago, I mean, even like 200 years ago, know that the universe was 13.7 billion years old? Because I don't think they had any clue the age of the... They thought it was billions, maybe, but they didn't know.
Wait. They had a hunch. They had a hunch because of the Islamic viewpoint of the impossibility of an actual infinite things existing in reality. So maybe philosophy has a bearing on...
It has not been demonstrated that actual infinities don't exist. But anyways...
Well, you're not even open to the fucking possibility?
The other thing, too, is... the other thing, too, is like...
philosophy is pointing that way.
The Simpsons successfully predicted who was going to win the Super Bowl in 2015.
You know what? Simpsons must be divine origin. Are they oracles?
So does that mean that every single prediction that the Simpsons has made about the future is going to be accurate?
Well, they also predicted 9/11. They also predicted that Donald Trump would be president. So
they did. I mean, shit. The Simpsons is prophetic. You know, it's absolutely amazing.
Really, don't you think that's a caricature of my position when everybody thought that the universe was eternal?
I think your entire position is a caricature. I think it's you are pretty much a cartoon. You're a cartoon character, Josh.
Yeah,
Josh,
I
just don't have in each hand.
Well, sock. Actually, you're. It looks like you have socks over your head. You're a cartoon character, sir.
No. This is an old picture. This is a family picture. Okay. It's very near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, he doesn't come from a very attractive family.
Well, it doesn't take common sense to see that.
Yeah, Sokka's not a cartoon.
He's rather proud of it because they always get walked all over her anyways. So it's good for them to be like dressed up like that.
In conclusion, I don't think it's comprehensible enough to seek an explanation for all of human phenomena. It's a narrow gap that tries to only get.
At least he acknowledges it's a gap now.
Yeah, you know what, Bravo.
Chris, one step at a time.
You know what science does? Science narrows that gap. That's what science does do.
The gap is really called scientism because you have a pre-philosophical.
God.
Wow.
Okay.
Joshua, I really think at this point you're just being absolutely obtuse and dense, because if you mention scientism one more time, I'm just going to eject you. I'm done.
Scientism.
How dare you start mentioning scientism? Yeah, I'll fuck with you, Dex. Yeah. You know what? I got shit with you. Seriously, if you think that scientism is the argument that everybody's having, you're having the wrong discussion. You are literally.
You're influenced by it. I mean, I think maybe you're.
I am anti-scientism. I am anti-scientism.
He's a scientific anti-realist. I'm a philosophy maker.
I'm a scientific instrumentalist, but that would be a form of anti-realist.
Person that's a philosophy major, great job. I'm a post-grad with a philosophy degree.
Well, in all fairness, it's from Liberty University.
Liberal arts school.
Actually, I'm just wondering.
Hold on. By the way,
I'm just wondering, Steve, could you summarize as to why you're an anti-scientist, like scientism?
Because I believe that we can have many different
scientific anti-realist.
Yeah, well, I'm a scientific instrumentalist, which would fall under anti-realism, because I don't believe that actual theories necessarily will be actually what the universe is. It's a way to represent it, and it possibly could model reality. Exactly, reality could be that way, but unfortunately, I believe that as of yet, I've not seen a way to actually determine if reality is that way, rather than just being an objective model that we're looking at and going, okay, this is something we can use. I don't know if we can actually determine whether the model is the way it is. Does that make sense? Like space-time, even Minkowski space. Do we really think of it as a fabric? Yeah, I mean, but is it really? Who knows? It's the model works, but we have no freaking really way to test that. So I
according to you,
could one be a very like a loose scientism sort of thing, like you have one foot in it, but not at the same time because of what you just said?
Well, the reason I don't, because the reason I don't follow scientism is because maybe one time I would have probably maybe said possibly I was a scientism, because I didn't understand philosophy. Years ago, I would have been horrible in any philosophical discussion. I was a philosophical noob to no end, and it wasn't until I started reading and I started going, you know what, this is interesting, and I tried to learn from the doctor and other people that are really having the philosophy, and I realized, you know what, there is much more to philosophy than I had realized, because there are people in the community. There are a lot of anti-theists in our community that really are out there saying, you know what, philosophy is trivial, philosophy is boring, philosophy has no relevancy, and they hate it. They see nothing to philosophy. It's either black and white. They are epistemists, right? A perfect example would be Aaron Ra, who I would most respect for. But him being an epistemist, he does not accept really philosophical conversations, right? He doesn't think philosophy is a great way to acquire knowledge. So he is somebody that would be scientism. Okay? Would you agree?
I think Myths in the side chat said it very nicely. He says the answer is because of epistemic humility. I think that's a really nice.
I have epistemic humility. Yeah, me. I mean, well, refer to me. I do. I realize we have epistemic limits, and I'm willing to accept them. But I'm also a foundationalist, and I accept that the universe exists just axiomatically. I mean, I take it as an assumption. And I have no problem with that.
You're a foundationalist, but you don't believe non-being can come from being.
What?
That non-being can come from being.
That being can't come from non-being.
What I've said was.
What does that have to do with foundationalism?
Yeah, first of all, it really has nothing.
That's a properly basic belief.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not a properly basic belief. And second of all,
why isn't that?
Well, hang on, Josh. First of all, how do you get what I said again? Do you twist it and strawman me? What I said was, and I will quote myself.
You're a foundationalist.
How do you know that you cannot get being from non-being? I didn't say that I have subscribed to that.
How do I know that the universe can't pop into existence out of absolutely nothing? No.
Yeah, how do you know that?
It can't.
How do you know that?
It doesn't have any efficient potentiality.
Yeah, but again, I've already explained to you the problem with using the efficient cause.
Yeah.
Again, I rebutted that, right? Didn't I rebut that by saying that?
My question still remains unanswered.
Because I told you.
But
I said that the only way a temporal effect can emerge from a timeless state of affairs is if a personal agent wills it into existence.
Which is an assumption.
So a personal agent acting within time to will something into time.
That's the only way a free an action can come about.
How do you have a temporal being that's outside of temporality that actually can cause causation in a temporal line that doesn't exist in the temporal line? How did that even happen?
God was timeless.
That is nonsensical.
God, let me answer. God is timeless without creation. God is in time subsequent to creation. So it was the constant fact we're simultaneous.
Joshua, what Steve is asking is, can you give me a mathematical theorem to describe exactly what you're saying?
Yeah, a scientific theorem. Again, it's a common sense.
I don't know how
notion.
that would exist. I mean, draw it on a Minkowski diagram, draw it on a Penrose diagram, draw it in a mathematical model that I can look at and say, this is what a non-temporal being would look like in reference to our space-time.
Interesting that you mentioned
non-temporal being common sense.
Because Penrose, doesn't his formula show that the universe did begin to exist?
Okay, Joshua.
Oh my fucking God. Dude, seriously, I'm gonna slam. Oh, that does hurt. Who the hell can do that? Damn.
No, there is no mathematical. Like Sean Carroll has tried to answer this by doing a reverse arrow of time to try and see what the math looks like prior to the Big Bang. But what Steve is asking is, and in fact, what everyone is saying is that there's no paper, like scientific paper with all the math and all the deductions to show the state of existence prior to the Big Bang. So whatever God is, there's nothing but a faith issue. That's it. So what?
And I'm
the
willing
problem,
to accept that as a hypothesis. The reverse entropic state of the universe prior to t equals 0, I'm willing to accept is a purely abstract mathematical model. I get that. I'm fine with that.
But
I'm not
it
saying
had to have a beginning.
So Joshua,
since the universe, what I'm trying to say, I know that since the universe does exist, there must have been a cause of it. Rather, if not, then it popped into existence without a cause.
Joshua, one sec. When you said must, that is the issue in the discussion. So when you say must, that means you already have a theorem to share with everyone that can clarify the word must.
I'm saying that being, non-being, or being can't come from non-being.
And we have said to you, you need to not just assert that, you need to demonstrate that rather than just saying that. Now, if you want to accept it as an axiom, I'm fine with that. That makes you a foundationalist in that regard. Okay, but you cannot just say that ubiquitously across the board. We have to accept that. Now, I do accept that. I don't think something can come from absolute nothing, but I'm at the point where I actually think that maybe absolute nothing cannot even exist. I would like to see if nothing can exist, because at this point, we don't know. And I'm tending to believe that it can't, but I'm willing to entertain arguments, and I'm very flexible on that particular point.
All right.
But as of right now,
you concede that.
I'm not conceding anything. I'm explaining to you. At this point now in science,
it's plausible that being can't come from non-being.
Of course, it's plausible.
Joshua,
Well, possible.
Wait. Let me ask him this. Do you know what the lamp shift is?
No.
So in the lamp shift, like for example, your computer monitor producing light, that's the lamp shift. You have photons literally ex nihilo hitting your face.
Ex nihilo, out of completely nothing?
Yes.
They have a cause. They're just too microscopic. We can't know the speed.
I would use virtual particles as a better thing than that.
Oh, even virtual particles.
But see, even virtual particles.
They kind of. It's just hard to measure it.
But then the virtual particles comes in line with what Steve just said about that he is skeptical about nothing ultimately.
Right. I don't think they come from ex nihilo. No, I don't.
Yeah.
Now, is your Cross, what's his first name?
General
Cross. No, Cross. The guy, the atheist.
You know Han Solo. What atheist? Who? The guy with the Jesus cross?
Cross.
Who's Cross?
Is that where you get nothingness? That he said you can't even philosophically contemplate what nothing is? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know who you're talking to.
When Cross debated, I'm talking to you, General.
Okay.
When Cross debated Craig, he said that the
Lawrence
of
Krauss.
Krauss. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Krauss doesn't believe in absolute nothing.
Is that where you're getting that? Is that what you're talking about?
So I do have a clip. In fact, I have a series of 8 one-minute clips where I show a peculiar prediction all the way from 2008 up until 2013 or 2014, where I have videos of where Hugh Ross debated Victor Stinger. And Victor Stinger was saying the same thing Steve is saying to you. Hugh Ross understood the arguments, and he was going, yeah, you're correct. It ultimately does come down to a faith issue. There is no mathematical, before the beginning of the bang, there is no like mathematical theorem to describe God.
It comes down to a philosophical issue.
Well, yeah, but you see, ultimately, we are interested in the scientific analysis of that, not just some philosophical statement.
Yeah, I know that, but there's only so far. That's what I'm saying. I'm not offering a scientific explanation. I don't think it might.
We're interested in a scientific explanation. Because guess what? When you have a scientific explanation, no one has therefore you can't deny God. If God has a scientific explanation,
no, I don't think that. I think scientific explanations rest on philosophical notions of what the world is to frame the models.
Well, yes and no.
How the world is.
Yes and no. It's partial truth.
Wait, let me just finish with this thing that I observed. So
actually, I'll be right back.
Then
I have to go. And one second. Okay. Just
then
finish
Sean Carroll. Then Sean Carroll on the same panel joined with Victor Stinger at Hugh Ross, and then Hugh Ross tells everyone, this happened at Caltech, by the way. Hugh Ross says there is a possibility, and by the way, it's not a smoking gun; it's just one piece of the puzzle. When they were looking for B-mode polarization, that gravity waves and all that to prove an actual singularity beginning. So, and this was in 2008. Then in 2013, when they were very close to, and they're still looking for that actually, the Keck 3 is still looking for it. In the sense of they have found signals, but they're wanting to confirm it. And so Hugh Ross's prediction actually came true within the time frame he proposed. So he said within 5 or 10 years, B-mode polarization could be an actual reality scientifically. Guess what? About 6 years after that, that's what happened. Then Lawrence Krauss released his book, Universe from Nothing, and then he had a lecture describing his model. And he had a whole panel of astronomers who investigated the mathematics and the ramifications of that. And then you have these skeptical astronomers who were skeptical in the sense that they weren't Christian, asking him, what's the dynamics behind the cause of this, this universe from nothing? And Krauss said, oh, you could have a Hamiltonian space and all that. But then one of the astronomers said, well, what you're describing presupposes and I'm quoting him, a pre-existent entity of some sort that mechanistically brings about the universe. And Krauss is like, well, actually, I ultimately don't care how that happens. All I know is the universe exists, and But the point is that even they saw the ramifications that you do need some form of pre-existent entity. Call that a multiverse or call that God. But notice it's still outside science. We still can't test that. So yeah, that's the context of that. Yeah.
Everybody have a good day.
Thank you for joining us, Joshua.
Hey, sorry about no.
No, cool, man. You're held in there. You're welcome back anytime.
Okay, invite
me. Don't get scared off, man. We don't bite.
Well, I'm not scared, Holmes.
Hey, testing. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, but we have nothing to say.
Bloody finally.
No, I was kidding. But that was entertaining. By the way, I got these Diet Shasta Cola for 15 cents a piece.
That felt kind of circular.
I'm just wondering, is my voice really bad? Like, can you guys understand what I'm saying?
No, you're good. It's done the same.
Could be worse. You could sound like Hunter.
Hey,
my voice is shot.
Well, hey, FYI, Steve, even if my voice does sound crappy, you would still hit that, so it doesn't matter.
You flatter yourself.
You said it. I can bring it up in past discussions if you want.
Yeah, well, I'm drunk, lonely, whatever. Put a wig on you, though, at least,
Hey, actually,
can I call you Susie?
Sober, let alone when I'm drunk.
No.
Yeah.
Just like Josiah calling me Hunty, like it gets on my last nerves.
Hunty. What the fuck is that?
That's just yeah, he's like, oh, Hunty, my boy's here. I'm like, who are you?
That's weird.
Go to school.
You know what's frustrating, Steve, is when people like Joshua spout that kind of stuff. Our immediate reaction is, oh, I see what they misunderstand. I see the mistake they're making. Let me just clearly point it out to them, and then they'll get it.
and they
never get it.
I know. They clearly pointed out to them for the 12th time, and they still don't understand it.
They're just resistant to learning, just like the clown car folks.
Well, you have to remember, he has, like, what is it, a bachelor's in philosophy of history. So that's why he knows all of this metaphysics.
Yeah.
He teaches economics.
The key word there was meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of questioning some of the things he said about his background, because if you go watch the discussion he had with Sokka, he said he had a master's in something, then he didn't finish a master's in something else, and yet he didn't know a lot about the Bible. He was talking about he had a master's in theology, and Sokka was just running circles around him.
What do you mean, go back to the conversation with Sokka? If you go to the conversation he just had with Scholar Fiction, he said initially...
Yeah, Sokka, Scholar. That's what I'm sorry,
Scholar. It was like he said, I have a master's in theology, and then after he said, no, I have a bachelor's in theology, and I'm working towards a master's in theology.
Exactly. That's exactly what he did. Yeah.
And he has a degree in philosophy of history.
Yeah, and now he teaches economics. So it kind of like really kind of all over the place. So I don't know.
Kind of like Rocket Ronnie. His credentials just scare us all.
Oh my god. They're polymath.
Did you guys watch Drags Hang On a little while ago? It was earlier tonight. I was in there for a while, and we were addressing some of the stuff that Ronnie had. And at this point, I told Drag, look, it sounds like you're just picking on a retard at this point, okay? I mean, like Ronnie's literally the crippled kid in the corner, spewing out shit, and you're going over there just slapping him beside his face with your backhand. Enough. I mean, I don't even bother that much with Ronnie anymore because I don't watch his shit. He doesn't say anything of entertainment value. I watched a little bit of the video he had with Drag, and I was like, this is fucking inane. If this is a response video, holy shit, have you diminished in your capacity to formulate a coherent sentence? Because before he was bad, now he's just atrocious. And he sounds weird. Stop breathing in your mic, man. Oh my god, Amar, sounds like a windstorm. We're going to buy you another mic. But Ronnie, he doesn't have anything worthwhile to say, and so it's enough. I mean, I don't know where to go with this guy. Him and Drag are just having this weird kind of back and forth, and I know Drag's doing it for fun. I get that. Drag's actually said, look, I'm just fucking with Ronnie. I understand that. But now it's just pathetic. It's just sad. I couldn't even do it anymore. I can't pick on Ronnie because he's so fucking stupid.
Makes an awesome Whopper, though.
Well, he's the pickle guy.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? What Jay was saying about the pickle guy?
Literally, like, if you can't do anything else,
you're the pickle guy.
Yeah.
I don't understand like why he kept on coming back to just like, okay, well, the problem is that you can't use science all the time, and here's an example from economics. I'm like, okay, great, yeah, we understand, yeah, that's scientism, that's bad. He's like, okay, great, so you can't use it, in this field either. Like, well, hold on a second, that doesn't follow. Well,
you can't use science in science. How does that follow?
And then he's like, well, because I gave a perfectly good example in economics. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we're all scientists. We all hold to scientism for some reason, even though no one here holds to scientism.
We have one person here that may be qualified to call himself a scientist. I don't think so. Myth calls himself a scientist. I think he uses the word kind of because Mithra's. I don't. To me, a scientist works in a scientific laboratory, right? I mean, you can have a scientific background. Yeah, but you don't do it anymore.
Well, to be fair, a scientist doesn't hold to scientism either.
No, that's just I mean, Mithra is. I mean, you are definitely somebody who's worked with science, and you want to call yourself a scientist. That's fine because you qualify, obviously. But how many people that you worked in the lab that you considered to be following scientism? Would that even make sense from a scientific perspective? That's not science.
I haven't met them.
Scientism is roughly like a modern form of logical positivism.
Well, it is.
Almost nobody holds to it. Like there are a few. Where like a soft scientism perspective, which is like the majority of our knowledge comes from science.
Does Darwin's kind of have a logical positivism type thing? I mean, you seem to understand Darwin's better than any of us, so.
Darwin's deity?
Yeah.
God, no.
Oh my God, is that guy still alive?
He doesn't follow logical positivism?
No, he's a reformed epistemologist, or some bastardization of it.
I don't even know what the hell category to place him anymore.
He's a dog walker.
Yeah, pretty well.
Dog walker.
I'm a little upset that I missed what's his name.
You listen to his soundboard.
Sorry, what's a dog walker?
I do miss being a real scientist, though.
A dog walker is a person who walks dogs.
I might to jerk off into its mouth as well.
No, just walks dogs.
Myth, were you one of those guys that when you did a scientific experiment, a new one, not when you're just repeating something that's never done, but you were doing your own kind of lab work, and you found something of interest? Were you one of those people that kind of like went, Eureka?
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, you kind of come up with your ideas, you write your grant or whatever, and if it depends. It's more of finding what you think you're going to find or not. I don't know if I've ever really had a eureka moment that hard.
It's fun. I'd say I would be thrilled. I think that'd be just an amazing thing to do.
Oh, it's wonderful.
And start from finish, right? You have your hypothesis, you do the whole legwork, you get your grant money, and you're like, okay, this is what I want to set out to do. This is, do the study, get to conclusions, formalize it. I think that'd be fun as hell, man.
Yeah, it was. I miss it.
My mic working now?
Yeah.
Cool.
But how many times do we have to explain to him what scientism was and what it isn't? And he just doesn't seem to want to get that. I have enough.
17 I counted.
Oh my God, that's absurd. What do you like, Rain Man?
Round and round and round.
Borderline. I can tell you the square root of 2 if you want.
So the question is
1.4.
1.41421356.
I was getting there. Shut up.
How can we get past these people's mental blocks? How can we ever actually explain things to them?
I don't think you can.
You know what? All I can do is what I did. I'm like, look, stop. Just stop and listen to what I'm telling you, and then go validate it somewhere. Because when you hear something so many times and you still going back to your Don Quixote tilting and windmills straw man approach, I don't want to have a conversation anymore, because you're not discussing something with me or the panel. You're arguing something that nobody's talking about, and it's annoying. Nobody wants to listen to that. Paul did that the other day with did you listen to the debate we had yesterday with Paul? Every time I asked him a question, I asked him a very specific question about DDX 1102 and the expression of it, and he started talking about freaking Hitler. I don't.
No, that shit was funny.
It was ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Well, unfortunately with Josh, it was evident that he was just going off of a script, and a lot of it was just repeating stuff that he's heard from like William Lane Craig, or that he's heard from Stark, or he's heard from other apologists. And it's not to be unexpected from someone who came from Liberty University.
I've got to say, though, the immediate go-to with the Hitler thing is really starting to upset me on some levels, because they keep putting it on Darwin. Darwin was not at all responsible for this. This was Sir Francis Galton. For crying out loud, give Galton his due. I mean, come on, man.
Nietzsche had more of an influence on Hitler than Darwin did.
Oh, a lot of people.
Well, it's just
Origin of Species was one of the books he was having burned in the streets. Come on.
But it's just that every question I asked him, his questions or answers were just not relevant. I mean, I asked him something about phylogeny, and he started talking about Haeckel again, and I'm like, what do you keep going back to Haeckel for? It was 100+ years ago. Okay, and we can argue to the days the cow comes home whether he was fraudulent or not. I don't think he did anything wrong. I don't think he was fraudulent at all. I think he just made an honest mistake in trying to exaggerate certain things. But
he even admitted that he was in error when he made them.
Yeah, they fixed it. That Romar and was it Roman and Romer? I mean, the drawings out there, they're similar, right? They're just not exaggerated, but nothing has changed as far as what the embryos would look like. But what does that have to do with what I was talking about of phylogeny? I'm like, do you understand what phylogeny is? And he started talking about Haeckel again. I'm like, oh, Jesus, man.
They act like we don't have the pictures now. They act like the drawing.
We have it on microfilm. We have it on microfilm.
So it's all wrong. Like we don't have the true pictures now.
I don't know, dude. These guys I think you guys said it's the best. They get in their script, and you can't get them off of it, right? They're just locked into that stupid mode. And no matter how many times you try to explain something to them, they just don't get it.
Well, with him, it was, you could obviously tell that he was like trying so desperately, it didn't matter what you said, to get it back onto the script what onto his particular apologetic was.
Right. How many times did he say, well, Steve, you're the one who believes this thing come from nothing? I've never said that.
No one on this panel accepts that.
Oh my God! I just don't know. I doubt it, right? But you can't just make blanket assertions on something we've never tested.
Well, it's like I was taking count of the people here on the various things that he was saying, and it's like literally on all of the accusations and all the topics that he was bringing up, not a single one of us actually held to that who was in the room at the time. I'm not entirely too sure about Obaid or Shadow Heathen on those various topics. Those have never been brought up with me, but everyone else is like, oh, do you believe that something can come from nothing? Across the board, no. Do you believe do you hold to scientism? Across the board, no. Do you believe God is impossible? Across the board, no.
Just straw manning.
I don't know. I mean, that last one you could kind of get to the which God are you talking about, because there could be some gods that are impossible, but
hence why I excluded you from that.
Right. But even more so, there are a lot of gods that even if they did exist, they'd be completely insignificant. I mean, if you decide that a cabbage is a god, I don't really care about your definition of God at that point.
So you're giving up blame you for He-Man's naturalistic gods.
I was going to say you're giving up atheism for naturalistic gods.
Was an atheist, so
he's Shadow's an atheist.
Yeah. I'm agnostic. Yeah.
No, an atheist.
I don't think that the term has
agnostic and atheist are kind of synonymous, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Agnostic,
I take it as the thing is, I take it as a knowledge position, not a theological position.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I got you on that.
It's kind of a softer form of theological non-cognitivism.
Yeah,
the thing is, there are
this distinction.
There are aspects of theological non-cognitivism that I don't necessarily agree with. And I couldn't tell you what they are offhand, because this was in part during an argument I had with Matt frickin' Bell, that at the end of which he declared me to be agnostish. I'm like, what?
No, I'm agnostic in some ways as well, but I'm a very soft one. So I think I'm using it the same way you are. I believe that in most times, most words are used in relationship to God have no really meaning, and that it's very difficult to determine what the criteria are for a definitive deity that you're talking about. But I don't go so far to say that's not possible. I think that somebody could define a deity to have a worthwhile conversation with, but the hardcore atheist would say that the whole concept of God is just meaningless.
Well, I just like keeping open the theological side of it so that I can declare myself to be an apatheist, because I really don't give a shit.
Yeah, well, I'm an apatheist.
The theological concept would just say that the entire question of God existing is just meaningless altogether.
Right.
But it's not even true that proposition.
Right.
The atheist would say it potentially is, provided that we can have a meaningful definition of God presented to us, and so far none has been.
I think that's a better way of stating it, yeah.
In my case, it's just I don't know what the hell would qualify something for this title of God, whatever the hell that's supposed to be.
I just don't believe in the God in the definition of God in the all powerful, all omniscient, all knowing, outside of time and space.
Right, I think it's well established those three things, the three omnis can't exist coextensively with each other. I think I think that's well established, but the apologist has ways of kind of modifying the terms to mean something a little bit less.
Oh yeah, the apologist
the maximally great being.
And I'm not saying the apologetics are wrong for trying to do so. I'm really not. I actually applaud them for trying to do that. But they
shift goalposts every time.
It's not shifting.
It's not shifting goalposts. It's them arguing amongst themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a shifting of goalposts. It's a way of understanding the scripture, and if they're trying to understand the scripture in a more reasonable approach that is logically possible, then I don't find fault with that. Because as it stands now, the omnis, if they really take them literally, it can't be, and they know that.
No, if you don't take them strictly, like Platinka, for example, has a good counterexample to some of the various ideas of omnipotence, and he proposed the Mik'ir being, which is like it does everything that is consistent with its nature, and it's able to actualize everything that's consistent with its nature. And all it happens to want to do, and the only thing that it can do, is just pick its ear. And it's like, under a certain definition, yes, that being would be omnipotent. So it's like, that is a Christian apologist who raised a very scathing issue for the idea of omnipotence.
I don't know. I've tried to offer pseudo-apologetics that might reconcile some of the issues that I see with it. And what strikes me is every time it's like, okay, well, if you look at it this way in terms of, knowing everything, if you set it up as they know the outcome of every decision, but not necessarily the decision you'd make, they'd still be technically all-knowing, and in some ways, in a greater scope, all-knowing. But it still allows for free will. And I'll have people buck on this, going, no, that's not what it is. Everything that happens was laid down before the creation. I'm like, oh, then how's there free will?
Well, that's
because there is. What?
That's Calvinism.
Oh, I know, but that's just one example. It's just like, come on, guys. You can't even sit there and within your own. If we try to keep it somewhat within their own view, you can't even entertain a different point of view of it. Something that doesn't even necessarily conflict with theology. It's just like, come on, guys. Open up a little crack in that fucking wall you have there and try thinking about something. Try one thought experiment. Just one. Nope.
Well, G-Man did open that little crack, and apparently he found $3,000 in it.
By the way, he was a fucking safe.
He only had about 11 people watching.
That safe did not give consent? Nope.
G-Man had... I don't understand how G-Man has nearly 8,000 subscribers, 7,000 plus subscribers, and he barely gets about 20 people watching.
Because 7,980 people hate him.
Yeah, he doesn't. That's just awful to have that many subscribers have that low sub count or watch count. I mean, I have 850 subscribers. I got 34 people watching, so it's a much higher percentage. And I'm loving the fact that people like listening to these hangouts. When I have specifically tried to make these hangouts stuff that people will listen to, except for making Myth makes these weird noises. Is he masturbating? I know he just got off work, but
highly prudent.
That's not me.
Isaiah had linked me to a video of a guy.
You're going, that's what you're doing. I hear weird noises.
Isaiah had linked me to a video of a guy claiming that all interracial relationships were rape. And this guy had 40,000 subscribers, and you look at his like to dislike ratio for that video and all his other videos that he's done, and it's all like 30,000 dislikes.
Wow.
And 1,000 likes.
That's huge.
Holy crap.
Well, Scott, you know what? Skylar Fiction was having a great conversation, or he one-sided again with Josh about rape, and I don't think Josh was understanding the nuances of the discussion. And you were listening, Doctor. Were you like sitting there going,
understand rape? Period.
Yeah, he did. He doesn't. It was just weird because Skylar was right on the ball, and yet all Josh was saying was, "Well, rape is objectively wrong," and Skylar's like, "Well, why?"
Well, it's like I was listening to that and was trying to make sense of what Josh was saying, because it was almost like he was saying that we just intuitively know that rape is wrong.
No, it wasn't.
And it's
just
self-evident
like
that rape is wrong.
That's what he said. Common sense. That's what his argument was.
But at the same time, it's divine command.
Wait a minute, what's wrong with rape? I mean, plenty of people use canola oil. Rape seeds are great.
Go down to Tisdale, the land of rape and honey.
By the way, just sorry to cut in the discussion, but have you guys seen Wayne's latest post that he might be going to jail?
Wayne Fillmore?
Yeah.
What did he do now?
I'll
Drunk
send
and
the
disorderly?
Steve, you make it sound as if this is like an annual occurrence or something.
Well, Wayne's the rebel, right?
Yeah, true. You don't have to make it that
There's the link to it.
My roommate got arrested the other day again. It says 401 or 404 not found.
I get thrown into the back of the cop car every other week.
Well, yeah, your boyfriend's a cop though.
Well, my boyfriend's not a cop, but
I'll paste what he wrote in the slideshow. Yeah.
It's literally for felonies, but the DA doesn't prosecute them.
What the?
Oh, that's strange.
To be honest, how does this lead to jail time?
I don't know, because that's a civil matter. Completely civil. Reporting.
It's civil to a point. If you can't pay it, then it becomes a felony. Like over $5,000 would be.
Yeah, this is
considered
well
felony.
beyond small claims.
Yeah.
But if you're just reporting earnings, you fix it. I mean, it's.
But he's just told me that it was
Unless they're pressing
just
charges for
today,
fraud or
but-
something like that.
And
Why
why
would-
would he say I can vouch for him? He told me that his last check was $80, but I don't know that for certainty. I believe him because I believe, Wayne. He's a very trustworthy guy, but I have no. I couldn't swear an oath that. How would I know? I just took him at his word.
You could swear that you were told that, but that does, yeah.
Steve's going to court as a character witness, apparently.
Well, yeah, I could do a character witness. I'll do a character witness for everybody in here besides Pseudo. They don't like him, but no, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
He fell asleep.
Hangout.
He fell asleep. Yeah, he fell asleep in my hangout. Why am I going to character reference for him? And he's still asleep. You see this?
I'm
He's just
awake
chilling in the
now.
corner. Oh. You know what? I respected you enough to just mute you so you didn't say anything incriminating in your sleep, and just let you wake up on your own. So
Yeah, you mentioned something about olive oil and schoolgirls, and we're like, nope, none of that.
yeah, not going to have that.
No, that was the doctor's
Steve,
soundboard I had.
do you want Win wants to come in? He'll probably come in now.
Okay.
By the way, did anyone point out that you fucked up the other day, Steve?
I'm sorry, what?
Did anybody point out that you kind of fucked up the other day?
I kind of fucked up the other day?
Oh, yeah, in a big way, man.
What did I do?
You were talking about how wrong Ronnie is and how often, and you said it's a statistical impossibility. You know what's going to fucking happen now? Fucking G-Town's going to take that clip and claim it's proof of God.
Well, I mean, it's an informal argument that, statistically speaking, you think that you're right on something, but
Does anybody notice that he's using a puppet?
That's too close to your mic there.
Does anybody notice that he's using a puppet?
That's
what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
that's Shadow's thing.
That's Squirrel.
Well, whatever.
It's ventriloquist regime.
No, I'm not, because like with a ventriloquist, the mouth doesn't. This fuck has
I
no
only like
nose,
drama.
looking at
I
it.
only like Drama Llama. That's my favorite. Drama Llama. I like Drama.
Now, Drama Llama's up there. He's
No,
hung up for the
I
night.
would make pork chops out of him, but still.
Oh, Piggly.
I like Drama Llama.
It's
Drama
there's one
Llama.
Archer fan in here.
But Myth, you should get a chance when you get a chance. Watch Ronnie's video. It's like 10 minutes long, 12 minutes long, or something like that. On how he demonstrates that the humans race lived thousands of years, and he
It's
used
15 minutes and 11 seconds.
yeah, and he invokes concepts that he didn't even know of a few months ago, because I had mentioned to him the Hayflick limit. He had, or somewhere along the lines I mentioned Hayflick limit. He had no idea what the hell. He does not know about any of this shit. And all of a sudden, when he hears these things, he starts running with them. And now he's making a video saying, well, in older times, let me show you how people would have lived thousands of years because of aging stuff. And I'm like, wow.
I actually watched that. Yeah,
Oh, was that oh,
it's pretty
God.
crazy. I've met Hayflick, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I've had conversations with him.
Wow.
That was my area, actually.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, telomeres. And what is it, 40 or 50 usually for most somatic cells? Is that,
Yeah.
is that the limit? Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I would love to have a presentation on that one of these days. Matter of fact, if somebody wanted to talk about Shelton complexes, I would actually pay much attention, because I don't grasp them. I don't understand the complexity of the enzymes working on the DNA like that. Is very, very complicated. And it's not something you can go out and just watch a video about or go to Wikipedia and learn. And so if anybody wanted to have an actual hangout about those kind of stuff to actually explain it in a layman's kind of point of view, I would definitely be interested in that.
Yeah,
'Cause that shit's hard.
I'm out of date now. I would like to
Get a
somebody that's
refresher.
more current tell me about it.
Well, we can have Ronnie do it. Dude, he I swear to God, man, he didn't know anything about anything like a year ago. And he just slowly has picked stuff up, and yet he butchers everything he learns. And he's like, he gets pissed off at Dragnaut. He's like predicting that Dragnaut was going to show up at school working on this stuff. And I'm like, wait a minute, you predicted that a guy's going to be proud that he's actually accomplishing something. That's fucking brilliant, Ronnie. You are a psychic to end all psychics, let me tell you. Wow.
Here's what Ronnie does: is he follows what Dragnaut and Scientist Sam say, and then he looks up key phrases that they say, and then he just follows the Wikipedia tabs, like the things that are highlighted in blue, and he reads the first paragraph of each.
I don't doubt
And
that.
he thinks he's
I
an
think you're
expert
right.
in it.
I think you're
But
right.
then
Because
then
he's
this is what
quoting
he
Wikipedia
does.
verbatim
He accuses
sometimes.
other people of doing that.
You know, we all read Wikipedia, okay? But I guarantee you're not going to learn these subjects off Wikipedia. If I hadn't taken biology in college, I would have been fucking lost in a lot of this shit. You think I would have known what the hell a Krebs cycle even was if I didn't take fucking it in college? I would have been completely lost. I couldn't tell you what electron transfer chain was had I not already taken it in college. There's no fucking way I've learned that on my own. I'm not
The
that
more
smart.
advanced in science or medicine, the more likely Wikipedia is wrong.
Yeah, it's maybe not even so much wrong, but complex, right? Wikipedia doesn't explain things. It's a very quick reference source, but you don't learn anything from Wikipedia. It's not a source to go to learn something. And if you don't have some kind of basic background, you're not going to understand the material Wikipedia puts out. And that's what happens to Ronnie. He reads, like you said, the first line of the first paragraph, and he's like, oh, I got this. And there's so much more information out there he's not getting, and that's why he has so many misconceptions. Now, when somebody else reads a book, like we've actually all read biology books. Many of us have actually gone to Google Books and read biology books. I've done it. I liked it. I don't think he ever has, and he's never even taken biology in college. So for him to have some kind of expertise level is comical.
I think they're just upset that Wikipedia's gotten better at policing and trying to prevent vandalism of pages.
Hey guys, the time just went back an hour, didn't it? This is fall back.
At 2:00 my time it does, yeah. Fall back.
That is awesome because I have to be at work real early in the morning, and I just got another hour of sleep.
Yay!
I'm so happy. That made my night.
I'm happy for you. Well, it should be I made your night, but that comes close.
Everyone in this room, what did you think about the debate with Paul?
What's that?
Humber?
What do you think about the Humber? Yeah.
A class.
By the way, did you see what he wrote on my pages? He wasn't upset per se
after the debate,
but yeah, he wrote just today. Matter of fact, he wrote that he knew it'd be like 3 or 4 in one. I get
where did he write this?
In a comment of both videos, the video that we have and the after, and I had expressed to him, look at Paul, I had asked you many questions, and you didn't even come close to answering them in any coherent way. Okay, and that was the problem. I was like, Paul, if you know somebody that knows this material, we were happy to have them on. You can come back as well, right? No hard feelings. But don't get angry at us that you were incapable of answering the questions I gave you 2 weeks in advance. I told you I'd be asking you questions about the DDX 1102 being expressed, how to express or not. I told you that we wanted you to come and explain Tompkins' work to us. And all you did, you came in and you read verbatim, actually, what Tompkins wrote. Well, we all know what Tompkins wrote. That was not the issue.
I had only watched about the first hour before I had to head out on that day, and literally the guy was gish gabbling like a total motherfucker there. I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Yes, every single bloody subject that was unrelated. He just touched upon it and then ran to the next one immediately afterwards. It just
very superficial.
Nothing legal.
Yeah.
Very, very. There's nothing in there. It sounded like he had no idea what he was talking about as well. So
I don't think he necessarily did. I think he actually kept diverting to things which were closer to his comfort zone. And in a lot of these discussions, people will kind of let you get away with that, and it just kind of goes a little bit more freeform. And the more you pull them back to the core topic or the core discussion, the more they try to get away from it.
But wouldn't that just simply be a dishonest tactic in order to employ
absolutely
in a debate?
But it absolutely is, but it's par for the course as well in terms of these kind of discussions. We see it constantly.
Hey Steve, how did you actually get this person on the debate anyway?
Good question.
Why?
No, this is a good question.
Is it possible for someone to drop so that Wayne can come in?
Who do we got here? Let's see. Well, everybody besides Prudent and Pseudo is kind of active. Pseudo,
I'm listening.
Prudent, are you there? You haven't said anything since you got here, Prudent.
Oh, I'm just waiting.
Do you want? Well, do you want?
Oh, you know what? I'll drop, and Wayne can come in, and you guys can help him out or something.
Well, he usually doesn't stay long. So, anyways, where I found this guy, Paul, I was actually going around to different communities on Facebook and Reddit, asking for people. And I don't remember. I think I think he messaged me on Reddit, but it could have been Facebook. I really don't remember. And I had posted, we're looking for somebody that can actually discuss science with actual science people in regards to creationism. And he had said that he had edited this pamphlet. He sent me the pamphlet. I looked it over and said, okay, we've already addressed all these concerns, but we'll still talk about it. But we're literally looking for somebody that has a little bit more knowledge. And he's like, well, I've worked with Kevin Anderson, or I've talked to him. He's been over my house. I've talked to Mary Schweitzer. I'm familiar with these things. I said, fine. I had offline talk with him a couple days prior to the thing, and realized that he really didn't have that much understanding. But I gave him all the questions. I said, look, we're not going to try to sharpshoot you. Everything when we ask you, I guarantee it. I want you to have ahead of time. So I was telling him about Tompkins and stuff like that. He's like, yeah, I'll familiarize myself with it again. Sure. And I said, well, don't be bringing up stuff like you did with me. I said, don't bring up Piltdown Man. Nobody wants to talk about Piltdown Man. And don't go to argumentative ad motive, right? Don't sit there and say, well, there's a conspiracy of vast proportions of the scientific consensus, blah, blah, blah. Nobody wants to deal with that, okay? We want to keep it a little bit more highbrow. And he did all that stuff too. And I was like, yeah, it didn't happen, right? And he's like, well, it's just something you don't want to talk about. And it's just like, people need to understand, this is basal stuff here. I mean, this is so ridiculously stupid to sit there and say, well, there's a global conspiracy among scientists to promulgate evolutionary theory and not accept creationism. That's not an argument. And even if it was, it's not a scientific argument, right? That's just an argument that you can't support. It's personal opinion. I don't care about it. You're completely wrong. I think you're completely stupid for suggesting that, because I don't believe in conspiracies like that. But, whatever. But we want to talk about the science. And I said, look, know what Tompkins' work is, know where he found his information, be able to explain especially the expression levels and the transcripts, right? If there's an alternate transcript that's actually transcribed, be able to explain that. Did it sound like he knew anything about it? Because when he even showed him the fusion site, and I said, look, here's the fusion site. First we talked about the Centiny, and we were showing him the G banding, and obviously there's a huge correlation there, and that's from 82 or something like that. It's like, look, this is before they did the nucleotide sequencing. Now that we have the nucleotide sequencing, we can actually see the fusion site. Look at telomeric repeat, and anti-telomeric repeat. How is that not a telomeric fusion? And he just kept insisting, well, it's not. Okay.
He didn't bring up G-rich sequences now, did he?
No.
Oh, dear, that would have been tragic.
He didn't know what a G-rich. I'm sure he wouldn't have known. He didn't know what gene banding was. No, he didn't. He had no idea what gene banding was. He didn't know what he was looking at. So I was a little disappointed.
I find it hard someone doesn't quite understand how the simple telomeric repeat could be anything else but a telomeric repeat. I mean,
he didn't know what a hexamer was. He didn't know what the telomeric sequence was. I think.
Well, because we had asked him. You see a whole sequence of TTAGG repeat again and again and again, however many times that you want. Even from a complete layman, it kind of seems obvious if you see that repeated six base sequence.
The thing is, even if you don't know what the sequence is and this and that,
you should see the pattern.
When people take, your gene from ape and your gene from human and lay them up next to each other, and they're all sorted out, so you can see the happy little bands and what the colors are and this and that. You can look at them and say, "Wow, these look really close to one another." Hey, how can you not see that? I mean, this is the thing is beyond that. It's like, look at these two things that are almost completely identical. Do these look almost completely identical to you? Oh, no.
Trevor in the life said argumentium baculum. I love that. Argumentium baculum.
It's like putting two. I guess if you have if all those IT guys out there, it's virtually like putting two different, completely frazzled up defragmentation files side by side and seeing that they're virtually 98% the same. It's kind of obvious that something.
We were trying to explain it now.
Happened the same way.
Even more so, though, going down that line. Now, I was in the computer field for quite a while, and I was an old hacker long before that. And in part of that, what you do is you find yourself sitting there opening up a hex editor to change a thing here and there.
I've done that.
And you start finding sequences in the code that repeat in this and that. And just looking at it, without knowing the actual programming language or any of this other stuff, you start picking up these little things that you recognize. You see that extra 20 there.
How do you think I used to crack software? How do you think I crack shareware?
It's
doesn't matter what it's
the patterns.
It translates to assembly, right? And by using assembler, I could actually go in using Softice, find the jump routines I'm looking for, change them. So if you entered in some password that's not correct, instead of going where it's, jump routine where it's supposed to go, it actually continues on. I cracked a lot of. I hypothetically cracked. I would never advocate cracking software because that would be illegal. But hypothetically, if I would have done it, I would have done it that way.
But even running without a trace, there are plenty of things just looking through there. You see just different patterns emerging and what have you. And even if you're just looking for one or two little values, it's like, okay, here, I have figured out that this, for example, is, the empire designation of the 5 choices or whatever, this kind of thing. And you start recognizing these kind of things. Some of it's trial and error, but there are certain patterns you see that it's like, okay, this is where this is starting, this is where this is stopping. And when you're dealing with the telomeres and the repeats and what have you, it's like a file header. You look at it, you know what it is after long enough staring at it.
Well, I mean, even executable files had that file header. I don't remember what the code is for it, but you could recognize the executable file by the file header because there was a COM file was like a stripped down executable. Yeah. But okay, that goes back. You're an old timer, man, because that goes back to some old shit. Those are the good times. You know what? I kind of miss those old school programming shit when you actually did low level cracking. Because now when people they download a patch and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a cracker," bullshit. You download a patch that somebody else fucking did. You know what? Make your own patch. Figure out how to crack the software yourself. Put it in a package. Maybe Pascal would be a good packager, and then say you're a cracker.
Well, I think now we know who we can blame Hannah for going down the hacking road.
Pascal's a really good way to do distributables. Yeah, but but it's a very simple language, and if you want to distribute patches, Pascal's the way to go. Now I learned a little Pascal, I also learned a little Logo. I programmed a language called Focal, which is a mini computer language. I had to learn a little Fortran, Assembler, Visual Basic, and we had Fortran cards.
Oh,
and we
I remember the fucking punch card readers. Those things.
We had punch tape. There was a 3K punch tape in a language called Focal. We had it for mini computers when I was in junior high, and it was just a little spindle of punch tape, and that's how encoded. And then after that, you get a little more sophisticated. We had cassettes. I had a TI-994A that uses this cassette magnetic system, and I'm like, holy shit.
Now, the thing is, I'm actually going to go not so much to the tape, but the actual old punch cards that they used to feed through with some of the different languages, particularly things like some of the stuff with Fortran and whatever.
Yeah, I had a box of those.
After you'd worked with them enough, you could pick up that card and look at it. And with just those little holes that were knocked out of it, you could get an idea of what it was, what you were doing, and what have you. It gets to this point that when you're there in that code long enough, you start recognizing things. It's pattern recognition more than anything else. And this holds true with the human genome as well, with things like, I just blanked on the term. I want to call them hitters and footers, but that's the wrong word. The terminators.
By the way, I'm not losing my mind here. I have a fly that I'm trying to get so I can throw it outside. So you see me going like this. I'm not just losing it yet.
Oh, anyway, a friend off screen you were trying to pick gnats off of.
Hey, what's up, Steve?
I'm just grabbing angels. So what's up, man?
No, yeah. Did you? Well, I don't know if should I say this live on air or
Yeah, go ahead.
You saw the post, but I had sent you the letter. You can look at it for yourself. I'm not lying or anything.
Oh, you did send me the letter? I don't see the letter. Oh, you did send me the letter.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my bad. I gotta check my external more often. All right, let me look at this over real quick, if I may. Oh. Okay. Can I mention something in here? Or
Well, yeah, I guess because
Okay.
people find out.
Yeah. Well, this has to do with SSI. Yeah, this isn't job related. This is SSI. So what were you getting SSI from?
I wasn't. I was only getting unemployment. So
This is unemployment and SSI are completely different things. How are you getting SSI when you're not 65 and you're not on disability?
that doesn't make any sense.
Are you on any welfare program?
No.
That wouldn't get you SSI. SSI.
Well, it can be for emergency cash. Yes, it can. And SSI can be used for cash benefits. Goddamn fly.
It can be. They changed it so it can be used for cash benefits without it being associated with somebody that has either SSDI or is retired.
It doesn't have to be SSDI. It could be just SSI. But
but what I'm saying is, if you have a family member that's on the DI, you can actually get DI.
No, if you're on the SSDI, I don't think you can get SSI.
Actually, with an old program called the PASS,
the cash benefits,
you used to be able to get both through things like the PASS program. I don't know what they have for programs now.
Sorry,
you can get food stamps through the what's called the EBT. But anyways, we'll go back to SSI. I don't know why you'd be getting SSI though. I mean, you're not disabled. You're not over 65, I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I know unemployment. They use like your income or something like that to like even it out or something like that.
SSI is completely different than unemployment.
Sorry, Steve. What is SSI?
A Social Security insurance program.
No, it's supplemental security income.
Yeah, but it's Social Security income basically. It's yeah.
So is it like for like disability allowance or something like that?
Yeah, it's for
the disability would be Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI.
Yeah, but for example, if you are unable to work and you have no income, you can apply for SSI for temporary cash for necessities.
Right. Is that like based on your
income?
My contributions?
No, SSI is actually all from tax revenue.
Oh, okay.
It's not paid from Social Security taxes.
Sorry,
different.
Sorry, that's what
Social Security taxes is something you can draw upon when you're older.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to. I don't know when did you? Okay, first of all, did you get paid? Did you get an SSI payment?
I don't think I got an SSI iPayment, and every payment I got, it was on I mail it to you. And you get your payment like every week on a debit card, and this is from unemployment. But unemployment does the same thing too. Like they go off your taxes, how much you made like last year or the year before, and you have to make a certain amount to qualify. But I only did unemployment, and so now this
is not unemployment. Yeah, it's completely different things. You've never applied to SSI?
No.
Well, clearly you did. If you're getting an SSI check. Now, they could have screwed up. Hypothetically, the government makes a lot of mistakes in this kind of thing. So hypothetically, it is possible it could be an error. But you don't remember getting any SSI benefits?
I didn't get any checks.
So you're not getting any federal checks from the Social Security Administration?
No, and
okay.
If I and any money, it would have been through that debit card they were giving me. Everything through that debit card.
You have a debit. So you have a debit card.
Right.
Are you sure it's not? Are you sure it's not like an EBT card that has cash and food on it?
I don't think it doesn't have like cash or food or anything. Only money.
Only money. Okay.
That shouldn't be through SSI. I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I don't know why you're getting SSI.
Here's the question. When you started working and you were reporting your income, who were you reporting your income to?
Unemployment.
The unemployment office. Okay.
Okay. Well,
that's not Social Security Administration.
Right. Even if you misreported your income, that would have been a different agency. So if you're misreporting your income to SSI, somehow along the line,
reporting your income, were your payments going down?
What do you mean?
Okay, for example, the threshold for like food stamps in California is, I think, it's dependent upon things, but let's say it's like $1,200, right? So if you make more than $1,200 a month, your food stamps get lowered proportionally. Okay, that's the threshold.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't even have to report anything other than that. If you make make $200 a month, you don't have to report it because of the minimum conditions. Because anything lower than that threshold is not going to affect your payout for the food stamps.
Well,
so if you
remember I told you I only worked for 2 days, and that was like $100 So
that wouldn't be enough to be
if you
go past any of the thresholds.
Yeah, you're not even at a threshold at that point. So how much do you make average a month?
Man, I made around like $100 to maybe even $200. Even.
Yeah, I don't see how you got an overpayment from SSI. Did you contact an SSI? Did you contact him?
How long did you work?
I worked from, when was this?
Was it 8 months or longer?
No.
Not 8 months.
Where do you see on this?
Okay.
Where do you see on this letter where it talked about your reporting of wages?
My wages?
Yeah, how do you know it had to do with reporting of your wages? Just out of curiosity.
So this was another letter I had gotten, and they said we're basically reporting you for like some type of fraud or something like that, because you misreported your wages. That's another paper I have at my.
And you didn't bother calling?
No, because you don't ever talk to a person when you call her. They'll give you options and stuff like that. So it's really
you could get through to somebody. I mean, if you call the Inspector General's fraud hotline on the bottom there, you can always get through to somebody. You just have to keep it at 0. Somebody. It's difficult, but you can do it.
But you're saying, I'm starting to wonder if somebody's actually committed SSI fraud using your name.
That's a possibility too. I mean, have you considered that somebody steal your identity?
That could be the case.
That's what I'm starting to wonder about, because with something like this, if somebody can get like your social security number, what have you, they could apply using your name and set up direct deposit.
And it's usually, and when that happens, I hate to say it, but
account while still using your actual information.
It's usually family that does that, by the way.
Yeah, often.
That's often family that does that. Do you think you have a family member that could have done that?
No, I don't think I have a family member that could have done it, but I know this happened like a year ago. So I was trying to get money so I could start a business. I was looking for investors, and it was one person who I met through Facebook, and I didn't send them my social security card, but I had sent them my ID because they're like, oh, you need identification, so I know who you are or whatever, and they got me. But it was only my ID, but they still could have had done something with my ID.
Yeah, I think you might be the victim of SSI fraud. You have to contact them. You can't just let this go.
Yeah,
I gotta call them on Monday.
Yeah. I mean, there are also SSI offices in most major cities. I mean, you can go down to the county courthaus.
Just don't do it at the beginning of the month. Do it in the middle of the damn month, because at the beginning it's going to be miserable.
Yeah. But again, you said you might have been the victim of identity fraud. Somebody's trying to get SSI using your social security number, as Shadow said.
Wow. Okay. I got tomorrow, Sunday right now.
Yeah, you can't do anything about today.
Oh boy. Thanks, guys, for the help and everything like that.
But if that is the case, you got a hell of a fight ahead of you.
Well, also, if that is the case, Social Security Administration is one of the most fucked up government organizations you'll ever run into. There was a point, because I had been on disability at one point, and I got off of it and was gainfully employed for a bit of a while. And partway through this, they randomly started to back up my checks. I wasn't told. They were sending them to an ex-girlfriend's house. She kept throwing away the checks until they stopped sending them. Then years later, as I'm filing taxes, all of my taxes money was taken away from me. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I didn't get my return. And they're like, oh, no, all of your returns are being garnished by the Social Security Administration. I'm like, why? Because you owe them back Social Security. So I'm sitting there, and at the time that I found out about this shit, I was actually working at the FDIC. And I went over and talked to some of the lawyers over there, and they're like, okay, sure, fine. Here, we'll give you the number for the head of the Social Security Administration. Like, cool. So I called directly over to the head of the organization. He's like, well, here's the problem. You have to show two things. One, that you can't pay back the debt that you owe, and the other one that you're not, and also that you're not responsible. So I'm like, so you're saying if I can pay it back, but I'm not responsible, I still have to pay it? He's like, yeah, unfortunately. I'm like, who set this up? He's like, don't ask me.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
before
Well,
my
that's why I
time.
tell him you've got a hell of a fight because the SSI was similar to the IRS when it comes to they'll get their money one way or another. They don't care who they get it from, right? They're pit bulls. So you have to, if you are the victim of fraud, you gotta freaking dot your I's, cross your T's, and explain exactly what's going on. Because they don't have to prove their case to you. You have to, in this particular case, you are guilty to prove it innocent. We've all had experiences. I've had experience with the IRS as well. Not that bad, California state, but I've managed to fix it. But it was an arduous process, and I don't want to ever go through that again. I will never make the mistake again of not having my ducks in a row when trying to go against this was the California State Franchise Board, but it's the exact same thing. You don't mess with them; they're going to get their money.
I mean, you're talking about bastards that even if they send the check to the wrong address and it gets thrown out, you're still somehow responsible for paying them back.
Exactly.
It's insane.
Mine was lucky. Mine was only $500 thing, and it was easily fixed. But
mine was
still
$10,000.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was fine with it. It's just
It's not the
I
thing
made
about
a
paying
mistake
back
in my taxes. That's all it was. My California state taxes. But whatever. It could have been a lot cheaper.
I'm so worried about it. It's the fact that they're talking about jail time and 5 years and all this stuff. For this crap. So.
Well, yeah, but if you're the victim of identity fraud and you can and such, first of all, if they have to have a record of where checks were cashed, right? It's not your debit card. If I remember correctly, SSI is sent directly by paper check still.
No, you can get direct deposit.
Okay. Well, even still, that might be true. Yeah. Okay, but it's not on a card, a debit card like EBT would be on.
No,
if
it's not.
True, then they could track where the deposits went. Right, so there's traceability here. So don't lose hope, but you can't do anything until Monday. But you can't just let that slide.
No,
you have to.
I didn't know anything about it until today. You saw the letter. It said get back to us by the 26th of last month, and I'm just now seeing the letters today.
That sounds normal.
Yeah, you know what? I've actually had letters come in like after the time too. You still have to take care of it, right? They're not going to get an arrest warrant out for you right off the bat. You need to call on Monday. You need to, find out what's going on, and then explain to them that you never got any of this money. They can check your financials if they need to, but yeah, obviously, if they're going after you for $5,000 for an overpayment, then obviously they could tell if you have $5,000 in your bank.
It's more than that because they could claim that you spent it, but still.
Well, yeah, but
have
still
to show
half
that at some point 5,000 had hit, that these payments that equaled up to 5,000 would have hit your bank at some point. So bank statements should help validate that.
That's the funny thing about it. I don't have a bank right now. All my bank accounts got closed.
Yeah, well, there's a paper trail somewhere along the lines, but just like I said, just call them and say, what is this all about? I never applied for an SSI.
Who do you bank with? I've got to ask.
Who, me?
Who did he used to bank with?
Oh, I used
what
to
company?
bank with TD Bank. I used to.
Okay. Not on the list that I'm aware of. Okay, never mind.
I like Wells Fargo.
Yeah, I use.
Yeah, if it was Wells Fargo, then you have an immediate fucking red flag.
Yeah, no shit, right? But you know what? I got to tell you, I'm very happy with Wells Fargo down here. They're excellent. They're really, really, really nice people. And I think right now, Wells Fargo is probably the best bank to go to for the fact that they will bend over backwards to make sure you're happy because they have such a bad stigma. Because I had two friends that worked for Wells Fargo when all this was going down, and they were well aware of these business practices. And they would be bitching at me. One was my roommate. And he couldn't stand it because he was basically forced to open accounts for people that didn't want them. And, he was just like explaining that Wells Fargo was just fraudulently dealing with people. He eventually quit. He just couldn't take it because he had ethics. But
they're on a list of about 20 banks that the FDIC would shut down if they had the manpower to do it.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. But I mean, this has been going on for a long time. I was well aware of it. But right now, they're totally getting away from all that. They want your businesses, your patronage. They're sending out letters, giving give us a chance to fix this kind of shit. So yeah, I think they're probably the best bank in the world to go to right now.
I don't think I'm comfortable with a bank that has a history of paying people's student loans out of the wrong person's account.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're again, they are really being under a microscope right now.
I just don't buy it.
They got a bad history, but that's what I'm saying. They're fixing this, and that's probably the best time to go to somewhere.
I actually prefer to bank with small banks that are small enough that the FDIC can shut them down if they need to, because the bank will be up and running within 2 hours without you even knowing that they've changed the whole place.
And by the way, off topic, but does anybody else think that MMA has just lost his mind recently? I mean, is this my imagination, or he's just really going on La La Land? What?
I haven't seen him lately.
About what in particular? He's been a bit crazy about a few things.
He just basically, his whole arguments are basically, hey, I have papers. Oh, I have this. And then he just tries to rewrite things that he has said in the past. And then he's trying to say that I'm like a creationist now. And I'm like, what the fuck? How am I like a creationist? Because I pointed out that you made a comment in a hangout a long time ago, and I found an article that completely contradicted you on that, and that you are now backpedaling and saying that you never said that? How am I the creationist here?
Out of curiosity, did there occur to you that he might not have remembered?
No, he remembered. Mark and Arya and I were having a conversation with MMA, and MMA was saying that the governments out there don't collect metadata and that they don't spy on their people using the computers. They basically will mine the metadata, but they'll strip out anything of relevancy, and they don't keep this information according to law. And I said, you're out of your mind. Of course they keep this information, and they do use it because the metadata has a lot of information in it. Come to find out, in Canada, guess what? Judge determines that the metadata has pertinent information, and that the companies were not wiping their servers like they were supposed to and collecting data mining the metadata, just like Mark and I had said. And he's like, well, I never said that they didn't. The fuck you didn't? I mentioned Prism. And he's like, oh, that doesn't exist. Oh. The government watches this shit. I have no doubt, and I'm not a conspiracy guy. But my God, if you think the government is that honest, you got fucking problems, man. Of course they do, man.
Wasn't that the whole reason that Snowden leaked everything in the first place?
Yes, that's what exactly. And then he's talking about that too, and I'm like, but he's so attached to this Freedom of Information Act, and he thinks all these things are just like flawless. That the government, is flawless, and I'm like, no.
Government's damn near fucking incompetent.
Oh fuck yes. I'm surprised they get the postal service halfway decent anymore, but it used to be bad.
We need Trump in office.
Go Trump! Yay!
Oh, dude, it is so fucked up. I mean, you've been having Republicans.
I want Trump now so badly, just because I want so many people to be pissed off. I'm just at that point, like, you know what? Let it all burn, baby.
What are you talking about? Half of the country is going to be pissed off no matter what.
Well, yeah. It's people like, I can't stand when people are like, oh, well, Steve's voting for Trump, and no, I'm not, but I'm not voting, but I would. But it's like, so is half the fucking country, right? It's so divided and so polarized right now.
45%.
45 to 42, right? I mean, it's a very small margin right now. Yeah, Putin's well up on this stuff.
No, but Hillary, I think Trump was gaining, but Hillary actually pulled away a little bit today.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, Trump's trend of gaining looks like it's ended. Look.
No, they're saying that it's still a statistical dead heat when you factor in the error margins.
Yeah,
if not, it's like 1 or 2 point higher for Clinton, but it doesn't really matter because it really boils down to the 4 battleground states that we talked about the other day. It really is going to be dependent upon Florida or Ohio, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, I think. So
you've been playing with the electoral maps, right? I think
every day.
We have to. If we want to, maybe either tomorrow or on Monday, maybe we can do like a hangout, like where we play around, like do a live hangout where we play.
I'm down for that. Let's do that tomorrow, maybe night, and then I'm gonna have an electoral hangout. While we, people pay attention, and we'll just fucking drink and talk about the election as it happens, because I want to have electoral hangout live. Now, I'm already predicting right now that Clinton probably will win. I give her a statistical advantage. But I don't think it's going to be a blowout. But again, it really depends on those 4 states. If she wins Florida, it's going to be a blowout. Okay, so I believe that Florida is the pivotal state with 29 electoral votes. That's a huge margin because of the fact that Clinton has California. California is a huge amount of the electoral.
And New York, Texas. But so what's your point?
We will. New York
and Illinois. Those are three really, really big states. And the Democrats will always have those states for
Yeah, they're pretty solid on those.
Yeah, and the Republicans pretty much always have Texas.
Well,
Well, that was up for grabs at one point. I thought Texas just went over to Trump, but it wasn't that strong for him, was it?
There was a brief
right now,
moment that it looked like for the first time in like a century it might switch, but I never bought it.
Oh, hold on, not century. I mean, it used to vote Democrat.
I'm exaggerating. Relax.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny, Prudent. I saw this brilliant thing, and I wish I would have bookmarked it because I cannot find it now. Because I was thinking of you when I saw this. Yes, I think about you every so often. No, I totally was thinking about you because you'll love this. And what it was a enumeration tree, and it basically had Clinton and Trump, and it basically broke down if they win by state, what would happen, and so. Clinton would be all blue down here, then it'd be like blue and then a little bit red and then red. And it showed all the different possibilities of what could happen based upon the Electoral College. And basically, when you got right here and it's talked about Florida, he only had like 3 outs. If she wins Florida, he basically has 3 outs. He would have to basically take everything else.
Yeah.
But on the other side, if he takes Florida and Ohio and the Big Four, he has a very good chance of winning. He has many more outs than she has. So those 4 battleground states are key right now. And I'm also going to give him Nevada, and I'm going to give him Arizona and New Mexico. I think he's going to pull those. Nevada's still iffy.
No, he is not going to get
Nevada's iffy. He's going to get Arizona.
I think he will get Nevada. He will get Arizona, and I think he'll get Utah. That threat from Evan McMullin isn't really metastasis.
She'll get Colorado. But
this is actually a funny thing because I was doing a little bit of things with the 270 map. It is possible, like if Trump's able to win all the swing states, it very well could come down to, believe it or not, New Hampshire with only 4.
Oh my God! What 3, 4? Yeah, 4.
4. Yeah, very well. Yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it? It'd all come down to New Hampshire, like a very insignificant state.
I can't imagine that New Hampshire would go Trump.
No, I don't think so either. But
hold on. Well, okay. But the latest polls show that he's gaining on her, and I mean, she's really not that popular in that state. Bernie beat the crap out of her in the primaries, and she hasn't really done.
People in New Hampshire do not like Clinton, but I can't see them. I just knowing a lot of people in New Hampshire and having lived near there, I just can't imagine that they'd actually go for Trump.
Hey, let me ask something. Do you think the average person, and I'm not trying to be as disparaging, I really want your expertise on this. Do you think the average person even understands the Electoral College and how these actually work?
Nah, I doubt it.
I'm not trying to be mean to them. I mean, I think everybody else in here does, but I mean, if I talk to like my roommates about the electoral map that I've been doing every day, I don't think they really grasp how it works. I think a lot of people are in this misconception that somehow it's all popular vote. And it's not really like that.
Well, could have been a President Gore if they. It was by that.
Because because we remember we were talking about it the other day, and people didn't understand it. If both parties don't get 270 and an independent is at least gets something, the independent could actually win, and they don't. Grasp that's possible.
This is basically how it would work. If Evan McMullin, like the independent candidate, wins Utah, which is like the state, it's the only state he's campaigning in because it's the only state he actually has a shot to win. If he is to win, and Clinton and Trump, neither of them are able to make it to 270, then it goes to the House of Representatives, and then they vote on who. Yeah, and then the House of Representatives votes on who becomes the next president. And even though it's Republican dominated, they'd probably go for McMullin over Trump, just because Trump's not really in line with the establishment, whereas McMullin is.
Yeah, and I just got your thing from the link, but the link is on my Google Plus. I mean, all you got to do is go Google Plus, and there it is.
Beyond that,
so
though, another thing to keep in mind is that not only in Congress, but those that are deeply associated, we'll just say, with those that are in Congress, they're familiar with Trump's actual business record, and he's fucked over a lot of people with his business maneuvering.
Well, so is Clinton. Congratulations. That's something.
No, not like Trump. No.
Oh
Trump
God, Clinton has screwed. I think she's had people killed for God's sake.
I don't necessarily buy, but regardless of that, with Trump's business model, with a lot of his earlier business, was to bring in a bunch of investors and then after he's brought in the investors and taken all their money, he funnels a good portion of it to himself and then declares bankruptcy. He's done this multiple times.
I'm not saying that he's the greatest person on earth. I just hate Hillary with a passion. I can't stand the.
What I'm saying is
the only redeeming thing that there's only two things. There's only two redeeming things that if Hillary wins, I'll at least have some consolence. One, that I think should be more effective. Well, three things. One, should be more effective. I think that she's obviously better for the job. If you talk about qualifications. Two, her Supreme Court nomination is going to be better than what his would be. Okay, I do think that. But I think it'll be quagmired by controversy. And then that we won't have Mike Pence as the president of the Senate. Those are the only three things I can think about consoling myself if Hillary wins, which I do think she, at this point, has a higher probability of winning.
The thing is, you look at his business model, the man is flat out a con man.
The dream situation for me is Clinton.
And what I was saying is he's fucked over more people.
Yeah, a politician as a con man, boy, that's a big surprise.
Yeah, the biggest dream for me would be my dream scenario. Clinton would win, but then she gets indicted while she's president-elect.
Oh, God.
So
awesome.
So she's not able to take office. Well, actually, no. I think she still would. Although I hope
she would. No, the Democrats would force her down if she was indicted.
Be forced out, and then
pro-elect.
And we can probably handle 4 years of Tim Kaine. I'm not exactly a fan of his, but he's probably the least bad out of like all the president and vice.
Boy, that would be awesome. But I think it's really too early to talk about indictments. I do think she could be. I think she's guilty of sin. But do I think that they're planning on that? That's a push.
So does president-elect, there's an interim period, right? So
Obama doesn't. Inauguration is dated January 20th. Yeah. So in America, the difference as soon as they win on November 8th, the difference between then and November 20th, they're the elect. They're the president-elect.
And then it's a lame duck session of like Congress, and for the last 2.5 months of Obama. Basically, Obama's going to use like the last 2.5 months of his presidency
to pardon people.
Pardoning people. He's going to push through any legislation. He'll probably make a bunch of really ridiculous executive orders. We don't know what the fuck he's going to do.
Yeah, that's the time for a president to go hog shit wild, right?
Oh yeah,
get away with a lot of shit.
You're the best.
But you know what the smartest thing whenever I swear to God, I heard this the other day and I was like, this is kind of smart. Hillary, what she would do is actually give up the presidency to Trump, and then have Trump pardon her his first day in office.
Oh my God, yeah, that'd be strange.
No.
No, I know.
Well, she could ask Obama if she gets indicted. She could ask Obama, but I don't think Obama would be like, you know what? No.
You know what? Here's one thing I have said. If in the next 2.5 months after the election, before the inauguration, Obama is able to kill the leader of ISIS, it's not an act. It's not a coincidence. Because I don't think
don't say where.
Yeah, because I don't think because we know that the leader of ISIS isn't going to be around much longer. And if he is killed during a Trump presidency, that could actually lead Trump to possibly win re-election. Assuming.
I thought you were going to go for wag the dog scenario that put us in a war, so Obama wouldn't be removed.
Yeah, well,
no.
But that's the whole point. If Obama does not want Trump to have the legacy of killing Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, and Obama just speeds up the process where he kills him himself, it's not a coincidence.
Well, I think the next couple of days is going to be interesting. I'm surprised that the WikiLeaks hasn't come out of anything. Oh God, yes. You know what? One way or another, I'm just so over. This is the worst political election I've ever seen. This is worse than Bush.
Is this going to be worse than Is it going to get worse in 2020, man? 2012 was pretty rough and dramatic, but man,
can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that something like hanging Chads, the selection too? There's going to be some controversy somewhere on the voting machines, and that a lot of Trump supporters are not going to take the votes, take the results.
Oh yeah,
I
think
that's worrying.
Yeah, I think only 40. I think 40% of the Trump voters are not willing to accept the results of the election unless Trump wins. That's
you know what? Again, the way it's working right now, basically, and maybe I hope you agree. He's about a third chance to win.
A little more than that,
right? Okay, a little more than a third.
Significantly more, although the polls don't reflect it.
Well, I wouldn't go significantly more, but 35% is still a third, give or take. I mean, come on, 33.33.
I'm technically sticking with what I said to Prudent back during the primaries. I don't think Hillary's electable.
But you still think she has the better shot at winning, though, right?
She has a better shot at winning.
I will acknowledge that, but only because of how horrible her opponent is.
But I want to state this on the record before we have our election. I'm only marginally giving Clinton the win. If Trump wins, I am not saying Clinton is guaranteed or shoot in. So it's
frankly, I don't think
grabs.
it matters if Clinton wins because, frankly, and this is just my honest opinion. Say what you will of it. I think that if she does win, one of these fucking fanatical, half-crazed, idiotic conspiracy nut followers, militia retards of Trump will off her before she ever takes office. I don't
they
think
said that about
she'll take
Obama
office.
too. I don't believe that.
I
do believe it's more likely for her to be indicted.
There wasn't this kind of weirdness in terms of the followers. I mean, Obama, yes, he had people that didn't like him. Yes, there were some people that considered trying to take a shot at him. But in terms of Trump, he has these neo-Nazi, incredibly racist, incredibly violent, incredibly well-armed militia groups that are following him.
True, but
don't give in.
For a second, I just want to bring it back to that little call out just before, just briefly, then we can type back into the politics of just.
Go ahead.
So, I compiled a number of screenshots of posts I've made throughout the year, and you can also find, and I'm trying to now through either flat earth discussions and others where I've had this conversation because those hangouts tie into a whole lot of conspiracies, and that's kind of common, right? Of mass surveillance and all that. And so I've explained to Hank Hill, Pete, Poncho Pete, a whole bunch of these people, right? I've even done it in Nadia's hangouts, the works. And so you can clearly see that I've had a track record of stating metadata is used, but it is not content. This is outlined in the court documents, including
And the judge in Canada said it content. Matter of fact, he said there's quite a bit of useful information metadata by the judge in Canada.
No. The issue here, if you read the court document, it's about what is called associated data. So if I'm collecting intelligence with a warrant, I collect content and metadata. Okay. I then also
MMA, you don't need a warrant.
Hold on. Then from there, I've also got people that are the non-targets, right? Their content is destroyed, but they keep their metadata. That is what is called associated data, and that does not fall within CSIS's legal realm by technicality. It's not content. Metadata, for example, as defined by it's not.
The judge ruled it's content. That was the whole point of the article.
It is not. No, it is. Read the court.
That's the whole point of the article.
Read the court document.
The judge himself said it contains. The judge said it contains.
That's not metadata. Is basically.
Do you think?
If I have a phone call,
oh my God! This is what we probably had before. You don't listen.
It is the duration of the call. It is when the call took place. That is it. That is metadata for phone calls.
Do you
emails?
MMA. Do you think the government? Do you think the government is a warrant? Do you think the government needs a warrant for metadata?
And for actually, do you think
the government? Oh my God! Do you need a warrant? Do you need a warrant to mine metadata and to?
They don't mine this data. This is the common myth. So there's no algorithm that searches out.
Do you need a warrant to? Do you need a warrant to spy on people and to collect metadata? Yes or no?
No. Metadata is basically ISPs providing phone bill data, as I just outlined. And all the documents it shows, FOA information, IG reports, court documents, that's it, is what it is. They need to get the approval from, for example, for the US, the FISA court, to then query this. Yeah. And it's simply metadata.
Here's what it is.
It is not content.
Excuse me?
So you have
what I warned you before. Don't
for America. You have a difference for America. You decided to ignore a whole fucking comment about 400 lines long that I put effort into, and you ignored it because it's too long. No, I'm going
Right,
to
it is too
outline
long.
it
So
piece by piece.
here's the claim.
You didn't read it? I'm going to outline it.
CSIS under scrutiny for program that illegally kept metadata. You said they do not illegally keep metadata. That was your claim.
Note the difference. Note the difference
That was
between
your claim.
associated data and metadata. No.
No,
Guys,
that was your claim.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Did you claim?
That is
did
not
you
the claim
say?
I made, Steve.
So you agree that they keep metadata and they did illegally?
Yes, but it's not
Okay,
content.
then what's the
It is.
point?
Yes, thank you.
We told you. We told you that they kept this data illegally and they didn't scrub it like they were supposed to. And you said, "Oh, the government you can't do that."
We were never talking about the Canadians, Steve. We were talking about GCHQ and Americans.
I wish Mark was
That's
here.
what we were
So full of
talking about,
shit.
Steve. This is a new case with Canadians. I had to fucking go through both CSIS Act and the court document to see where they differ, even on definition of what metadata is.
We didn't talk about.
I said they collect data. I said they collect the data. The difference is it is not content.
You do agree.
Content, Steve.
It is content, but you do agree that governments.
No, it's not.
You do agree that governments illegally kept this information.
No, it's specifically designed.
Did the government illegally
designed to not be content?
You're not answering my question. Did the government illegally acquire? Did the government illegally acquire? Oh my God! Okay, shush. Did the government illegally acquire and keep the metadata in Canada? That's all I want to know. Yes or no? That's the question.
Now, well, I'm going to respond. So,
well, yes or no first.
Once more, the metadata program in of itself is not illegal.
I am not asking you that.
The issue is the specifics for CSIS. They kept what is called associated data. It is not content. It is specifically just metadata on its own. That's what they kept for an indefinite time. That is what the court ruled on.
Was it illegal?
For them, with associated data, yes.
Okay, so
but associated data is washed down from non-target individuals. So the metadata in of it, the metadata issue program in of itself isn't illegal. It is what they do with non-target.
Keeping it and retaining it was whether they broke the law, which we said that they do. You are lying through your teeth right now. You say that you did not say that they proved it.
Incorrect.
You said that government do not
this is coming from a person who just admitted he didn't read the fucking 2 comments I made.
I didn't read this. You wrote I wrote too long. Didn't read because it had nothing to do with my argument.
Yes, because you're lazy.
No. You're talking about something totally different.
No, we both know.
Wait, you never answer the questions directly. Listen to my question.
Detailed creationists, but you wouldn't hear. So, Steve,
Jesus Christ, shush. Here's the question: Did the Canadian government illegally keep this information, contrary to your assertion that governments purge this information according to the legal legalities?
Associated data, yes, not with the metadata program in of itself.
Okay.
Because I just explained to you the key difference between associated data.
The news I sent you, the report I sent you, and I just put in live feed.
Read the court document. Simple. I gave you
the news article I sent you says, quote.
I think the main question here is that whether or not it is legal to keep metadata ad infinitum.
Which they were doing, which MMA said that they don't do.
No, it doesn't matter whether or not they were doing that. No, I'm not even talking about associated. I'm just simply talking about metadata. Is it legal to keep it ad infinitum?
No.
Yes, it actually is for the target. No. For the target, yes.
Only if used for
for the target. Well, what does that even mean?
Only if it's going to be used for an indictment and investigation and prosecution. Only if it's going to be used for prosecution can they retain it, or national security threats is what they're saying.
But you didn't even read the document, did you?
I'm reading you the article I sent you.
No, don't read the article. Read the document. Read the actual.
I don't care what you were. I don't care what you're saying.
You don't care what is actually said.
Okay. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Because all you're doing is you're doing a straw man. Why don't you address the criticism being presented to you? The MMA, this is what everybody's been saying about you. You do not address the arguments. You talk about something completely irrelevant to what we're discussing. You don't even let somebody finish their statement. This is why you're losing your fucking mind, MMA. Stop interrupting people. Let them ask a question, then answer the question directly. You're being the creationist in all this. Nobody else. So take a deep breath answer the questions directly. Don't say what you've written. Answer what I've related to you in regards to the fucking the thing that I sent you. Okay, so what it says is the metadata.
Associated data.
Oh my god.
That's the issue.
The metadata. The metadata.
No, the associated data.
Yeah,
MMA,
okay,
MMA. We're not even
I'm just
talking
gonna
about any
hang on.
other data.
I'm going to read this off because
right now.
he's not. No, I am reacting about the metadata. It says in the BBC Com World News Canadian that metadata, which could include date, time, and telephone number linked to the phone conversation or email address, was collected legally, but it could only be retained in relationship to national security threats or use of an investigation or prosecution. They kept it indefinitely. That is the problem. Metadata. Okay? It talks about metadata. Now, if you want to claim it's something else, that's fine. But now you're saying that the news reports that I've sent you are completely wrong. Okay, well, you know what? That's your argument. But
listen and shush. Associated data is what the issue is on. Not metadata.
No, it's not metadata.
Oh my God, Steve. Shut up. Metadata.
So
metadata. I read the fucking document, unlike you. So, it goes to the stages of what is associated data. Step 1, you collect both content and metadata with the warrant, right? Then step 2, they review that. And then they go on to, okay, so what's on the target, and then what's of non-targets, right? So, your mother, for example, if you're living with her, And so the content of anything they pick up on her is deleted. The metadata is kept. That is what the issue is on. The court had all grounds. If you read my comment, I agreed to that. But it's technical detail. It doesn't.
No, it's not.
It doesn't negate the entirety of the metadata program.
MMA, you're wrong because it says right here that associated data or metadata includes information such as telephone. They are the same thing. They're synonymous.
It is the same thing, but it's of associated data is of non-target individuals. I just said this in the comment.
No. They are this associated data is metadata. They're equivalent things. They're equivalent terms. Associated data is metadata. Well, it says right here.
It's of metadata, yes, but not of. It's basic. I just explained it to you. So you collect content and metadata with a warrant. Say, for example, it's you and your mother, right? You're the target, but they also collect it on your mother, right? She's not the target individual in question. So they delete the content of her communications, but they retain her metadata. That is now called associated data. The legalities involved that being
Did the Canadians break the law?
And that we agree on. But that doesn't mean, Steve, that the metadata collection apparatus prior to that is incorrect.
Did they break the law?
That's what I'm stressing to you.
Did they break the law?
With associated data, yes.
Which is metadata,
but not
same thing.
Not with. Oh my God!
You're making an arbitrary distinction. That's not
no.
There. Okay.
No, actually, it is. This is why I read the documents provided. You don't.
Are we actually saying that metadata? Associated data
is different from metadata.
Metadata.
They're the same thing.
I'm pulling up the court document right now.
Could one not be a subset of the other?
Actually, what I think I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, is that there is metadata being collected. Now, some of that metadata is pertaining to the subject, and then there's additional metadata that's pertaining to people that are just, they're contacted or whatever.
Related
so basically,
to the
so they're related in some way to it in terms of this is the person that received a phone call from this person or what have you. Well, most of this extra data is kind of superfluous crap, and that's what they don't get to actually really deal with is the associated stuff that's not directly related to that person that has to do with the people that are just.
Yeah, but it also, but also every one of these says it says so-called associated data is more commonly known as metadata. Associated data is a regular colloquial data for metadata. But the point remains is very simple, that these news articles are saying that they had collected metadata and kept them, contrary to your claim that they purged them at a regular basis, because you knew as well as I do they're not allowed to keep these things unless there was a warrant or unless there was an investigation going on. And you said the government wouldn't do this, any government around the world. You said America doesn't do it. You said Britain doesn't do it. And now we find out Canada did do that. So there are governments that do this.
So they get a warrant. Sorry, I'm just trying to understand this. So they get a warrant to investigate one person. they get the data pertaining to that person directly, and then all this indirect information. Now, do they get to keep the information on the person that you have the warrant for? Or
no, they don't need. They didn't have the warrant. If they collect the data, right, without the warrant, and if they're not investigating these people, they were supposed to purge the metadata. Okay, it would only be held for a certain amount of time, unless
the people they are investigating. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Well, this box that I've got screen shared explains it perfectly as I've just outlined. So you get the warrant, you collect information, both content and matter. Note the distinction between the two. You go to step 2. Related to the threat, the individual in question, they keep both, right? But they purge the content of, say, for example, your mother, but they keep her metadata. Her metadata, and later on in the report notes that that associated data has contributed to a lot of investigations and so forth, right? So it states that further down. But that is now associated. I don't care what the BBC says. This is the court document. So the court document outlines.
Well, you don't care about the things I said. You're talking about something that has nothing to do with anything.
No, this is the thing in question, Steve. It's the associated data. They should, under legal authority, get rid of metadata that's related to associated data.
Yes, and you said that the governments do that, and you said that
that's not the claim.
You said that governments would not hold on to this data because that would be against the law. And we said you're crazy if you think you think that governments abide by the law.
Incorrect.
I said of course they store this information. You said no, they can't.
Oh, okay. Incorrect.
You
cannot point. No, Steve.
Why don't you ask Mark Noria?
Steve, Mark, he wouldn't know shit.
Because he would say everything I just said is right. This is exactly what you said. You said, "Oh, well, governments abide by the law. They wouldn't keep this information."
I've got
guys. I would like to make a clarification. I'd like to make a clarification here because I'm getting a little confused about the terms being thrown around here. You're saying that associated. It seems like on the screenshot that you are presenting at the moment, associated data is still metadata. It might be a specific form of metadata, but it is still metadata.
Yeah.
So what is the legislation pertaining to associated data or this special branch of metadata? Can they still keep it indefinitely?
Yes, that for them, no. They have no legal authority to do that. For Canada specifically, no, they can't.
They can't. But
for associated data, no. But metadata as a whole isn't the legal issue here. So it is fine. The collection of metadata and content is perfectly fine. It's what they do with associated data that's the issue.
Right, so associated data they're not allowed to keep indefinitely unless, of course, specific conditions, say like investigations or that. Metadata, in general, can they keep without specific conditions as well?
No.
They can.
Well, metadata,
no, they can't. That's
metadata.
That's why they found him in violation of the law.
See, let him finish answering before disagreeing with him, please. You just hear him out a little bit.
Why are you doing that? Read the articles that I just posted.
I'm really trying to just hammer out the specific sets of definitions here, associated data and metadata in general. I just want to know what the legislation pertaining to each individual set of definitions that we have here are.
So associated data is metadata, but it's with non-targeted individuals relating to the initial collection from a warrant. So they get rid of the content, but the metadata, for example, the calling numbers involved, so my number calling your number, the time that took place, the duration of the call, things of that, not the content. Basically, fact of communication. For an email,
I get what metadata is. It's just like the date and times and whatever. That's kind of data. I get that. I'm just simply wondering what is the specific legality of keeping metadata and what is the specific legality of keeping associated data.
So they got
what exactly is the condition? You've already stated that the Canadian courts cannot keep associated data indefinitely without specific conditions of investigation. And it seems as you're saying that they can, however, keep metadata in general, that is not associated data, indefinitely without a court order.
No, so the program to collect metadata, that is on legal grounds.
So basically, I'm not talking about collection, I'm talking about keeping it.
Yeah, so the government doesn't keep these things. They request them from the internet service providers, right? So they get that pool.
Can you be more specific instead of just these things? Because if you're that vague, it's like, okay, well, what things are you referring to specifically, or is this just
business?
Because
basically, like Americans, business
in terms
records.
Sorry, in terms of metadata, I already kind of have the I already kind of know that metadata is kept by the ISPs themselves, but obviously the government is requesting it from the ISP. My question here is, how long is the government keeping it for?
So for this associated data, indefinitely.
No. Just metadata in general that is not associated data.
So they don't keep it. They need warrant to get that information.
So
and that's the point of the contention.
So metadata itself.
Because they found out Canada did keep it.
Hang on a second, guys. Metadata that is not associated data can also not be kept indefinitely without a court order and or in a pending investigation. Is that correct?
No, associated data is specifically if I've got the warrant, I search a person, and anything not belonging to that person, their content deleted, I keep the metadata. It is now associated data. That's the whole issues around this associated data, which CSIS doesn't have ground on. I agree to that. They agree to it. It's fine, but that doesn't negate the metadata collection in the first place, which is going to be legal and fine and dandy.
I'm not saying whether or not metadata collection is legal or not. That's a whole different debate.
It's the retention.
It's really about how long they keep it for. And
for associated data.
But do they keep metadata that is not associated data?
No, because they need to request that from the ISP, so they don't keep it.
No, after they've
requested
it from. No, MMA. This is not answering my question here. Obviously, the government is requesting metadata from the ISPs. Once they receive this data from the ISPs, do they keep it, and how long do they keep it for?
For the target individual?
No,
for anybody.
For whatever metadata they have actually requested from the ISP.
The only time they request it is with a court order.
You're not answering this question.
It's also going to be pertaining. Steve, shush. It's only going to be
hang on. Wait. MMA.
What do you have to do with this question?
Hang on a second. The question isn't actually being answered, but I don't think it's being understood either. So could you try rephrasing the actual question?
Yeah.
How long is the metadata held for? With a non.
Steve, come on. So
if that's what you mean, is that what you mean?
No. Guys, look, metadata is obviously being requested by the government from the ISPs. Is that correct?
Yeah, Verizon had a huge issue with that in America. If you remember that.
Well, I like MMA to answer that question first of all.
For the companies, then.
What?
Because I talk about the companies then.
No, government.
I'm sorry, you confused me as well.
The government would obviously request metadata from the ISPs. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, but only with the warrant.
So they can only request metadata with a warrant from the ISPs. Okay.
Really?
Well, it's not the ISP issuing the warrant. I think that was said differently.
Obviously, I'm not talking about ISPs issuing warrants here. Obviously, the government has a warrant in order to.
Just correcting the phrasing.
If that was the case, then how did they get metadata on people that didn't have a warrant for?
Yeah, that's
obviously that can't be true.
Because I'll just explain that. So you get the order, the warrant, right, to search. So say if I'm in a home, right, and I'm the team collecting all that kind of stuff, and phones, you name it, laptops, we then go through the content and metadata of all these things. So I get the target individual's phone, but I also get your mother's phone as well, right? Again, content of hers, they don't care about that. That's all gone. The metadata of her phone is collected. That is the issue because that is indefinite. That shouldn't be. That's the issue. Not metadata collection as a whole in general. It's what they do with the associated
All
data.
right. So where
That's
exactly
the
does the
legal issues here.
Okay, so how does the government actually collect metadata in the first place? Then I guess we'll go right
They-
back to the basics.
Yeah, that they requested. Yeah, that they requested. I'll talk from the perspective of Section 215 with the NSA, right? So I'm more adept at that. So they simply request basically phone bill data, business records, it's called, coming into coming in, right? So they collect that. The ISPs provide that to them. They have legal authority. It's perfectly fine. And so basically, we all know what metadata is now. Duration of the call, when it took place, not the identities and all that kind of stuff. That's irrelevant. That's content. For emails, it's not the content of emails. It's not browsing history. It's not even the header, the title of an email. It's the size of the email, the size of attachments, and the
address.
The emails involved. Right. So that's for phone and email, for example, right? So under 215, that's how they get it. They request it from these companies. And so it bakes in this cesspit, as it were, this pool, right?
I guess
The only
the
time
question
they can get to it.
the relevant question here would obviously be: do they need a warrant in order to collect the data? Do they need
let me
a warrant?
explain as a whole and then ask questions after. How about that?
Well,
So
come on,
you
wrap it
have
up a little bit. This is
pool
getting
of
really
information.
long and boring.
No, because Steve,
getting a little
I don't care about-
long-winded.
I think
Steve,
you're being a
reading-
little long-winded,
Steve,
and
reading
you
through
haven't even,
literally-
but you haven't answered his
Steve,
question.
Reading through, Steve, when I read the court document, I was bored, but I still had to. I don't
Okay,
care what
but
the article
you
says.
can't answer his
I want-
question.
I want to,
MMA,
because I
MMA,
want to
this-
explain
this
it. Hold
type
on,
of
Steve.
format- this
It's
type of
basically
format here doesn't-
clarifying.
doesn't-
Oh my God, this is bloviating at its
Say
finest.
something- hold on, say
Just
something
answer his
less. I don't care.
questions.
Steve,
Oh my God, it's not
Steve,
that hard.
if I'm explaining to a creationist how evolution or the Big Bang works or whatever, right? Then they can ask questions after.
No.
Because
He can ask questions right now. If you can't answer them, that's fine. But Theology, ask the questions. and
I
let him
can answer them because it's been shown time and time again, Steve, that I've explained it into very great detail. But you're just too lazy to bother.
No,
Because I don't care about the minutia. You're talking about
MMA.
specificity, and I'm talking about big picture, and you've lost the side of the big picture. The big picture is very
I can
simple.
go to
Okay,
the
guys,
go to
everybody,
the-
hang on 1 second. MMA, the problem is that it's going on long enough, and really long, and if you get partway through it, and there's a point that you get to that we're like, wait a minute, what do you mean by that? And we don't ask you then, we will forget by the time you got to the end of the entire explanation.
Obviously,
Yeah, I don't want a long history on metadata. I want very simple questions.
I'm sorry, Steve, that the history of how it works, its legal theory, and all that is, an issue with you. I mean, it's not
Okay,
my
so you
fault.
don't want to
I don't care about the
Guys,
details.
So you don't want to answer urologist's question.
I've
Is my
answered
microphone-
his questions, and
No,
I'll
you
keep
didn't.
answering. Steve,
Okay,
this is
good.
why I made a detailed response
That's what I want
to
to
your
hear.
stupidity.
So urology, ask him your question and see if he responds in a way that's coherent to your explanation to your question. Very simple. So urology,
always-
what's your question?
Is my mic working first of all? I don't know if it's working
Yes.
right now. Okay.
Yes, you're
So
fine.
everyone was just ignoring me before. All right.
Get used to it.
Look, metadata is obviously being collected here. Do they need a warrant to collect this metadata?
They already have the legal ability to do so through the FISA Act. So yes,
So
they
they
can. They don't need the warrant to. Warrant is on a specific individual, but under legal grounds of the FISA, they have the ISPs do provide that to them. There's legal ground for that. Yes. So it's not with the warrant; it's with the statute.
So it's a lot more broad-based than just a broad-based collection than just simply one specific individual or the people surrounding that particular individual.
For the NSA, for the Americans, right? So under the statute, ISPs give them this data, right? And it's stored for, I think, a maximum of 5 years, I believe it was. And so they have this. The only time I can then access that data is going up through basically, so for 215 or 702, either which one, I'm a bloke in the FBI and I'm already have a case on someone, right? You then take it higher up and you have to get it approved by the IG, your case special agent, It goes up the chain of command, basically, right? And so by the time we get to the FISA court to request this metadata information, you've pretty much got encyclopedic knowledge of who you want, right? It's just for added detail. There's actually documents I have outlined in posts and all that, detailing these steps. So by that time they get to the FISA, they get the metadata and it's used. That's the American.
The question is, if I remember correctly, because I'm kind of starting to lose my mind trying to sort through this.
There's a lot of detail here that we don't really need.
The thing is, what he basically said is, okay, so when they get the warrant, they collect data. They're in theory collecting data on this one person. Are they getting the data for a whole bunch of other people as well in the process? Was that kind of what you're asking?
Well, that was an implication of it, but really, the entire thing was, first of all, do they need a warrant in order to collect data in the first place? And MMA seems to have answered in the negative here. You don't really need a specific warrant in itself in order to collect metadata as a whole. So obviously, a whole broad range of metadata is being collected. However, it seems what he said before was associated data was really only based on data relating to a specific case that potentially had a warrant attached to it.
It's unique for Canada, yeah. America, Australia, others don't have this associated data issue, so it's unique for them.
So obviously there's still a whole bunch of metadata that has been collected that is not going to be associated data. That's not going to be collected via actions of a warrant. Is that correct? The government obviously still has in their possession a whole bunch of metadata that was not as a result of a warrant.
No, so they've got the legal grounds to collect metadata in the first place. But this warrant, say, is for this specific individual. Say I'm now going after Mohammed whatever the fuck, right? And he's got his phone, right? And in that phone, he's obviously got content, but metadata, right? So then you find people relating in that his mother, his sister, and so forth.
Okay. Fine.
So the government did collect all the data then.
And it got rid of the content.
Yeah. No, well,
for Canada, it was the associated data that's the legal issue.
We're not harping on about the content itself. None of us are really concerned about the content.
Oh no.
itself. All we're concerned about here is really just on the metadata itself. So obviously, I think Steve's whole point was really metadata has been collected as a result. That there's going to be a whole bunch of metadata that was collected that is obviously not going to be associated.
Under specific investigation.
No, you didn't need a warrant until this. Okay, NSA. I think it was this year. It expired. It used to be the NSA could collect any kind of under the Patriot
and so
Act.
do Canadians. What? You can't just shift from country to country, Steve.
No, we can, because this is a global thing that you're. Again,
no.
The claim was.
Wait, hang on. MMA. Let's see what he was trying to say and then argue.
No, the claim was very simple. MMA was arguing that countries follow the law, follow FISA warrants, and do not collect this metadata for extended period of times, and it gets purged. That was his whole argument. He said all countries follow this. He said the countries do not illegally spy on people, and he said that the metadata is again, ask Mark Unoy, because he remembers this conversation, I'm sure. That was your claim.
He's irrelevant. So that's never been the claim.
He remembers the claim.
Again, Steve.
So you're claiming that
I've got
So you're claiming now that metadata has always been purged properly, or does it matter?
No, for CSIS, the Canadians, they're not American, they're not British, they're not Australian.
Why does that matter? We're talking about countries.
Actually does.
You said countries do this.
Steve.
We were arguing that countries
each nation
don't
has
follow
their
the
own legal
law.
theory behind it,
and
their own statutes behind it, their own definition, Steve. This is inherent.
Mark was arguing that Britain doesn't follow the law. The Britain
from the American and British perspective. He has no clue
and I was
the
too.
case.
You worked for military intelligence.
Why did you mention the Canadian case then? That's not American.
Because it's still relevant. Oh my God! Jesus Christ, you dense. I was pointing out to you that countries don't follow the law when it comes to this stuff.
Steve,
that you're naive.
The Australia and America, they follow the rule here. You cannot give me a single case where that's not the case. You can't give me a single case.
I think you're naive.
I think here's. I think I'm starting to understand the problem here. I think, and you're probably both going to tell me I'm wrong in a moment. But I'm kind of getting that you had a couple people saying, governments aren't purging this information, or perhaps that they can't be trusted to purge this information,
Right.
or
Thank
they're
you.
keeping it longer than they're supposed to.
Yes.
And MMA is saying, no, the governments are. But then Steve said, but in Canada, we've seen a case of at least one government that hasn't. Is that kind of the argument here?
Yes. Bingo.
Okay, I got it. Cool.
Yes, but that's still Canada, and that's specifically dealing with associated
And
data.
this is his argument against it. This is an argument that countries don't do things illegally against the citizens.
Steve.
Yeah, great.
You must prove that Australia, the UK, and the US have done so. You have not done so. PRISM is how 702 works. You fucking idiot. That's how
You know what?
702
Fuck off.
works. No.
Yeah, fuck off. Bye. Get the fuck out of here.
I tried that. And thank you. Let me read it there. Abed, is it?
He knows better in my hangouts to fucking get like that. I mean, fucking A, man. I give him all the chance of the world to come in and have a civil conversations all the time, and all he does is go off MMA style. And it's getting a little bit annoying. I keep on telling him nobody wants to have conversations with him anymore because he's gone fucking nuts. He's gone this mentality of creationism just by I'm going to assert, and over talk, and he's gone the Ronnie route, and I don't deal with it.
I'm not comfortable with referring to him in terms of like the creationist kind of label or this kind of stuff.
Why? He does it to me.
I don't agree with it from either of you. Did I say I don't agree with one side, not the other?
Fair enough. You know what? I'll take it back. But he's definitely gone the route of somebody who doesn't have a civil discord to even have conversations. This is why nobody wants MMA in their hangouts anymore. He does not know how to even present a decent argument. He basically all he does is ramble on about nuances, and he loses sight of the big picture.
Yeah, I mean, you got to kind of boil down to what the actual issue it is and what you're talking about, and that certainly was not happening in here. It kept going back and circling around again and again. And it's like, okay, but that's not really what we want to know. Because I just wanted to get to the crux of what the conflict was. And I really have to thank Abed because he did, I think, a great job trying to sit there and see if we can work this out to figure out what the hell's going on here. Because on a lot of levels, you might disagree with things, but I was trying to figure out where the hell the disagreement was. And it's over whether governments. It's over whether governments just hold the information longer than they should.
MMA has this pie in the sky mentality that governments are pure and innocent, that they always follow the law. In fact, in the Nadia hangout, he kept on saying this exact same thing. And Mark and I kept pointing out to him that the government lies to people. We know this. Come on, let's be realistic here. And he's so naive saying, oh, well, no, the government wouldn't do that. They have things they follow. Bullshit. They've had illegal surveillance for how long? I mean,
the
come
government
on.
didn't do shitty shit, and people didn't end up eventually finding out. We wouldn't have had the Arab Springs, right?
The what?
Arab Springs was in part the result of our government and others doing shitty things, and the people eventually finding out about it.
Mm.
But the problem is these things can go on for decades, centuries, probably, without the people ever finding out what's actually fucking going on, unless you get some of the shit leaked.
But I think, like Bohica said, MMA doesn't listen. He just wants to. He's got in this flat. Okay, how about this? He's got in the flat Earth mentality. That he's got in these flat Earth debates so much.
Of the
he just wants to be belligerent. Right. And we have a great even with Josh. We were able to communicate. You can't do that with MMA anymore. He's gone full bullheaded. I'm just going to bulldoze my way through a conversation, interrupt, not let you get your point across, and it's. I don't want that argumentation style anymore. Especially the previous behavior he's had in here, where he basically ejected. Not even basically, he ejected people that he had conversations with. It's like I've already warned him, don't moderate my room, and he comes in here and he's already cursing me out. I'm like, you know what? This is your third or fourth chance. Fuck off. I don't. It's ridiculous. MMA, you've lost your fucking mind. You need to self-check yourself because you're fast losing credibility in this community. People do not want to have you in hangouts, and they certainly don't think you know what you're talking about as far as the bigger picture. You myopically get on this stuff, but you lose sight of the entire bigger picture. And I'm done.
Personally, I don't really have a problem with MMA myself yet. But that's me and him.
Yeah, but you see where I'm saying. You've seen this.
Hang on a second. But what I do kind of tend to have a little bit of a problem is that once you have two people in the room that are just kind of yelling at each other, and it either one or both or neither are willing to actually sit back and listen, so it can even have a chance of being resolved.
Well, I did. No, I let you guys ask us questions. I sat back when you guys were asking questions.
Yeah, and I appreciate that you did, but at that point, he's just yeah.
He didn't. Do you think he was answering urology's questions? Because I sure the hell don't.
No, I don't know what questions he was answering.
I don't either.
More like there's this mindset that people get into sometimes, and I've seen this with plenty of people in plenty of different circumstances, and I'm sure I've fallen prey to this kind of mindset, and I'm sure you have, and everyone else has at one point or another, that you're so determined that if you just try to go through this long explanation of how a system works, whether it be political system, economic, whatever, that they will just aha and have that eureka moment and get it, when what you really need is a matter of discussing the fine details and questioning what it is that, what about this aspect, what about that aspect, instead of just going on this lecture, because the lecture itself doesn't work. Yeah, if you don't get what they're trying to say the first time, repeating yourself won't help.
It's also a fallacy of verbosity, right? I mean, this is a very simple thing, and he gave me like 5 pages of shit. And I'm like, I'm not that interested. I have my comment on my G Plus was 1 fucking line, dude. 1 fucking line. And all it said was, hey, MMA, tell us again how governments don't illegally store metadata or something along those lines. And he gave me 5 fucking pages and expect me to read this. I'm like, no, too long didn't read. Ain't no fucking way I'm going to read all this shit. Because I gave you 2 citations, 2 news articles that said Canada is illegally storing this stuff, contrary to what you say that governments don't do this. It's as simple as that. I'm like a bogged down quagmire in the weeds of shit that have nothing to do with anything. He didn't address anything. He kept on saying, well, I never said that. Yes, you did. He most certainly did. That was the whole argument.
I normally in a situation like that, somebody would say, well, this is the exception to the rule, or something along those lines, but he didn't even go down that road.
That's fine. Yeah, what? I would have respected that a little bit more. Well, yeah, you know what? Sometimes they do. But it's still capitulating that they do, that the government doesn't always. In fact, I don't think they're supposed to get a FISA award, but they don't always, right? We know that. Come on, let's be realistic. The government spies on us. We know this. If they needed to get it into your computer, they're gonna find a way to get into your computer. That's not conspiratorial. That's just the nature of the game, by the way ISPs are. And we all know that Verizon had the same problem. Remember with the big old flap of Verizon when they were storing all this metadata, and the judge said that there's valuable information in there. Yeah, it's not content like my message to you. Nobody's ever claimed that. The metadata is not the content of the information, but it contains very pertinent information. And the judge in Canada said, yeah, this is actually viable information. And the whole associated data being a subset, technically that's true, but it's not really a major distinction, because metadata can be construed as anything across the internet, right? But in this particular case, they were specifically talking about emails and mobile telephones. Okay. In that case,
you're saying it's more a matter of how the agency, the governmental agency, what they decide to classify as being relevant metadata or not.
Yeah,
and it's kind of a discretionary thing on their part. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying from the beginning, that just by having this arbitrary distinction between metadata and associated data, it doesn't really make much sense in the context of what the phones are. The phone itself, the time, the date, the call, all that information, that is metadata. Or you can call it associated data. It's the same fucking thing. Now, you may not want to call that metadata associated data when it has like an email. Well, actually, an email would be too. Let me think. What would be a good thing? How about a peer-to-peer? Maybe a peer-to-peer has metadata in the header. That would be a little bit different, okay? Because it doesn't really have some of the. Well, it actually would have the time, wouldn't it? Well, I don't know. Does metadata have the time for a peer-to-peer? I don't know.
Sometimes it depends. I think it actually depends on what platform you're using.
It could be.
Because, for example, Skype does save time data, but not all programs would.
What it real boiled down to, the government does illegal shit. Is the big picture. And the news articles was Canadians, they were doing illegal shit. And he didn't want to address that. He's like, well, he never even answered if it's illegal or not. I said, how many times did it break the law? Is it illegal? I couldn't get a straight answer about him.
The one thing that really struck me was after, we started to kind of getting to the, well, let's break this down kind of part there briefly. And it was, okay, so he asked for an example, said that you can't cite a single example in which a government has done this. And you had already because of Canada. And then he's like, well, that doesn't account for all the other ones that you don't have proof for. I'm like, but You asked for an
actually,
example.
Mark Anoria did. Mark Anoria gave specific examples in Britain. He gave specific examples in that hangout. I don't remember what he said of government spying on people illegally via computers. I don't remember what his things were perfect examples, but I gave the example of the Verizon thing. The government illegally using data from Verizon. That was in America, and he said you didn't give an example. How was that not an example? That was a huge flap years ago.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you say you can't find one example and the other person provides an example, okay, I can see kind of why you were equating him to a creationist in that regard.
Yeah, well, right here, NSA collecting phone records of millions of Verizon customers daily. Okay, and that was back in 2013. Okay, and I quoted him this. I'm like, look, the NSA was collecting millions of Verizon customers' information. Okay, this was a big flap, and he says, oh, you can't come up with an instance of a single instance. I already gave him this. I already told him about this, and he still said, oh, you can't come with an instance.
Yeah, that's not listening. That's not paying attention. But
well, that's why it's not worth having discussions with any longer. He doesn't listen. There's no communication there. He's gone all flat earther mentality.
Yeah. Disregarding something that shows the opposite of is the case. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let me send this to you real quick. Here, I mean, how is that an instance of exactly what I was talking about? Because this is what I quoted back in Nadia's hangout. You know, the government collects a lot of information, and they know a lot about people. And for somebody to be that naive and says the government doesn't do that, Mark and I were both stunned. He thinks he literally thinks the government just doesn't lie to people.
Well, I mean, if he was making the argument that governments can't legally do it, that's a totally different argument.
If what?
If he was arguing that governments can't legally do it, that's a totally different argument, though.
No, they can legally do it. Well, no, they can't now. Matter of fact, the NSA expired this year. But it wasn't so much the collection; it wasn't the acquisition as much as the retention and the analysis. Okay, they were retaining it for indefinite period of times when they're supposed to be destroyed, and they were still analyzing that data way past the time they were allowed to actually keep the metadata. That's what the problem was.
Yeah,
they were allowed to collect the metadata.
But what I'm saying is, if his sole argument was simply saying it's not legal for them to do that, well, that's fine, but that doesn't mean they're not doing it.
Yeah,
governments do illegal things.
Oh yeah, and that's again, he has this naivety that they don't. Yeah.
Ooh, that might be.
I'm gonna probably end this here soon. But anyways, hey, you know what? Interesting hangout. Hey, Nicholas Strode, you got here too late. But anyways, for the rest of the people still watching, hey, like the video, comment on it. Let me know what you guys think, especially on this last part. Sorry, kind of boring, but I do want you guys' opinion on this. You know, I've allowed MMA many times in the hangout, and he just goes down this path that I don't want to have that kind of conversation anymore. I'm trying not to be that aggressive. We talked to Josh for a long time and didn't have any problems. He's just a bull in a china shop, and he has no finesse. So anyways, with that said, you know, I appreciate my Patreons. If you haven't been a Patreon yet, you know, I appreciate if you do become a Patreon. And the people that do listen, you know, they've been very supportive. We'll have a hangout probably tomorrow to go over the election map coverage. I'll probably do that tomorrow evening around, I don't know, 4 to 6 my time, I guess, Pacific time. That should be interesting. You know, we can get prudent and kind of go look over the various ways Trump can win, various ways Clinton can win. I will have to find that site again that I mentioned before that had the tree. It was a really good enumeration tree. But with that said, I think we had a really interesting hangout, and I really want to thank Shadow and Uology for dropping by. You guys have any last words?
Attempting to do something about that. Good grief.
Do what? What, the last thing?
Yeah,
you guys tried.
We tried.
You know, he wasn't prepared to really he wanted to spend an hour going over the major stuff, or the myopic stuff, rather than deal with the major stuff and the simple stuff. And I don't know why. But anyways, I'm going to bid you guys adieu, and let me know what you guys think in the comments.